I'm going to set it for 15 minutes so that it's like an hour slot. Yeah. Clarify what we made all the fix to it.
I was going to text you, but I will take you. But you guys stay up.
I'm going to lower this for a second, Philip. Welcome back, everyone. We're very excited to have a tradition that Duncan Thomas started and has been one of the great innovations and successes of Dev, which is to have these invited lectures. So we're very happy to have Dilip. This is a little bit different format. It's going to be an hour session, and the last 10 minutes will be for questions. And Dilip has said clarifying questions. Usually we have no questions for the speak, but he said he's happy to take clarifying questions. So with no further ado.
Thank you. Thank you, Seema and Ben, for the invitation. Great honor to address this group. I'm going to talk about a topic I've been working on off and on for over 2 decades with my colleagues, Pushkar Maitra, Sandeep Mitra, and Sujata Visaria. And the more we work on it, the more it seems the less we understand. It's kind of a receding boundary, as you will see. So it's very much ongoing what I'm going to talk about. So lots of I's have not been dotted and T's have not been crossed, but hopefully we'll get there sometime. All right, so the topic is marketing frictions faced by small farmers in developing countries. When I started working on land and stuff like that, and I was, after a while, at least in this part of India, I got the message that land was really not so much an issue anymore because of the land reforms that had been carried out or had not been carried out and will never be carried out. So, and then when I talked to people on the ground and smallholder farmers, and they said, the real problems we face are more on the credit and the marketing side, and some access to good seeds and so on. So anyway, so at that stage we started thinking about all those issues, and so the marketing frictions that I'm going to be focusing on here is where farmers sell their produce at the farm gate. Okay, for some reason they're excluded from selling in the wholesale markets, neighboring wholesale markets. So they sell to trade intermediaries, and they have limited access to credit and downstream price information. So the price at which the traders who buy from them will resell in the markets. So the context I'm studying is potato farmers in West Bengal. And there's a paper that we published some years ago, and I'll connect that, what we did then and with what I'm going to talk about today. But other examples, cashews in Mozambique, coffee in Uganda, cocoa in Sierra Leone, all involving farm gate sales to intermediaries. So the broad questions first, are there distortions resulting from these frictions? What are the size of these distortions? Then next, what are the underlying determinants? And I'm going to be focusing here on competition, market power of intermediaries, and then farmers' access to credit and information. And then the effects of policy interventions. So I'm going to describe ongoing work that builds on our prior work. And then we actually conducted some additional surveys and field experiments. So what am I talking about? The phenomenon in particular is farmers getting excluded from wholesale markets. And this is not just West Bengal, it's sort of mostly Eastern India. So there's a very good sort of ethnographic study of these marketing issues in Bihar, Orissa, and West Bengal, and in contrast to Northern and Western India. So they're selling mostly at farm gate. So, and the question is why? It's a question that, it's an important question. It's kind of the institution there. Why it's there, it's hard to really know. There probably should be more research on it. But basically the way it works is that the role of these traders is that they're aggregators. So they negotiate with individual farmers, they inspect, store, transport, deliver in bulk to the next layer of traders. And there happens to be a vertical hierarchy of traders. And towards the end, I'll just show you, even within a sort of very narrow spatial region, there are multiple layers of intermediaries. Now, why is this the case? And what is so special about Eastern India? Okay, probably the most important reason is that land is extremely fragmented in Eastern India. So they're just literally, the average land holding is very small, and in any particular area, there are just sort of literally thousands and thousands of small farmers. So there are high transaction costs. So when buyers come, we keep asking buyers in the wholesale market, why don't you go directly to the farmer? And they say, well, there's just too many of them. We want to pick up stuff in bulk, and we just don't know them. We just don't have the time to possibly sort of transact with each and every one of them. So we just want to delegate it to the local guys. Second reason is that the farmers depend on the local traders for credit inputs and information, partly because of lack of adequate access to formal credit, for instance. And then access to the mandi is restricted to trader associations. So there are these APMC acts in India, but it turns out in West Bengal, it's not so much the APMC act, it's more a tradition. So there are these traders associations that sort of will guard entry into the mandi. And so these small farmers will just not be allowed in. And then, as I'll explain, there are no auctions or sort of real markets in the wholesale markets in West Bengal. It's really sort of arm's length negotiation between representatives of these mandi buyers and sellers. And then this is also an environment where there are no farmer co-ops. There's no sort of contracting with retail export conglomerates. So this is an illustration of what it looks like on the ground. So you have these farmers, the distances involved in the local area. So the farmers are selling to village traders. We're at the farm gate, so that distance is 0. The one alternative they have to the trader who shows up at the farm gate is they have to carry the produce to some local markets. So they're called HOTS, and these HOTS span a bunch of, let's say, 10, 12 villages. That's the average distance is about 5 kilometers. And they can resell there to some other traders who will in turn go and sell to the trader sitting in the mandi. And the distance between these villages, the average distance between these villages and the wholesale markets is about 8 kilometers on average. So this is a very narrow sort of geographic space. And I'm going to be focused entirely on the distortions within this narrow space. So I'm not going to be looking at things like competition across mandis or interstate competition, which other people have looked at in the context of India. And so what happens in the wholesale market, you've got these big mandi traders who are buying from the village traders, and they are in turn reselling to buyers who are coming to the wholesale market. And these buyers are coming representing big traders from retail markets. So we're looking at 2 districts. One district, it's servicing mainly Kolkata, and the other one is servicing mainly Bhubaneswar, which is the adjacent state of Orissa. And you also have some traders representing other states from Assam and so on, who are also coming in to buy. Okay, so in 2008, when we studied this for the first time and we put a lot of effort into measuring prices at different levels, this gives you an idea of the price gaps, the local price gaps. And you can see the farmers here, the average price, this is averaged over the entire year of 2008. We're selling at a price of about 2 rupees, 2.14 per kg, okay, of the leading variety, which is Jyoti. If they were selling in the local markets, they were getting a little bit less, which is 2.19. When you see the price at which these potatoes are being transacted in the wholesale market by the wholesale trader to the outside buyers, it's 485. So it's roughly double, more than double what the farmers are getting at the gate. And then when it's ending up in the city market, it's in the retail level, it's 638. So it's roughly a sort of ratio of 3 to 1 between the retail and the farm gate, and about 2 to 1 between the mandi and the farm gate. And it turned out 2008 was an extremely low price year, but normally the price is higher. I'll just show you some graphs. So typically retail prices are about 3 to 4 times farm gate prices. Now, part of the gap, and again, I'm going back to the mandi to farm gate gap, is accounted obviously by transaction and distribution costs that are incurred by the traders. So the screening, inspection, transport, storage, credit, price risk, etc. The remainder would be their rent, so the profit margins, which could owe to their market power. And then the distortion that might occur between one adjacent set of layers would be compounded if there are multiple vertical layers. So that's the well-known double marginalization problem. It's difficult to estimate these middleman margins because of problems in measuring all the relevant trader costs, the effort, the overheads, the credit and risk, and so on. So we'll have to live with this problem of unobserved trader costs. So now related literature, mostly in the context of Africa. So on market power of retail traders, it's a paper by Bergquist and Dinerstein, which is retail traders vis-a-vis consumers. That's maize in Kenya. And then Atkin and Donaldson, consumer products in Ethiopia and Nigeria. And they're interested in sort of spatial variations in market power. Then there's a bunch of papers by Machiavello and Morjaria on relational contracts between traders and farmers and enforcement frictions in those contracts. So flowers in Kenya, coffee in Rwanda. Trader farmer markets, sort of farm gate, sort of more of spot market nature. Cocoa in Sierra Leone, which is Kasaburi and Reed. And in that context, the markets seem pretty competitive. So what's distinctive about the setting we are looking at here is that this is a trader farmer setting with significant frictions. And as I'll show you, we measure the markups and the pass-through, they do indicate significant distortions. But these frictions coexist with low trader concentration and absence of any relational contracts. So we did a lot of qualitative surveys with both farmers and traders, and there's almost no instance of relational contracting. So what we're going to do is investigate the role of different sources of these frictions: market power, information credit asymmetries, and the compounding of distortions. And the effectiveness of policies of farmer empowerment, providing farmers with credit information access in lowering these frictions. Okay, so that's by way of introduction. Now the details, institutional details. There are two leading varieties accounting for about 90% of potato output. The leading variety is Jyoti, which is 70%, and Chandramukhi, which is a sort of slightly fancier variety, which is about 20%. And apart from that, there are about 3 or 4 varieties that account for remaining 10%. And we'll focus on to ensure that we're not picking up any variety effects. I'm just going to focus on Jyoti. And even within Jyoti, there's a good quality and not so good quality, and we're going to focus on Jyoti good quality. And also, we're going to abstract from bonds if there's some forward sales and so on. I'm just going to focus on ready, which are spot market sales. Now, potato is in some ways, kind of a convenient crop to study because it is minimal product differentiation, apart from what I just told you. And there's minimal post-harvest processing needed. So no economies of scale in processing and hold up and all those kinds of issues. The crop is harvested once a year around March or April. More than 80% of the crop is sold by farmers at the time of the harvest. The rest is stored in cold stores or sold to the traders who will also put most of it in cold stores. And then it's sold later in the year when prices rise. And it just turns out that there's no shortage of access to storage in neighboring cold stores. So no sort of increasing costs of that. And there are also significant out-of-state exports. So now the sample and the data that we use. So there are 72 randomly selected villages in 2 leading potato growing districts, Hooghly and West Mednipur. And the villages are selected at least 10 kilometers from each other to minimize cross-village spillovers. Sample of 50 potato growers per village. And with these farmers, so what we did in our earlier paper was study them for that year of 2008. We're now going to extend those production credit trade surveys at farmers for 3 years from 2011 to 13. So we survey them 3 times a year. And then in the year 2013, we interviewed traders and we surveyed them. So we sampled 2 village traders per village based on who farmers were reporting who they were selling to. And then asked those traders in turn, who are you selling to? And so we went 1 layer up, okay? And it's hard to sort of get traders to agree to participate in these surveys and disclose all these details. We somehow managed to bribe them, so paid them enough to, and so we managed to do it for most of 2013, not all of 2013, for 40 weeks, but most of the year was covered. Then market prices. So retail city prices for different varieties are available in the 2 main urban destinations. So this information is in the public domain. You can open the newspapers and look at it. But the mandi prices is not in the public domain. So the mandi traders apparently sell to mandi buyers following closed door negotiations. So what we were told is that the potato is kind of gotten ready and prepared for sale and so on. And at 7 o'clock in the evening in the mandi, the representative of the buyers and the representative of the sellers go into a room. Something happens in that room. 10 minutes later, they decide on a price. Okay? And that price information is known only to the traders in that room and their assistants. So what we did in terms of sort of getting the information out is we bribed some of those assistants to release that information on a daily basis that night. And I'll tell you more about the information experiment. Now, these market prices, it turns out, is high volatility and uncertainty, especially across years. So this is data from the main mandis in West Bengal of Jyoti potatoes from 2006 to about 2017. So the first thing is you see huge fluctuations across years. So the year 2008, for instance, the price was less than 5 most of the year. And most years the price rises. So because the crop is being harvested early in the year, and then the rest of the year it's just sort of coming out of stores or provide incentives for people to store and so on, the price rises. And so that happened in, let's say, 2009, it happened in 12 and 13 and so on. Most days, that's what's supposed to happen. That's the seasonality in the prices. But some years, it just doesn't happen. Yeah.
Just a clarifying question. I think many of us have seen this AgMark data that you're using here. What stage of the process does that correspond to? Because you said that the Monday prices aren't publicly available. So what exactly does AgMark collect?
I don't know.
Okay.
I have lots of problems with most of the published Monday price information. Yeah. So we're going to rely on our, the traders' assistants calling in the prices. But sort of using, I think this is, but using the AgMark data, this is an analysis of variance of the sources of variation. And you see that the bulk of the variation is being driven by the year dummies, okay? Followed by the seasonality within the year, the period, and then the interaction between the two. And there's relatively little, there's some variation across Mondays in a given year, but that's relatively small. Okay, so now some other important institutional details. So when we interviewed the traders, there are large entry setup costs. So the capital requirements are about 50,000 for a trader, and that's like the average loan size for a farmer is of the order of 8,000 to 9,000 a year. So it's about 5 times what a farmer usually has access to loans for. So that's part of the barrier for entry into traders. So the big farmers sometimes are entering into the trading business. And they also have to build up reputation. So experience, reputation for delivery, repayment, reliability, and that takes time to build. So there's limited scope for hit and run entry. Trader concentration is relatively low. So the average village has about 150 farmers selling, and there are on average about 14 traders in each village that are buying. These are the village traders. And the median trader market share is 8%. The transactions are spot market. So mostly it's described as, a trader sitting in his shop and saying, this is the price at which I'm buying today. Or they just run into each other as they go about their business within the village, exposed pairwise meetings, and in particular, a complete absence of any ex-ante risk sharing or relational contracts. Even if there may be some agreement that, okay, you will buy from me, right? But they won't agree on a price beforehand. Okay? Yeah.
Do you know anything about collusion between traders within villages? There are many, but do they?
That's going to be one of the questions when I get into market power. But just in terms of, again, the descriptive stuff, very likely there's some going on, because when we ask the traders, do you keep track of what prices other traders are selling in? Do you discuss prices and all of that? And more than 50% of them said yes, we do that. And there's almost again absence of any exclusive dealing, sort of tying of any search or switching costs. So usually, most farmers sell to and switch between multiple traders. So you ask farmers, how many people have you sold over the past 3 years, for instance, have you switched? And they've switched, and no problems in switching. Now, the other two details, price information. I already told you about the obliqueness and absence of it. It's not in the public domain, the Monday prices. So where do the farmers get information is, well, from the traders that they sell to. So that's the main source of information, apart from neighbors and friends. And when we ask them to tell us, what do you think is the Monday price, they underestimate by about 40%. And in fact, the predictions they give is closer to the hearts in which they sell. On the other hand, the traders are much better informed. They're all on the mobile phones, and they know who to call. So the other problem with the farmers, when we ask them, why don't you get information about Monday prices? They said, we don't know who to ask. But the traders have different networks, and they're sort of on their phone, and they're tracking prices every 2 or 3 days. With regard to credit, farmers are borrowing mainly from informal sources at annual interest rates varying between 21 and 29%. The average interest rate, the informal interest rate is 25%. Traders have access to more credit, as you would expect, more collateral, they're wealthier. The average interest rate is slightly lower. So there isn't that much of a gap in the cost of credit for traders and farmers. And some traders lend to farmers, but trade credit is not very significant. Only about 20% farmers receive trade credit. And even amongst those that do receive trade credit, there's no sort of connection or interlocking of the trade with the credit. So when you ask if you have borrowed from the trader that you're selling your output to, does that make any difference to the price that you paid compared to what if you hadn't borrowed from? And they said, no, it makes no difference. So it's just two separate transactions. Yeah.
And on the figure you showed with the diagram, maybe I misread it, but it seemed like the price gap wasn't that huge between the farm gate and the Hoth, that it was much larger between the Hoth and the Mundi. So
Yeah.
like these statistics about these traders, and is this about that Hoth farm gate?
No, these are the village. So it turns out most of the sales are to the village trader, the farm gate sale. The hot sale is not a farm gate sale. The farmers are carrying their potatoes themselves. The farm gate sale, the trader is picking up the crop at the farm gate and incurring all the transport costs and so on. The hot sale typically happens when a farmer decides not to sell to the village trader, but instead decides, I'm going to go somewhere else. Then he's got to cart his potatoes to the hot. And if he doesn't make a sale there, he's got to cart it back. So that's kind of a backup option. So that's going to define the outside option. And most years, they're only selling about 5% or less in the hut. So mostly they're selling at the farm gate. So all this is about the village trader showing up at the farm gate.
And so then I think implicit in that is most of those traders they're selling to are selling directly to the Mundi, not going through the.
I'll tell you about that later. So there are the different vertical layers actually between the village trader and the Mundi trader. So for the first part of my talk, I'm just going to ignore that distinction. I'm going to assume that village trader is the guy who's selling to the outside Mundi buyers. Okay, but later on, I'll get into the sort of the different trader layers. Okay, so this is based on our prices, the average city Mundi farm gate price gaps for the year 2008 and then 2011 to 13. So the red is the city price. The blue, I hope it's showing up. Yeah, the blue is the Mundi price, and you see that the city and the Mundi price are moving very closely together. The gap is relatively small, but you've got the green, which is the farm gate price, and the big gap between the Mundi and the farmer price. Okay, some co-movement, but obviously to a much smaller extent between the Mundi price and the farm gate. The other thing to observe is that the 2008 price was depressed, as I said earlier. And we therefore realized after working on the previous paper, which was just based on the 2008 data, that it was an exceptional year. And so we wanted to go back into the field and then continue these surveys for 3 additional years in the hope that the price would go up, which it did, fortunately. Now, in the year 2013, when we surveyed the traders, we did a detailed survey of all the other sort of transaction costs that they were incurring. So the transport, the storage, the handling, the loading costs, and all that. So using that, we calculated the margins. So, and then all the production surveys that we did with the farmers, we also estimated their margins. So this is the breakdown and the contrast of the margins of the farmers and the local traders. And here the local traders, I'm aggregating all the local traders up to the Mundi level. So basically the farmers' production cost in the year 2013 is $295, and the net margin is $182. The local traders' transaction cost, all those transport, storage, loading charges, etc., is 0.58, and the net margin is $787. So it's about almost 4 times, more than 4 times the farmer's margin. Yeah.
Just descriptively, how rich are these different guys at different layers of the market? Or should I think of local traders as guys who are living large?
Yes.
The local traders.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
And the Mundi traders are, you know, another scale, yeah, altogether, yeah. Okay, so the first question I'm going to ask is sort of what's the role of competition? And the wide variation in the retail price shocks provides a potential source of exogenous variation that we can use to gauge the amount of competition. So the standard IO approach is to use pass-through to the farm gate prices as a measure of competition. And the problem, as I mentioned earlier, are the unobserved trader costs. The investments they made or the effort involved, the time in screening and all of that, that's difficult to measure. So you've got some unobserved costs, but you've got some observed costs, which is, the large part, of course, is the procurement cost of the potatoes itself. And so we have data on that. So just using pass-through, you can back out. So these models just tell you that what really matters for the traders is their total cost, but it's enough to be able to observe some component of the local costs, provided that they're varying over time. And that variation is coming from the intertemporal variations in the downstream prices. So based on the assumption of independence of the unobserved trader costs and the downstream demand price shocks. So I'm going to illustrate this method. So before I actually show you the pass-through estimates, I'll just sketch a simple Bertrand competition model based on the Salop locational differentiation model. Okay, so let's say there are n village traders. There's a common resale price at which they are going to be able to resell the potatoes. And each of them is going to set prices at which they're going to buy. There's a unit mass of farmers. Each has 1 unit to sell and a 0 value of own consumption. Now, the farmer's outside option is to sell in the hut at a price which is co-moving with the price at which the village traders are going to sell, but the hut traders are kind of have less established networks at the mandi. So they sell at a somewhat lower price. So that's RM. So R is the basically is the comparative advantage of the village traders relative to the hut traders. On top of that, the farmer has to incur a transport cost to take the product to the hut. Now, the heterogeneity within the village is locational. So farmers are distributed uniformly on a unit circle, and traders are located at equidistant points. And there's also heterogeneity in the transport costs that farmers have to incur if they were to take it to the hut. And just for simplicity, I'm going to assume that this is also uniform and independent of the location within the village. So now you solve this model. I'm going to focus on parameter values that ensure interior market shares for both between the village and the hut traders. So then there's a unique symmetric Bertrand equilibrium farm gate price. P, which depends on the resale price for the village traders, which is capital M, and N, which is the number of village traders. So now the comparative statics of this. So going to be 2 effects. If you hold N, the number of traders fixed, the farm gate price P is increasing in N. Okay, so that's kind of a very standard effect. So it's more profitable for the traders to sell the potatoes, so they're going to compete more vigorously with one another. Moreover, the pass-through PM is constant if they're a monopsony. So if they are colluding, effectively they're operating like a monopsony, then the pass-through is constant. And otherwise, if N is bigger than 1, there's competition, then it's increasing in N. So the price is increasing and convex in N. Okay. The other effect is the entry effect. So if you hold the resale price fixed and the number of traders goes up, so then there's increased competition. So both price and the farm gate price is going to go up. And then you can extend the model to incorporate endogenous entry. So far, the traders have a distribution over fixed costs. So how many of them will enter will depend on the profits, the variable profits they expect to earn. And so increasing now the resale price will raise the per trader profit, holding N fixed. And so that will invite additional entry, which will increase competition. There's a third effect, which is going to come back to this question of whether these guys are colluding or not, or when are they colluding. There could be tacit collusion, okay? So the traders could be forming a cartel which tries to coordinate and enforce a common collusive price. Now, collusion would be harder to enforce in high resale price years because deviation payoffs from the collusive price would be higher. And if price is following an IID or a near IID process, the strength of future punishments would vary less with the current price. So this would imply that enforceable collusion is countercyclical. So this is a theory that goes back to Rothenberg and Saloner in 1986. And I combed the IO literature. There's relatively little empirical evidence in favor of this. People have tried, and I haven't seen any instances. So that's one of the things we wanted to try here. So one way of sort of phrasing this, this hypothesis in this current context, holding the actual number of traders n fixed. The effective number of traders represents the extent of enforceable collusion. So NE is equal to 1 in low M years and bigger than 1 in high M years, which would imply a pro-cyclical farm gate price and pass-through. And this is qualitatively similar to the demand effect. So it's empirically difficult to distinguish from the demand effect. So we're going to make an effort to do it, and you'll see that we didn't really quite succeed. Okay, so now let me just go through the intra-year pass-through regressions. So what we're going to do is we've got these 3 years, 2011, 12, and 13, when prices were rising, and they were much higher than in 2008. So we've got these variation in retail prices across years. We're going to look at the intra-year pass-throughs. And I'm going to report OLS and 2SLS regressions. So one of the concerns with the OLS would be that local supply shocks would be a source of endogeneity concern. So we're going to use city prices elsewhere in India as an instrument for the city price in the West Bengal urban markets. Okay, so here are the results. So this is the first set of columns is the pass-through from the city to the mandi. And as you can see, the pass-through is sort of close to 1. It's centered around 1, okay, which is what you saw in the picture. So they're moving closely together. But the pass-through to the farm gate from the city is of the order of 0.2, even in the high price years. In the low price years, in 2011, it's actually negative. It's something that I can't really explain. So something odd is happening in 2011, but in 2012 and 2013, the pass-through is about 0.2. So now, if we compare this with pass-through estimates for people who've studied sort of concentration and trader power in Africa, so in the Kenyan maize retail trade, it was 0.2, and I think that paper sort of pretty persuasive that the traders were colluding in that context. Atkin and Donaldson, it varies between 0.3 to 0.7 in Ethiopia and Nigerian retail trade. And for farm gate sales in Mozambique, cashews, and Uganda coffee, it's between 0.4 to 0.5, and Sierra Leone was 0.9. So this looks like this is extremely high, the frictions here. In terms of the inter-year variations, it tends to be, it's not that much higher in the high price years, 2012 and 2013. So the implied mandi to farm gate pass-through from the estimates before is 0.23 for those 2 years, 0.17 in 2008, and negative in 2011. So one question is, well, to what extent could this be accounted for? You see some pro-cyclicality here of the pass-through. To what extent is it accounted for by entry? So if you look at entry, the number of traders buying in each village, you see it's substantially higher in 2012 when the price was the highest. But for the other 2 years, it was pretty much the same, despite the fact that the retail price in 2013 was much higher than in 2011. So there's some action you're getting from entry, but not that much. And this is the corresponding Herfindahl index, and you see this drop in between, but not that much variation between the first and the third. So now, so it suggests that demand and Rothenberg-Saloner effects were also at play if you were trying to explain what was different 2013 from 2011. And testing the Rothenberg-Saloner channel is difficult, but I'll describe a test in the next section. Okay. So let me now move on to price information. So to what extent is lack of information about the price at which their potatoes are going to be resold by the trader, to what extent does this constitute a bargaining disadvantage? If it does, then providing mandi price information to farmers might reduce marketing distortion. And when we piloted this project, we kept asking farmers, would you really like to know what's the prices of the mandi and the resale price? And they said, we'd love to have that information. Because we keep asking for this kind of information. The traders tell us something, not sure if that's correct or not. It would really be useful for us to know that. Okay, so So this is what we studied in a prior paper for the year 2008. And we found negligible, insignificant average treatment effects on the farm gate prices, providing information. And we explained this with a model where traders collude. So effectively, n is equal to 1. Now, this raises the question, well, maybe 2008 was an exceptional year. Low demand and associated absence of competition among traders prevented farmers from gaining from the information. So some of the feedback we got from that paper is that, oh, well, if there had been competition, then information provision to farmers would have been more beneficial. So that was one of the motivations for us to repeat the experiment from 11 to 13. And fortunately, the prices did rise, so that gives us an opportunity to test this particular hypothesis. So now stop for a minute and think, well, what do we expect about the interactions between competition and information? Should we expect information provision to be more effective? Well, think about it a little bit more and said, well, not necessarily. So you extend the model that I described earlier to incorporate asymmetric information. The following result tells you, well, it may not be useful. So if n is bigger than or equal to 2, the same equilibrium outcome that occurs when farmers are perfectly informed constitutes a perfect Bayesian equilibrium when farmers are uninformed, coupled with off-equilibrium path beliefs that seem pretty natural. And the particular off-equilibrium path beliefs is that when you see dispersion in prices offered by different traders, you believe the trader who's offering the higher price. You think the guys that are deviating are the ones that are trying to shortchange you. And so you ignore that and you just look at the price offered by the highest offer as if you're trying to glean what the resale price must be from, you're trying to infer that from the observed price. So the intuition here is that price competition itself reveals mandi price to the farmers. And if that were the case, information provision would have no effect at all. Okay, so this is what we can test. So now there's a potential test of the Rothenberg-Saloner effect. The hypothesis was that traders are more successful maintaining collusion in the low price years, but not in the high price years. So now, so in that special case where traders collude perfectly, operate like a monopsony, then there would be an information effect. But the information effect would be on the pass-through. So the theory we developed in that paper showed that basically it's an informed principal problem. The principal knows the price at which he's going to resell, the farmer doesn't. And so it's optimal for the trader to not disclose the price, to offer a flat price. So when the farmers are informed, it's optimal for the traders to not disclose that information. But if the farmers are informed, then of course they know what their outside options are. It's varying. So you would get this effect on the pass-through when they're colluding. But with the equilibrium selection theory that I just told you, in the case where they're competing, it would have no effect. So potentially we can test the Rothenberg-Saloner hypothesis by checking the impact on the pass-through. So the pass-through effect has to be positive in the low price years and vanish in the high price years. Okay, so I have 10 minutes left. So let me tell you the results of the information RCT. So 36 villages received publicly posted information. So we had the Mandi trade assistants sort of calling in the numbers, and then we would call it in to a particular, some prominent citizen in the village who would post it in the high school or, some city, the local government office outside there. There would be a chart which would give, these are the prices in the Mandi for Jyoti and for other varieties over the last 2 weeks. And that chart was being updated. The remaining 36 villages served as control. And there's a minimum 10-kilometer separation between the treated and the control villages. And in the 2008 version of this experiment, we had another information treatment, which is the private information treatment, where instead of the information being posted publicly, it was sent to 4 farmers in the village through mobile phones. So that was a private information treatment as against a public village-wise information treatment. But in the interest of simplicity, we couldn't have too many treatments. So in the 2011 to 13, we just kept the public information. At that time, expecting that the public information would have probably more impact because it was going to be accessible to the entire village. So here are the RCT results of the effects of providing public information. in 2008, the old 2008 data along with the 2011 to 13 data, and basically we see nothing, null effects, both the average treatment effects as well as the heterogeneous treatment effects. So even the pass-through estimate, so we got a significant pass-through effect from the private information treatment in the previous 2008, but with the public information, we're not seeing any effect even in 2008. So we failed to find evidence of the Rothenberg-Saloner effect. Of course, there's a qualification, maybe the test is not powerful enough. So maybe we should have chosen the private information treatment where we did see an effect on pass-through in 2008. But that's, with the benefit of hindsight, if we were to do it again, maybe we'll try it with the private information treatment. I don't see us doing it again, but okay. All right, so providing information to farmers is doing zilch. Okay, so he said, okay, what else can we do? Well, credit, maybe credit will help. So what are the possible channels that providing credit to farmers might help? Well, it would lower the costs of farmers delaying sales from the harvest to the post-harvest period. So they sell 80% of the crop at the harvest time. Why are they doing that? And why are they not holding on? And so there's a nice paper by Bergquist and Miguel in Kenya, where actually farmers that had better access to credit were delaying and then getting much higher prices overall for the year. The other channel would be, if trade credit is important, it would reduce the dependence of farmers on traders for trade credit through interlinkage, lock-in, loan repayment charges, and so on. Of course, the survey data indicated low prevalence of trade credit. Anyway, so we're expecting the delayed sales channel to be the more operative one. But who knows, 20% of farmers are still getting trade credit. That may still account for something. Now, so we had a bunch of papers on these credit treatments, which were orthogonal to the information treatments for these 2011 to 13. So there were 3 microcredit treatments. And these loans were designed to facilitate financing of working capital for potato. Loans were given at the time of harvest, and the repayment period was 4 months later, longer than most microcredit. So that we didn't have to, the farmers could actually wait until they had sold the crop to repay the loan. And then they could actually renew the loan if they wanted to hold on. They didn't want to sell right away. So they wanted to delay sales. So they could apply for another loan and another 4-month loan and so forth. So we kept the lines open for access to these 4-month loans throughout the year. So if they wanted to delay, they could. And then the selection mechanism was different. There were 3 different treatments. One was, these were individual liability loans, and the selection of who would be offered these loans was delegated to a village trader. The GRAIL was the same as TRAIL, except that it was delegated to somebody appointed by the local government. And GBL was the traditional group loan, so self-forming 5-person farmer groups. Okay, and in a couple of papers that we wrote, we evaluated the impacts of these different credit treatments on farmer output, incomes. But here we're going to focus only on the impact on farm gate prices, okay, on the marketing friction. And each treatment was applied to 24 villages, which was independent from the assignment to information. Siba, I have 5 minutes for my part of it. Yeah, okay, fine. Good, yeah. And the sample includes 10 treated farmers, 10 randomly chosen farmers from those who are recommended but not treated. So we can separate the selection from the treatment effects, and then 30 randomly chosen from those who are not offered the loans. And if credit frictions raise marketing frictions, then we expect credit treatment effects on the farm gate price to be positive. And to the extent that this interlinkage dependence on traders for trade credit is important, we expect higher benefits if the agent in question who's intermediating the credit is not the village trader, if it's the local government representative. So we expect the GRAIL effect to be larger. What do we see for these 3 years? Nothing. So if anything, if you average across the 3 years, there's a negative effect in GRAIL. Again, that's something we cannot explain. We don't know what's going on there. But for trail and GBL, there's nothing. All right. So that's that. So the last few minutes, I'm going to talk a little bit about the trader hierarchy. So it turns out there are 3 layers between the farmer and the mandi buyer. There's a bottom layer, the village traders that are buying at farm gate. Then there's a middle layer who's buying from the bottom layer, and they're selling to mandi traders. And then the top, the creamy layer, are the mandi traders. Okay, those are the fat cats here. And based on the trader survey, so we interviewed people at both the middle and the bottom, but we did not dare even approach the fat cats. So we have the bottom 2 layers, but not the top layer. So between the bottom and the top, the bottom and the middle, you can see the bottom is selling. So some of them are skipping the middle layer. So some in the bottom layer, 42% are selling directly to the mandi trader. 45% of the sales are to the middle layer. But if you look at the middle layer, they're selling mostly to the top layer. Then we look at the prices that they receive for their sales. And there isn't that much of a difference between the prices that the middle and the bottom are receiving for their sales at the mandi. So just for the sake of simplicity, I'm just going to collapse the middle and the bottom into one layer. Okay, I'm going to contrast the top layer with this sort of consolidated middle and bottom layer, and just sort of get the gaps and then the pass-throughs. Turns out most of the market power is concentrated at the upper layer. So the margins, if you remember, for 2013, the margin for farmers was 182, and then the rest was about 7 something. And the breakdown of that 7 something, 171 for the local traders and 616 for the mandi traders. So the transport, storage, everything is being incurred by the local traders. So these fat cats just sit there. The potatoes just arrive. Sometime in the afternoon, they just resell it that evening. Okay, and they collect about 3 to 4 times what everybody below is earning. Then we estimated pass-throughs based on the weekly data. And the pass-through from the city price to the local trader is 0.3. So the implied pass-through across the layers in 2013, 0.67 from city to mandi, 0.44 from mandi to local, 0.55 from local to farmers. So what this tells us is that most of the action is actually between the top layer of the mandi and the middle and the bottom layers. So it's all within the traders. Okay, I mean there is some friction between the village trader and the farmer. Okay, but the pass-through is 0.55. It's substantially higher than the 0.23 we estimated. So most of that of the low pass-through was accounted for by the low pass-through from the top to the middle. Okay, so let me end here. What have we learned? Large frictions, no detectable effects of information or credit provision. So in terms of policy, sorry, no, nothing here. What it tells you, the elephant in the room is competition. How do you get more effective competition amongst the traders? And really, how do you deal with the fat cats? So we go back to sort of possible deregulation of the mandis, interstate trade. So there are restrictions on interstate trade. Soumitra Chatterjee has a nice paper on that. And then contract farming. So retail conglomerates want to go and buy directly from farmers, which they're not allowed to in most states. Some states they are. Maybe trading online platforms. So I think this is if there's anything that's going to budge, it's going to be these sort of pro-competitive initiatives. And I think a number of people are studying the impacts of these marketing innovations. That's what we should hope for. Thanks.
We can manage the questions. We have 8 to 9 minutes, 9 minutes for questions.
Yeah, so it's super interesting, Dylan. I guess I'm trying to understand just building on your follow-up points. Like obviously it seems like competition is the key thing. And I want going back to the setting part. what are the institutional features of, sorry. Going back to the setting part, what are the institutional features that you think are sort of like creating this lack of competition at the top? Like, is it something about sort of the fact that there's like a law that basically says you have to use these Mondays, or like, and if you were to, I know if you were to speculate about sort of external validity in other cases, what do you think? Is there something in the setting that sort of makes this like, you know, lack of competition sort of so crucial there?
So I think it's a combination of two sources. One is the political economy of of restrictions at the Monday. The traders form a pretty powerful interest group. No matter which government, so we've had changing politics in West Bengal. So the left, turns out that one of the leading coalition partners of the left was the Forward Bloc. And the Forward Bloc is essentially the traders' representatives. And there are a couple of institutional studies of the rice trade and so on, which document that the left pretty much sold out to the trader group. So I think that's probably a big part of it. And that continued with the TMC after the left. Now with the BJP has just taken over West Bengal. Now they're actually one of the first things that the BJP government announced, we lift all restrictions on interstate transactions. So I think there's a political economy part of it, but the other part of it is this extreme land fragmentation here. So this is specific to Eastern India. In most other parts of India, farmers take their produce directly to the mandis and sell there. And there are auctions. Now, of course, there are problems there because there are stories about how the people who are buying at the auctions are colluding in the auctions and so on. So in terms of external validity, no, I'm not going to claim any. Okay, this is Eastern India. But it's not just West Bengal. It's a whole, it's a substantial part of India. I don't know if that helps.
So you haven't said anything about the supply elasticity on the part of the farmers, and that seems like an important part of the story, right? It's going to affect the extent to which the pass-through is also going to have important implications for the welfare consequences of any kind of reform. Is that basically zero, or is it quite substantial?
We've started working on it, and the problem is dealing with all the lag. How do you model price expectations? And all the sort of, given the huge fluctuations in prices, how are farmers forming price expectations and so on? And how do you handle the dynamics? So that's something we are working on. Absolutely. Yeah, but it's important. Yeah.
Say like Rachel, Gabriel, Laura, and Dean with 4 restaurants, and then maybe like take a couple questions.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention on the external validity, I actually think it's much more common than you're saying. I mean, in Africa, you have a lot of very small farmers. In the Cassaburi has a lot of work that isn't published, which says there's kind of 8 traders between farm gate and market. There's, and I would say the literature in general says that providing information to farmers doesn't lead to any increase in price in the farm gate. So I think that's a very general finding. And also, I'd say that the Kenya example where providing credit for storage affected farm gate is, again, the exception. Again, Lorenzo has a paper which shows that in Sierra Leone it doesn't have any effect because the traders shut it down because they have market power, because in that case, it's because they provide credit, though, that they have market power.
I see. Thank you.
Yeah. Given where you ended up on this slide, Dilip, I mean, it sounds like you think explanation related to competition has to be, where we should explore further. I'd love to hear what your thoughts are about sort of future research, either by you or others, exploring this further. Like what sort of mechanisms or policies, instruments, approaches might you want to explore to improve competition and reduce these margins?
I wanted to ask what you think about the possibility of socially inefficient entry, too much entry, like in Mankiw and Winston 86. And the specific question is, how busy are the traders you showed that they serve 8% of the village, so a dozen farmers. Do they work in multiple farmers, or do they actually spend a lot of time doing something else or not doing
No,
it?
they do lots of other things. So this is not, potato is not the only stuff they do. They deal with many other commodities. They're also selling farm inputs. And the typical trader is operating in about 5 different villages. So I think typically they specialize in certain villages, but then they will occasionally sort of wander into the neighboring villages if it's profitable. And so in the high price years, you see more of this. And I think Kasaburi's work in the Kasaburi Reed paper also documents this. So you get some sort of, so there's potentially over the Mankiw effect could be there. I don't know. But yeah, so the answer is yes, right. Dean, I think, competition, but it's not, you're not going to just be able to wave the competitive. Suppose you were to get the politics right and allow competition to happen. It's still not going to be easy for an out-of-state buyer to come and transact with these thousands and thousands of small farmers. And typically what happens is Reliance is this conglomerate, and it has actually started buying directly from farmers in certain states. Whether they will succeed in Eastern India, I've talked to some industry experts, and they think it's very unlikely because they'll eventually have to again resort to the local trader coalitions. And I believe there are reports from China where also retail conglomerates wanted to be able to contract directly with the farmers. They tried for many years and they gave up, and eventually now they're back dealing with the intermediaries. So because these transaction costs are also a significant part of the problem.
Last question, Laura. I know there are more questions, but I'm sure Dylan will be happy to answer them during the coffee break.
I was wondering, you mentioned at the beginning of the talk that there's no farmer cooperatives here, and in other places, those have been effective ways of kind of counteracting this type of market power. And I'm just wondering, is it the extreme land fragmentation, or what features of this environment prevent farmers from self-organizing or from coordinating with the local traders to try to gain some of these rents?
I wish I knew. I mean, I've studied farmer cooperatives, in other parts of India. There's so much heterogeneity. I think the cooperatives that work have to be organic, bottom-up cooperatives. That's partly the sociology of what it takes to organize, self-organize. It seems to work quite well in Western India, but even within Western India, it seems to depend on the particular crop. So, but basically, it's not operational here. The credit cooperatives are there, but for some reason, they don't try to. The cooperatives, the farmer cooperatives, don't seem to. I once asked farmer, saying, why don't you, they don't want to talk about this, but this guy was actually giving me dinner in his house because I was stranded. And so he kind of opened up, and I asked him, why don't you guys get together and try and approach some of these mandi buyers? He just looked away and he said, there will be blood in the streets.
On that happy note. 19-minute break and restart at 10:20. There are other questions, so Dylan, yeah. Yeah.
So I'm just joking.
Yeah.
And then notice the price of it all. I responded from somebody. I asked him, oh yeah, go ahead. Okay, with that, yeah.
I remember. Yeah, too. And
Very good. Yeah. And then the second one.
yeah, this one.
Oh, perfect. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. All kinds of stuff, like chopping, cutting lines, shaking hands, calling attention, like shaking bites, and I this guy. Explain.
And like, okay, I forgot. I was that followed bring over the like yes, it's a lot of with like range of dollars. You see the dollar, this dollar here. Dollar we sell here, this dollar here. It's magnetic. Okay, there was, I mean, there was no question at all. First of all, that this guy had like literally a mountain of money and was also like incredibly wealthy. When they thought of it, it's like it's not. It's like yeah. It's like hey, like one thing he was like, oh, it's basically an album. One thing. Think about it, lots of roots. There's all these things, like it doesn't make sense to do one.
Okay. Awesome. And if you want to take a look, it's just no missing slide. Awesome. Thanks a lot. Yep.
So like a lot of you should wonder and you're saying, look, who's like the most and he goes like just like everyone agrees. It's just even. And it's like this one gives me really yeah. Yeah, that's how I keep my joke. That's like set up coordination. You can monitor like so. Monitor contacts. Like you see a lot of when you talk to people about something, to trade people out. Well, if I would keep it in my hands, just like you're not farming, you're not like we're in like the house out of the guy with these so we're just kind of like using actually excuse but then also just like I should cook other people. Yeah, so I don't know if we thought it's like we thought like our parents is supposed to small But really, as villages have lots of opportunity. Yes, like, it's not policy. That is our construction, then it's just like this. Yeah. Like, I was like, yeah. Maybe it would be like, oh, you know, like that is almost like some scary stuff. That. Or like, yeah, so it's just like, just like, just like, I don't need to talk like someone. I was just like, buy my thing. Right. Here. But that's why we call it conventions. Like one of the big things, like they think was like this chart, like, oh yeah, I can like talk to the fever, but I don't know. Things go. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of like
All right, if you could please take your seats so that poor Kochia doesn't get 42 minutes.
Is this working? All right, folks, let's sit down. Okay, everyone, we are happy to start the next session. We have Kotia here first telling us about competition again in trade and management.
Thanks very much, Sandeep. Thanks very much for including me in the program. I'm going to be presenting what was my job market paper last fall, When Competition Compels Change, Trade, Management, and Productivity. So to motivate the project, let me begin by this quote by Helpman and Krugman, which says that the idea that international trade increases competition goes back to Adam Smith, and that this is one of the reasons why economists believe that gains from trade and the costs of protection are larger than what their own models suggest. Now, in the last 3 decades, we've made great progress in understanding this link between trade, competition, and productivity, with canonical models emphasizing the idea that trade drives out laggard firms and that this tougher selection leads to productivity gains at the industry level. Now, the focus of such work is decidedly external to the firm in the sense that these gains are coming from the reallocation of resources between firms. What I'm going to do in this project is to show that trade can additionally also reduce within firm slack or X inefficiency, which is this idea that absent competitive pressures, firms may not optimally allocate their resources. And so more concretely, what I do is to show that in an environment where domestic firms are protected from foreign competition, firms may not have the incentive to invest in managerial quality, but some of the very same firms might be compelled by competition to invest in management quality and firm organization, and I'll be explicit about these two terms in the next slide, and that might be accompanied with productivity gains within the firm and might be correlated with productivity gains. And in this global context that we face today, where we're seeing a retreat from free trade and a renewed emphasis on protectionism, I think understanding how trade shapes organizations has gained renewed urgency. So what do I mean by firm organization and management quality? And for that, look at this picture that represents the top executives of an Indian firm. It's not the most diverse picture. You see 8 men here, but if you look closely, they're actually all called George. And this is taken from this firm's website, and this is not a coincidence. George is a common family name in the southern Indian state of Kerala, and they're indeed all related to each other. And this is also not an exception. Firms like this, where the top managerial talent comes from a narrow pool of one founder's family, are very common in India and to some extent represent the predominant form of corporate governance across the development spectrum, both in rich and poor countries. And if you think that talent is more widely dispersed in the economy, then firm organization like this probably represents poor allocation of managerial talent that can depress firm productivity. Now, of course, there can be many ways why firms choose to organize this way, and I can talk about that later on in the talk. But one that I'm going to focus on, because this really came, was the most predominant reason that firms mentioned to me when I spoke to some of them, was this idea of non-monetary private benefits, this idea that I like to organize my firm around the family, that gives me some satisfaction. And there's also a long tradition in the corporate finance literature thinking about family firms as originating partly because of this reason. And so what I do in this project is to show that trade and competition can induce firms like this to professionalize their management. And the key mechanism is that competition, which is a bad shock, it reduces my profits, eliminates the luxury of prioritizing these non-pecuniary private benefits and really focus on the bottom line, whether I can stay alive and have positive profits or not. And I think this helps us understand more holistically the development process and particularly the role of market forces and competition in it, because these organizational changes that I'm going to document are not happening at a time that India is going through any deeper cultural, legal, institutional changes. And so I think that's helpful from understanding development as well. So I do this really in 3 steps. In step 1, I obtain first-time access to confidential administrative data on family ties and tenure histories of over 6 million company directors who work on the universe of Indian registered firms, allowing me a unique glimpse to identify and quantify how much family is there within these firms and how that changes over time. And second, to understand how these firms respond to a large import liberalization episode, I exploit a natural experiment, which is product specific and therefore lends itself to an event study design. And there's really 3 results that I want to focus on. The first is that this is a bad shock for firms. Their profits are going down as they're competing with foreign goods. And I document that firm revenues, firm profits, they decline quite substantially and persistently. Revenues down by 28% over an 8-year period. How do then firms respond to this negative shock? family firms actually start professionalizing their management, by which I mean that they replace some of the family managers on the top. So these Georges are getting some outside talent now into their firm. So the share of family executives in the firm declines by about 15% relative to the pre-policy control group mean. And what's really crucial is that almost all of this professionalizing behavior is driven by laggard firms. And this is very different, therefore, from a story where the frontier firms in the economy are induced by trade or export opportunities to invest in better quality, better technology or innovation. The action here is coming from a very different part of the productivity distribution, and that's going to be key both in the model and in how we interpret the results. And finally, firms that do professionalize their management report quantity productivity or TFPQ gains of about 30%. Okay. And then in the third part of the project, to understand aggregate implications, I'm going to develop a quantitative framework. The key mechanism here is going to be that competition compels low productivity firms to professionalize primarily as a survival mechanism. So I really need these productivity gains as a marginal firm after competition. Otherwise, I'm going to have to exit. My profits are negative. And therefore, I'm going to give up these private benefits and professionalize. And the aggregate implications of this firm level response, they're actually not obvious in theory for a bunch of forces that go against each other. So on the one hand, professionalizing firms become more productive, and so that's good for aggregate productivity. But at the same time, saving these laggards and preventing them from exit weakens the selection mechanism, which is going to be a drag on aggregate productivity, because now the weakest firms are not being thrown out, they're actually staying alive in the economy. But while saving these firms is bad for aggregate productivity, it might still be good for welfare because consumers value variety. And so to some extent, you're giving consumers access to more varieties, and it might enhance welfare. And so to put numbers on these opposing forces, I'm going to have a quantification exercise so that we can understand the aggregate effect. I'm going to skip over the literature, except to just mention the second point here. There's a lot of work on managerial practices and how they can induce within firm gains in productivity for firms who implement better management practices. But I think the key question is, if these gains are present, why aren't firms already on their own implementing these better management practices? And I think to some extent, what I show is that poor management practices might be there just because of low product market competition. Firms are not compelled, therefore, to implement these and realize these productivity gains. Great. So I'm going to organize the talk as follows. First, I'm going to go over the raw materials of the empirical results. That's the data and the natural experiment. I'm going to then talk about event studies to understand firm-level responses. And finally, a model to put some numbers on these things.
Thanks. The one thing I'm a little puzzled about is that the word trust did not really appear in your introduction, right? And you were saying there's some non-pecuniary benefits. I like my family running things, but it could just be in the absence of formal institutions of within firm disputes, right? You're using this.
Absolutely. No, I talk about that in a lot of detail in the paper. I think the way I think about this is that think about trust as a cost if I professionalize. So you could think of that as a wedge on profits in the state of the world where I professionalize. And so that's a monetary cost that I'm paying. When I'm facing a negative shock, which is reducing my profits, that's precisely the time when I'm less able to pay an additional cost, because of, say, loss of expropriation, et cetera. And so in a world with only contracting frictions without these non-monetary gains, it's difficult to get more professionalization in a world where my profits are going down. You would actually predict that there'll be less professionalization. I'm going to add that in the model when I discuss that, and so you can maybe see it more transparently. But I think you can't get even the qualitative prediction that you'll see more professionalization precisely when you're having a negative shock. Yeah.
Have you thought about some positive effects of private benefits in the sense that, I'm prideful about my company, so that gives me extra incentive to, make a long-term investment, et cetera. So maybe those things might go away because of the shock. So there can be some negative effect.
Oh, I see. So I think that's fine to the extent that you'll see in the way I model this, I have sort of this one parameter that gets at the difference between how productive family versus non-family firms are. And what you're saying is, to some extent, will attenuate that parameter, right? So I think I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that interpretation. Yeah.
The non-pecuniary benefits could be learning. So we don't know how good your manager is. And I think it's adversity that sort of makes the point that, this guy is not good, needs to go, right?
Yeah.
Does that make any difference?
I think that's a great point. So if your beliefs are being updated about the quality of your family versus professional management, that could make you act precisely when you face a shock. I'm not so sure if it would only make the laggards change unless the beliefs are worse of the laggards than the frontier firms. But also, I actually find remarkably not that much churn in professional firms. So to the extent that beliefs might be might be wrong for both professional and family firms, in the face of a shock, you should see that belief updating and management churn then in both professional and family firms. But I sort of see it concentrated amongst family and within family only for the least productive family firms. But that's something that I could explore. Yeah.
It probably comes out to be a loser. That's going to only show up in the loser firm, the laggard firm. Right? So
Yeah.
it works precisely as a results firm.
I agree, but I think if it was only a belief story without any private benefits, you would also see at least some churn in all firms that are already professional. Because I know that my CEO is not talented, and the shock makes me realize that my CEO is really untalented, and I need to throw him out and get someone new. But I could think about that in more detail. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, one response is better managerial talent, but one other response is ownership change. That could sort of take on new equity or perhaps new shareholder, which comes with preconditions of changing the board.
Yeah.
So I was wondering if that plays in here too.
So here I'm going to make a distinction between ownership, which this paper is about, and management, which this paper is about, and ownership where I don't have good data. What I find for the years that I do have data, this is a period where India is financially liberalizing. So you see a secular decline in the share of equity held by family owners. That's happening both for firms who professionalize their management and for firms who don't professionalize their management. So I'm not able to say more than that on ownership. It's kind of this common thing happening to both these firms. But in a companion project with Nick Bloom and Pete Clino, we're looking at exactly that, at ownership and how that interacts with people who are on the board. Yeah. Okay. Great. So let me now talk about the natural experiment. India has been one of the most closed economies since the 1950s. And one of the hallmarks of this regime was this idea of quantitative restrictions. Think of these as almost complete import bans, where I'm restricting quantitatively from goods entering my economy. In 1991, there was a big IMF-supported structural adjustment program where India liberalized to some extent, but actually many of these quantitative restrictions on as many as 3,000 goods defined at the HF 8-digit level, which represented 30% of all tariff lines, these remained in place even despite the first generation reform. And the reason was that the WTO actually has a specific clause saying that if you're a developing country, which is actually self-declared, and if you have fragile balance of payments, you can put in these restrictions. And so what I'm going to do in this project is to exploit India's second generation trade reforms, where the US and the European Union took India to the WTO disputes resolution, saying that now your external situation is actually quite comfortable. And the IMF was asked to administer this independently, and India lost the case. Was given about 3 years to remove all these quantitative restrictions without any selection and make them free for imports. Okay. I'm not going to go into the details, but I show that imports of affected products in event studies rise quite substantially by 30% relative to the control group. There's almost no impact on exports. So this is a unique shock and uniquely placed to ask the impact of competition on firm level responses. Because first, I have variation across the product scope in which firms are affected and which firms are not. Second, this is externally imposed. To some extent, it was not an outcome of domestic political decisions that the Indian government took, but the IMF actually has a rubric which decides whether a country is or not fragile by its definition in terms of balance of payments are concerned. So it was externally imposed. And also, unlike the first generation reforms in 1991, which were muddled with many, many other domestic reforms, domestic financial liberalization, industrial policy, etc., here, these reforms are being implemented in relative isolation, at least at this 8-digit level. And most crucially, there's no change in export policy. And even within import competition, it's mostly final consumer goods that are facing competition. It's not intermediate products. So this is not a shock that primarily is making firms able to afford better quality inputs from abroad. This is really a shock where firms in their output markets are facing competition, because India's importing goods like textile, apparel, electronics, etc. Okay, great. So now I'm going to talk about the data construction for the project. And the first step of that is to try and identify the affected products, for which I digitized thousands of these Government of India notifications, which tell you which product was liberalized in which year. And so here you see shrimp, for example, is being liberalized, and the policy column next to it is free. So I know the product descriptions. I also know product codes that I can then match to my firm level data to try and make a data set of product level import liberalization. And this level of identifying treatment is much sharper than previous studies in India or even in Brazil, where I have 10,000 such products, so the treatment is defined at that granularity, but past studies have really defined treatment at broader three-digit industry codes, of which there's about 200. The second step is to identify which firms are impacted by this product level import competition shock. And for that, unfortunately, before AI, because it didn't get better as it has now, I had to do this by hand to match these firm level descriptions with descriptions in the customs notifications that I just showed you to get a sense of which firms in my firm level data are impacted by this product level shock. And finally, I use the CMI prowess, which is an Indian firm level data set. Think of it as large and medium-sized corporatized Indian firms. So these aren't small mom and pop establishments or tiny manufacturing plants. Think of firms with more than 30, 40 employees. They represent about 80% of corporate taxes collected in India. And what this data gives me is the product scope of the firm. So I know which products firms are producing, so I can identify them as treatment or control, and also balance sheet as well as the financial statements. And finally, with these, I combine to understand the impact on the managerial side, data from the Ministry of Corporate Affairs, which gives me access to family ties and tenure histories of over 6 million company executives. And to give you a sense of what this data looks like, it's displayed for an anonymized firm on the right here, where in the first column, I know everyone on the board of directors. This is primarily a firm dominated by the Khosla family. And then crucially, I have a variable called the father's name because of an idiosyncrasy in the way data are collected in India. As a marker of identity, along with your name, you also mention your father's name. And so through this one variable, I can get a good sense of how much family there is on the board. So you can see, for example, that A, M, and P Khosla are all siblings because they report DK Khosla as their father. DK Khosla himself happens to be on the board, so there's multiple generation. As is DK Khosla's brother, NK Khosla, because both of them report KL Khosla as their father. And so through this one variable, I get a sense of what share of the management of the firm is really coming from the founder's family. I'm going to focus on executive directors. These are the CEOs, the managing directors, and not the independent directors. And I'm going to summarize one key number for each firm, what share of your executive directors are coming from the family. And I'm going to track that before and after competition. I also have some interesting demographic data that I haven't done much with right now, but I have stuff like the gender, age, as well as the place of birth, which I think is an important marker of caste in India, and something could be done with that later. Yeah.
If you could help me understand the identifying variation a little bit more. So of course, this trade liberalization was a huge shock in India in the early 90s. Lots of things opened up. So I'm worried about whether, so you have farms started also in importing intermediate goods for their production, right? So you could imagine another story where, if you're importing some intermediate goods or machines, right, you need, a different type of manager to deal with that new style of doing business. So is that a concern in this, given your variation?
So I think I've checked for that. So two responses on that. First, precisely because I'm not looking at that broader Indian liberalization from 1991 and looking at something much later, I can to some extent rule out that intermediate goods are entering India at a faster pace than before. In the late 2000s, it was primarily consumer goods, which were liberalized, as I said previously. So think of it as output market competition, not a shock to the cost side of the firm. But in my data, I know whether a firm is changing its product scope on the output side. So are they producing new products or not? Which is similar to whether they're using new inputs or not. And I actually find that they're not moving to new product lines. So it's not that they need new expertise. to produce new products. And I can do a similar exercise for inputs because I think I have inputs separated by whether they're imported or domestically sourced. So I could do something like that here. Yeah.
And the small scale deregulation policy happened. And there were huge effects. I think there was a study in the NBER by Martin, I thought, which look at firm size based on region IP. So I'm wondering if you look at some of those.
Yeah, so that was going to be my job market paper before I changed it. So I have looked at that. I have looked at that. That actually opened up quite a bit later than this policy. Happy to talk about that more, but there is an overlap. And to some extent, there are interesting interactions possible there. Yeah, I can drop all the products which were liberalized for that policy, and the results that I show still hold true. Great. So before going into the event studies, let me talk about just what the pre-policy economy looks like in terms of firm size and profitability, where I'm going to split the firms in red by firms who have a lot of family on their board, so greater than 2/3, and then on the blue, firms that have very little family on their board. And so you see this difference in size and profitability for firms in the baseline that I just want you to keep in mind, as I show the event studies. Okay. So I'm going to estimate event studies of the following form, where I'm going to identify a firm as treated if its highest revenue product is impacted by this QR removal and faces import liberalization. This is robust to various alternative definitions. And I'm going to have firm fixed effects, of course, in these regressions, but also because the shock is at the detailed 8-digit level, I'm able to put in broader sector by year fixed effects. So think about this as looking at a broader industry, 2 different products, one which was liberalized and one which was not. And because the timing is staggered over 3 to 5 years, I'm going to use Sun and Abraham to estimate these regressions, but 2-way fixed effects look almost identical. Great. So I'm going to show 3 sets of results. The first is on firm contraction. And here you see that log revenue declines substantially and persistently after firms are facing import liberalization. These results hold also for the total wage bill, total inputs, total assets. So this is kind of a generic finding for firm size. These firms are losing market share imports, and they're essentially contracting their scope. And so how do these firms respond to this negative shock in terms of their management? What I find is that the share of family in top management declines by about 7 or 8 percentage points, which is a 15% decline relative to the pre-policy control group mean. So this is only family firms here, those firms that have this margin to adjust and to professionalize according to my definition. And I find that firms start professionalizing after import liberalization. And what's interesting, yeah.
I didn't mean to interrupt, but this is for the firm or the product? I guess maybe this image is wrong. I would have thought these are very diversified companies, and so.
So what I'm going to do is the treatment is going to be at the firm level, and the way I'm going to go from the product to the firm level is that I'm going to identify the main or the highest revenue product for each firm, and then just do that.
I guess when you have a 60% drop in revenue for the firm, I guess I wouldn't have thought that the top product was 60% of revenue. So that's what I'm missing something.
No, so this is total revenue, including those. So this is for that firm, this is total revenue.
Yeah. So what's the fact about for the largest product for a firm? What percentage of revenue is that typically?
Okay, I could look.
Like I would have thought it was much less than 60%.
Sure.
So
okay, I could look at that. Got it. And for the managerial response, what's interesting is that almost all of this is being driven by baseline laggard firms. So what I do here is in the third panel is to split the purple middle panel into 2 parts. In red are firms that are in the lowest tercile of pre-policy quantity productivity or TFPQ, and in blue is everyone else. And what you see here is that the response for these least productive firms, it's much larger, and there's almost no response for firms who are not less productive, who are sort of not in the lowest tercile of pre-policy productivity. And this is to some extent very different from a story where the frontier firms often in trade models are adopting better technology or innovating. Here, the action is actually coming from the laggards in the economy. Yeah.
Just looking at these first 2 graphs here, it seems like I would have expected, given your story, that there would be some recovery of revenue in the out years once firms respond by changing the, you know, their managerial
No, that's a good
composition.
point. So
Now, of course, you might say, well, maybe the green dots would have been even lower if these reforms hadn't happened. But what are your thoughts about this pattern?
no, that's a good point. I mean, I have some sort of a figure to show you for that. So on the left is all firms, family firms, professional firms, right? Only half of them, which is family firms, are doing the professionalizing. So I can split the left figure into two. And actually, I find that family firms see a lower decline in revenue relative to professional firms where I don't see any management churn. So that's one of the buttons. We can talk about that more. But that's something that I can see, for example, in revenue data when I split it by family versus professional. Okay. Yeah.
By family and professional firms, the revenue impacts, and then also there may be some churn in the professional firms as well. We need to, I guess, part of the story with the contrast between the two. I don't know, are you going to show those?
So I'm not going to show the lack of churn in professional firms. I don't see any churn in professional firms. I do have a button for splitting revenues by family and professionals, and that's exactly what I was telling Dean, that family firm revenues actually fall by less than professional firms, and that to some extent would be because the family firms are the ones that are endogenously responding to the trade shock by upgrading their management, by getting fresh talent.
Family firms are lesser.
Yes, and that was contrary to. Okay. Let me show that. Okay, so here you see in orange are professional firms and in purple are family firms. And you see that the declines are a little bit more for professional firms than family firms. My interpretation of this is that only one of these is endogenously responding to their management. It's the family firms who are inside their PPF and now going closer to their PPF because they think they can get outside talent and make an improvement.
But see the point, these are very different products compared to their, family boards or diversified, for example.
So maybe one thing I could do is to weight this by weight this, but also, maybe doing a binary treatment. I could have an intensity of treatment based on how much of your product scope is impacted by this shock. But yeah, maybe I could do a few things there. Quickly. Yeah. Okay. Great. And so here I showed you that the share of family is going down, and that's actually a 1:1 replacement of family managers with outside professionals. So on the left here, I've got the number of family top managers, which declines by about 20%. And on the right is the number of non-family top managers that's increasing by exactly the same magnitude. So there's a replacement going on here. I also find within family firms, within the unproductive family firms, that actually managers coming from the same location, I've got the city of birth, and I can infer the state of birth, that declines as well. Just to show that, networks could not necessarily only be family, they could be geography to some extent as well. And there's some churn going on where you're moving, to people outside the family, to people outside your geographic network. And finally, on showing management churn, here is family firms and professional firms, and there's some baseline churn going on, in both of these firms. But if you look at the age distribution of who's resigning in family firms versus who's resigning in professional firms, you actually see this bimodality, where in the family firms, it's either the really young, maybe the idiot son who's now being booted out, or the really old 80-year-old sort of patriarch who's now finally pushed out of the family firm, but it's more unimodal for professional firms. And so the age distribution, the variance of the age distribution is declining within family firms. Okay. So that was the second set of results where I showed how management is responding. And now let me show you two cuts of the data to understand what might be the possible impact of this on firm productivity. And the first is that I'm going to look at baseline professional firms, so firms that have no family before the shock. And you actually see no TFPQ gains for these firms. But if you look at firms that are family before the shock, you actually see some large TFPQ gains after the shock. And then what I can do is to understand where, to some extent, where these gains are coming from. That's a difficult problem in this context. I split this purple line into two, where I look at family firms that are professionalizing versus family firms that are not professionalizing. So in red, you see large TFPQ gains for those family firms who do professionalize their management, which is, of course, an endogenous variable that I'm splitting on. And so we have to be careful about, so take this as a descriptive statistic of what's happening. We have to be careful about how we interpret this. There might be selection involved in who is professionalizing and who is not, and I think the model speaks to that more directly. But also a firm might be doing many other things, not just professionalizing their management. So think of this as a catch-all gain that's correlated with changing your management. It could be change in product scope, some of that I do find in the paper, or change in plant location, or things other than that that I don't observe in my data. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah, I just want to push you a little bit on this timing. I guess the story makes sense, but it would have felt much more gradual. That when you replace with professional management, they start to hire younger people. They do off the checklist of management practices. So you're seeing this immediate jump in TFPQ. Tell me a narrative.
So I think if you look at where these managers are coming from, I said nothing about the supply side here. A lot of them are actually internal promotions. And so to some extent, maybe they know what's wrong with the firm. They've been in the firm for 20 years. I haven't done this, but I can actually look at the tenure of these guys. How long have they stuck with that firm? That could be one. I also see lots of foreigners actually coming at Board Direct. If you go to Gurgaon now, for example, there are fancy apartment buildings where you have a lot of people from China, South Korea coming with that management talent. Doesn't speak to a lot about the timing, but maybe they know what the issues are, but I don't have more than that in this present data. One thing I could do is I have access to the balance, the minutes of the meetings of some of these firms from 1996 onwards. And so that could be interesting to parse with AI and look at what kind of changes are happening around the same time as management is changing. What is it that they're doing? That could be one thing.
Where the managers are coming from. It's interesting, you do see a little bit of a dip in the professional firms, and if they're geographically concentrated, which a lot of industries in India are, you could imagine poaching from the other firms, your new professional managers. Do you see evidence of that?
I think something like 15 to 20% are coming from other firms. Most of them are internal promotions. And for a lot of them, they're just not in my system. So my data only knows you if you're a board of director in some firm. To some extent, you could be poached as someone who wasn't a board member to this firm. So I don't have visibility on that. But I see a lot of foreigners coming in who are definitely from outside the system. I see a lot of internal promotions who were people already on the board, but now get an executive seat to some extent. Yeah.
If I could just offer a friendly amendment to your prior answer, Seema and I have both been asking about the timing of different effects and why would the TFP be rising immediately if the management changes are happening with a lag. I guess these management changes are certainly just a subset of a very multifaceted set of responses to the import competition shock. So there's almost certainly other things that the firms are doing that you're not really exploring because you don't have the data perhaps. And so, these TFPQ improvements are going to be happening because of all of these different responses and not just the managerial changes. So there doesn't have to be a tight map between the timing of the managerial changes and the timing of various improvements.
That's well taken. And in fact, one of the things that is happening almost instantaneously is that the product scope of the firm is changing and the firms are dropping some of the products which perhaps are difficult to produce now or facing too much competition or are loss making. So that could contribute to some of this. Okay, great. So now I'm going to sketch out a simple model where I'm going to start with monopolistic competition with CES demand. Firms have heterogeneous productivity. They are born with some productivity that's drawn from a Pareto distribution, and the payoff of the firm depends on its management choice. And so if it stays family, it's going to get some profits that are a function of its productivity Z, but they're also going to get some non-pecuniary private benefits that I'm going to denote as B. So think of this as a money metric value. So how many dollars is this utility amenity value worth? That's B. If you professionalize your management, the only cost that I have in the baseline model is that you lose your private benefits, but now your productivity gets amplified by some parameter gamma that's greater than 1. Okay. So what are these private benefits? When I spoke to firms, it was almost a natural thing for them to say as when I asked them why you organize this way. This is the satisfaction you get from organizing the firm around the family. You want your sibling, your daughter, your son to be around you when you're running the firm. And this has a long tradition in the corporate finance literature. I'm going to make two assumptions that are going to be crucial for a couple of diagrams that I'm going to show you next. The first is that professionalizing management is an absorbing state. So once you professionalize, you can't go back to being a family firm because of reputation costs primarily. So think about a firm that's either listed on the stock exchange or a firm who's dealing with creditors. Once you professionalize, it's not a good look for you to go back to family just because the environment has changed. And so I'm going to treat that as an absorbing state. And second, and this is absolutely crucial for a discontinuity I'm going to exploit around the exit threshold, is that firms are going to be hand to mouth. So they can't survive without positive monetary profits. That's your pie. It's not pi plus b that makes you alive or not. It's really that your monetary profits have to be greater than 0. Okay. And this setup leads to before that, there were a couple of questions on contracting frictions, and there's actually a couple of ways one could think about contracting frictions in this setup. The first is just a reduced form wedge on profits in the state of the world where you professionalize your management. So that's the tau. You lose tau share of your profits because this external manager runs away with them. Or you could think of that as a fixed cost. You could also think of the fixed cost as a fixed search cost for searching for professional managers. These two forces on their own can't explain either the qualitative fact that you have more professionalizing in an environment where my profits are going down in a bad shock, nor can they tell me, the selection patterns that it's only the least productive firms. So for now, I'm switching those off. But in the paper, I discuss, the direction of the misspecification that the simplification can cause. Yeah.
They're risky, professionalized, and so
yeah,
you might increase expected, but have the risk of.
Oh, so you mean tau is risky?
Yes, exactly. Tau is risky, and so you know you're going to do it. I guess the fact that on average.
Yeah. So I think one way, which is not exactly what you're saying, but there's this literature in macro on idea diffusion, where what you do is when you adopt a better technology, which is like professionalizing your management, you pick a new draw from from the same Pareto distribution. And I toyed with that, which is similar in the sense that once I professionalize, I don't really know what my returns are going to be. That model will give me negative selection into which firms are professionalizing, but it's actually going to give me a counterfactual cross-section in the pre-policy period because the family firms who are very productive will never professionalize because they only have down to go and it's the least productive firms. And so it's going to give me something that's counterfactual to the data that I showed you where family firms are smaller and professional firms are larger. Okay, let's discuss that offline. Okay. And so in the baseline model, I'm going to switch these, the tau and the fixed cost. I'm just going to have this simple model here. And this leads to 3 endogenous thresholds. And I'm going to show this through the help of these Melitz diagrams, where there's baseline productivity on the x-axis. So this is the productivity you're born with. And on the y-axis are profits and payoffs. And so profits are linear in log productivity or this transformation of productivity. And you can see in red here are profits for family firms. There's some threshold below which they're going to make negative profits. But these guys don't only care about these monetary profits. They actually care about the profits plus the private benefits. That's the golden curve there. What's crucial is I exit the market when my profits are negative. And so my private benefit curve is actually going to end here. It's not going to extend all the way here. I'm going to lose my private benefits if I exit, and I need positive monetary profits in order to be able to survive. The firm can also choose to professionalize its management, in which case its productivity is going to get amplified by gamma. That's going to shift it up. And this is going to split the productivity region into these 4 regions where initially you've got a region where no one is productive enough to survive. So whether your productivity is high or low, you're just going to have to exit. And then second is a region where family firms can't on their own survive unless they professionalize. So their profits are negative under family management. And so they have to jump up to this blue curve to be able to survive. And so this is a region where laggard firms are professionalizing in order to avoid exit. And I'm going to argue that trade makes this region larger and leads to more professionalization. Yeah, Ben.
That's really important. I mean, I always thought that just the trade was just the, you had a higher productivity, the gamma versus the tax of having to pay the outside.
Yeah.
Like if B is equal to 0.
That's going to, so give me 1 second and I'll come to that. That's the second threshold, the ZD that you're thinking about. Let me come to that in a minute, okay? And so here's the region where laggard firms professionalize to avoid exit. And then there's this white region where family firms live, because even though their monetary profits are less than they would have been if they professionalized, their total payoffs are greater than the monetary gains from professionalizing. And so they stay family here. And then finally, you have another region where professionalization occurs due to the logic that you're talking about, Ben, where the frontier firms are going to professionalize because they get higher gains, and that gain scales with firm size. Because the gains are scaling with firm size and the private benefits are zero, you're going to get this positive selection, which is similar to many trade models where the frontier firms, like in Paul Abusas' job market paper, you're going to adopt better technology because the gains suddenly become, with export opportunities, become higher. But yeah, Arun.
I have a question that's a little bit like that. So what are you doing here? Like, why are you writing this? And you test me about this. So I had a thought like this, and I think you said the data doesn't look like this, counterfactual. So,
yeah.
And then here there's like an intercept term, which I see why you need. One version is that I could have written down a model and locating this large parameter space, like what the world looks like. A different version is models run with the very specific choices I want to make that allow me to use the model in some function. At this stage, to me at least, it's very mysterious. Like, I need that to be, I need to not have that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Your model will be
Sure.
what's the function?
So I think what I'm looking at is to try and get a sense of, when I said in the introduction that there's opposing forces going on here, it's good that firms are professionalizing, that's good for productivity, but it's bad that there's weaker selection. We need to aggregate things up in a way that imposes the minimum assumptions required to get me also predictions that are in consonance with the event studies that I've showed you. So that's the goal, to really put numbers on the aggregation exercise, to try and understand that if you have an economy like this, unlike an economy like Melit's or a standard trade model, where this X inefficiency gain is really taken away, firms are always on the frontier. What's the difference when we think about aggregate productivity or aggregate welfare?
Very much. Like somewhere you're like that.
Oh, just that if there was a world where the gains from professionalizing were uncertain, what that would do is, in the pre-policy, I mean, in any steady state in the economy, that would mean that the family firms are more larger than the professional firms, which is counterfactual. Yes. So I'm going to come to that in a couple of slides.
We care about those more.
Sure. Yeah. Okay. So I can show you how I compare that to the model, and then we can maybe discuss that. Okay. And so there are these regions, everyone exits, the laggards professionalize, there's a region in the middle for family firms, and then frontier firms are professionalizing. They only have a monetary trade-off. They're just comparing, is my B large enough to outweigh the gains or not? And those guys are at the right side of the productivity distribution. So if you overlay the productivity distribution drawn from a Pareto, this is not the model, this is just expositional, you'll see that you get professional firms on the left that are going to eventually professionalize, and then family firms in the middle, and finally professional firms on the right. So you see this non-monotonicity, but note that this is only in terms of baseline productivity. The professional firms are going to realize these gamma gains, and their productivity is going to shift to the right. And in the steady state, in terms of realized productivity, which is the productivity I observe in my data, it's actually going to match quite well the kernel densities that I showed you, where family firms were smaller than professional firms. Okay, great. So I want to quickly go over what trade does to a picture like this. So here you've got just a watered down version of the diagram. I'm going to model import liberalization as a reduction in the market demand. And so that's going to reduce my profits. It's going to reduce all the curves. It's going to shift them down. And it's going to increase and open up an area here where there's going to be trade-induced exit because a class of family firms are going to now find that they're making negative profits, but they can give up these private benefits and professionalize their management. So Ben, it's this area which you wouldn't get in a world where private benefits was zero and you only had this trade-off between private, you only had, this is why private benefits need to be non-monetary. If they were monetary, you wouldn't have this discontinuity around the exit threshold.
Just imposing. Why couldn't I just take a few losses to keep going with the benefits of control?
So I'm imposing it through this idea that firms are hand to mouth. And the assumption boils down to whether banks would keep lending to me if I'm making negative losses. This is a static model. These profits are, think of them as net present value. If I'm continuously making losses, you could give a wealth distribution and make this more complicated. There would still be some firms who might not have enough wealth, or some firms who might be particularly credit constrained who will have to exit. So think of this, this is a very simple exposition of that idea that these firms can't afford having negative profits. You can imagine a more realistic world where they have wealth.
There's going to be problems in dealing with your lenders and so on, but it could be that those problems are also changing smoothly. I'm just wondering what role the discontinuity is playing.
No, I think I'm fine with a smooth change. That's fine. It'll still be concentrated in the part of the productivity distribution, which is less productivity firms. If it's smooth, that's actually fine. And that will hopefully actually make me fit the data better. I'm imposing this just for simplicity. Okay. There's also going to be a decline in profits by professional firms. And there's going to be some exit and regretting of past delegation, but I'm going to skip this and come to the quantification just because of time. Okay. So I'm not going to go into the details of the entire calibration procedure. I'm going to focus on two parameters, the B and the gamma, that are the private benefits and the gains from professionalizing, which I'm going to fit, and I'm going to fit the model to India's pre-policy economy. So I'm not going to deliberately use the event studies to inform my quantification. And that gives me a window to then implement a similar experiment in my model and compare the responses I see in my model to the event study estimates that I have, right? So that's the deliberate call that I've taken. And the parameters that are explaining the private benefits are the share of family firms in this economy. So this white area that I showed you where family firms, the total payoff is greater than professionalizing. Sorry, that shouldn't be missing. The estimate is 0.18. That's about 1/3 of average profits in the economy. So these are pretty large at the firm level. And second are the gains from professionalizing, where I'm just going to look at the difference in the log mean revenue between family and professional firms. And that gives me an estimate of about 23%, which is a little lower than what I found in the event studies. But it's within the confidence interval band. And then what I can do is to run a policy experiment in the model where I increase import penetration to match how it changed between 1995 and 2008, through the policy period, and resolve the model and then compare on a bunch of untargeted moments, how does the model respond, and how do the firms in the model respond to what I found in the event studies. And so here are the numbers where I've taken the averages of all the post-policy coefficients of the event studies for revenue declines, profit declines, within firm productivity, which is actually lower in the model than in the data. So my results are to some extent conservative. About 50% of family firms professionalized, both in the model and the data, and I have exit rates which are within the confidence interval band. So this is the out-of-sample, untargeted moments exercise that I do with the model. And then finally, the purpose of the model was really to try and understand what does all of this mean for aggregate productivity and welfare. And for that, I'm going to look at two post-policy allocations. The first column is going to be the benchmark economy. And the second column is going to be a counterfactual economy where I'm going to shut down this professionalizing behavior. So firms are not allowed to professionalize anymore. And what I find is that aggregate productivity, which is average productivity in the economy, increases by about 11.45% in the baseline economy. And almost all of this is coming from selection. So this idea of within firm professionalizing that I showed you is only 0.83 percentage points, about 7.5% of the total productivity gains. And this might seem surprising to begin with because the within firm productivity gains are 30%. But remember, that the firms who are professionalizing in the model and the data are only a subset of firms, i.e. the family firms. And even within that subset, it's the least productive firms, and so you're only going to get that much action. They're a small part of the economy that are professionalizing and upgrading. If you shut down the channel to professionalize, you actually get larger productivity gains, and the larger productivity gains are coming primarily from much greater selection. So now in this counterfactual economy, firms don't have the margin to professionalize their management and stay alive. They're actually exiting, and that's going to increase productivity, aggregate productivity. Sorry, okay, let me. So while this is bad for aggregate productivity, it might actually be good for welfare because consumers value variety. And to the extent that you have less variety loss in the benchmark economy, you actually see that when you compute aggregate welfare, that's actually larger in an economy where professionalizing is allowed because more varieties are preserved. Okay. So with that, I'm going to conclude. I'm almost out of time. I talk in this paper about how trade, sorry. Oh, I see, okay. I talk about how trade increases aggregate productivity to some extent by improving laggards within firm productivity. And the empirical lens here is family firms, but I think this is more general illustration of an idea that absent competitive pressures, you might have, you might be able to sustain taste-based preferences a la Becker, but competition can maybe move you closer to a more meritocratic world. Thanks very much.
Thank you, everyone. I'm going to talk about other side of what effect managers can have on an organization from the public sector. This paper is joint with Aprijit from UC Berkeley and Parminder from Indian Administrative Service. Aditya, my co-author, is also here, and Maitri Punjabi, who is a PhD candidate at Michigan State and going to be on market next year. So please keep an eye if you are looking to recruit in development and environment. So let me start. We try to unpack state capacity at finer scale, at micro level. Variation in government performance across countries and also across like sub-national states or like provinces is well documented. So here's a quote from Amar Sen and Saundries from their book is that some parts of India are more like islands of California in a sea of sub-Saharan Africa. So one bit of data that can clarify what they mean is that like they mean 2-3 different things, but at least one of those is that to get like public amenities or government services, you see large variation. For example, to get birth certificate, which seemed like a very kind of like an important document for many purposes, the government may take 15 days in Madhya Pradesh, a northern state, and 3 days in Telangana, a southern state. Likewise, these kind of government performance differences also transfer to actual outcomes such as infant mortality. You will see large variation, like 12-time variation between Kerala and UP. For comparison, like that variation in US is 3 to 4 times. So we attempt here to focus more on the variation in state capacity at finer scale, like across districts, sub-districts, and individual offices below sub-districts, and try to understand its approximate causes. So health and education, those type of outcomes are more usual proxies for state performance, but they kind of sit downstream in the sense that like they are shaped by demand, education, income, and also like they materialize over a long horizon. It's also very difficult to attribute to a single office when these outcomes are affected by multiple schemes and programs. State's routine output is service delivery. Think about marriage certificate, birth registration, or driving licenses or armed licenses. And they are often produced by identifiable officer and staff. You can look at like who signed the certificate, who approved the certificate. They are measurable at office level. They also are like highly frequent. So you can compare across different offices because the same service is being provided in the whole region. Governments know that people value, and we also confirm that in our data that people value getting these services timely. So government wants to make sure that offices are delivering it out timely, and they impose deadline. So in this context, with the data we are using, the service delivery speed for these kind of certificates, registrations, that provide a clean proxy to measure government performance and at like different office levels. And we are interested specifically in that, like what drives the variation in service delivery across different offices. So the map here, you can see a Punjab state from India. We have a sub-district shown there. And this large variation in how much time the government local offices take in processing application for caste certificate. Caste certificate is an important document to get benefits through affirmative action. And there's a large variation we find within a state in our data. So one way, and there can be multiple different ways, but one particular way to explore these drivers of variation across different government offices is to look into manager versus office. So manager here who provides leadership, who runs the office, they are selected through an exam, they have a higher skill set, they also are incentivized to put more effort, they have much higher incentives in terms of salary and career progression. And then office here basically means everything else about the office. Primarily the staff who we observe are relatively immobile, they are not transferred so frequently, but also resources, technology, norms, culture of the office, organizational culture, and political economy factor. Manager is a responsible government employee for service delivery. In our setting, they are called the approving authority. So if anything goes wrong, they will be held responsible. And staff reports to the manager. So they do all the groundwork before these certificates or these licenses are issued, and they report to the manager. We do note that offices may constitute many things, as I mentioned earlier, culture or political economy factor, resources. Given our data, we are able to focus more on staff, and then we are going to show more results on that. So there are three questions. First, we ask how large is the office component related to the manager component in explaining these variations across in government performance across government offices. We here use e-governance data that allows us to measure office productivity across different offices in Punjab. We have more than 10 million observations here. Basically, each observation is a citizen application. And we observe productivity separately for the manager as well as staff, because each application, when citizen applies for a certificate or service, that goes through a process, and we can see the time stamp, how much time a particular person, government employee took in processing that application. So that provides us a rich information on performance of these actors on this citizen application. We use AKM variance decomposition approach to identify the primary source of variation, like separating it between manager and office specific effects. Second question is we use this event history design to see that how much managers do, like they are able to affect the office productivity. So think about it like a school principals, like when a new principal is transferred to a new school, like whether the new principal will change the outcomes significantly, or the outcomes are defined by like how teachers work and what is the culture in that school. So here inferring causality is difficult, like unless we can have a random experiment assigning managers. So we leverage these transfers across different office locations, and using a movers design, we measure productivity change around this manager transfers. Lastly, we ask this question, how do office and manager respond to exogenous and permanent shock? So in collaboration with the state government, we ran this statewide RCT where we experimentally randomly changed deadline for some of these services which government is providing to citizens. And we compare how this shock affects manager and staff performance. And specifically, we look at that whether office performance and staff performance, whether it correlates with whether they have a good manager or high quality manager or low quality manager. So here's a preview of main findings. How large is the office component related to the manager component in explaining this variation across government offices? So we find that office effects dominate. Office accounts for about 83% of combined manager office variance, about 5 times of variance due to the manager component, and roughly 60% of the total. How much do managers causally affect office productivity? So using the event study design, we find that managers do not change destination office productivity at all. In fact, on transfers, managers' own productivity also converges to destination office productivity in a significant way. And support staff time remains invariant to the identity of the supervising manager. So these transfers are not really helpful in improving office productivity. That is what we see in the data. And lastly, from the RCT, we see that this permanently tightened delivery deadlines did improve productivity in low performing offices, as one would expect. But the performance improvement is orthogonal to the manager quality. So that further confirms the point that validates the point that managers do not matter so much in government performance. Give me just 1 second. Let me just finish the overview. And yeah, so I mean, this is the last slide. I can go very quickly. We basically contribute to this literature on government efficiency across countries, subnational regions. There's a long list of papers here. Like I think the particular paper, which is very interesting, like where people, the co-authors send these mails to different countries, 150 plus countries, and try to see that whether the mail sent to a non-existing address is returned to the sender or not. We here are more focused on the decomposing this variation in government performance at subnational level. So two closest papers are one Phoenicia 2022 Econometrica and Michael Best and his co-authors paper in AER in 2023. They also do a similar kind of AKM decomposition. I think our advantage here is that we can see the performance or productivity of manager as well as staff using this timestamp data. So that allows us to say more on this. Role of personnel in government performance. There's a lot of papers on this. We try to focus on the staff versus manager, and like our main finding here is kind of one contribution that we empirically show that staff inertia at the micro level, that is a proximate source of this variation in government performance across locations. And then we have this experimental evidence on how office and staff both respond to this shock. Yes, please.
So my experience is limited to the police, but if I'm not wrong, I think you must be getting most of your identification of the manager effects from managers who remain in this role for a long time. And my concern would be that at the two extremes of productivity, you're getting people transferred to completely different roles. So if someone proves to be totally incompetent in this particular type job, they may be assigned to like the archives division, and then at which point they leave your data set. Or if someone proves to be incredibly competent, they're potentially assigned to state headquarters with some job that gives them greater responsibility. So I might be a little concerned that in some sense, your results that are showing relatively small scope for managerial contribution in some sense are limited because you're getting selection out on both sides of the extremes.
Right. No, that's a valid concern. And I'm going to show you some evidence on that. Like we don't find evidence here that managers are transferred primarily on performance. So think about this government setting that people are transferred on like for a lot of different reasons. Before elections, after elections, they are more transferred. That is number one. Second thing is managers sometimes have a tenure. Like, government in general, like top bureaucrats do not want a person to stay in one place for a long time. That has its own political economy implications. There are also some transfer because of like say household family hardships that people want to move to a city where like their spouses and other reasons. We in our data do not see that performance are like like what you're basically indicating to like some sort of matching, like assortative matching, like where good managers are being sent to a bad location, bad office, or vice versa. We do not find much evidence on that in our data. Yeah. Yes, Mushfiq.
For the first half of your research, you were using the word speed and quality pretty interchangeably.
Yeah.
But speed is not the only metric of quality. Like accuracy might matter for even the example you gave on cast cards, right?
Yeah.
So like, how should we think about that? Sometimes speed might even be inversely related to quality, right?
That is true. So we have some evidence on quality, and it's kind of quality adjacent, I would argue, in the sense that like if you are forced to work very fast, you can either make errors, or you can basically in this case officers have this option to send the application back to citizens, and so that counter can restart.
Or you can be responsive to bribes.
or you can respond to bribe as well. So we don't observe bribes for sure. But we have some evidence on quality. I'm going to show at least with the RCT sample. Yeah, we have some results on that. Yeah, we we do not find that making offices run faster affects the sendbacks to citizens significantly. Okay. So now let me go in detail of setting and these results one by one. Punjab is a state about 30 million people, and it's a very large. It has very large professional state bureaucracy. They started e-governance platform more than a decade ago. We focus on these 5 major departments that process about 90% of citizen service applications: revenue, health, social security, rural development, and local government. And as I described earlier, these are often different type of certificate licenses which people need to get services from the government. Like for example, you need arms license to have an ownership of arm, any kind of gun and weapon. So one particular act here is highly relevant for us, the Punjab Transparency and Accountability Act in 2018. It mandated statutory deadlines for specified services. So deadlines vary widely. Like for simple certificates, deadline is 7 business days. For more complicated certificates where, like again, armed license, where police verification is required, it may take up to 45. It allows the government officers to take up to 45 days. So this act also provides standardization with the e-governance data. It complements basically the whole e-governance setup, and it also helps measurement like how offices are performing and enforcing these rules more clearly. It also provides this deadline specifically, as well as the e-government data that comes from this act in a way helps us also design the experiment later. Processing time, we argue, is a meaningful productivity measure. We looked into citizen grievance data, which is on an independent platform. Like looking at a sample of 10,000 grievances, we find that about half of them concerns the services we study. And for them, the most common complaint is a non-delivery of the service by deadline. Deadlines are binding, even though we see about 20% of applications not meeting the deadline. So this is something which officers do want to make sure, but still not in all cases. And basically that explains that how much variation is there across officers performing well and not so well. So here is an example how we should think about the setting. Like suppose in step 1, a citizen requires certain services. So they apply at a service center. That service, that application is sent to the office clerk, who reviews the application and forwards to the manager. Manager thinks about what all information is required to basically issue the certificate or service or not. If required, the manager will send it to the field staff, who will go and verify. Like for example, caste certificate or resident certificate, or even armed license, it will require some field staff to go and inquire about it. And once the information reaches the manager, manager can take a call on whether to reject or approve the application and issue the certificate. In this case, caste certificate, the deadline is about 17 days. And in this example, the real example, we see the office took about 16 days. So who are our key actors here? So when I say manager versus staff, so managers are basically middle level bureaucrats. They are recruited through state government exams, and they undergo a lot of training. They have a lot of incentives for promotion. They have a whole ladder where they can eventually promoted to higher levels in the government. They are responsible for the same set of services within the same department. They are frequently transferred. So in contrast to the highest cadre in bureaucracy, the Indian Administrative Service, the tenure here is much shorter. We see about 10 months average tenure. Earlier documented work by IR and Money, they found about 16 months of tenure for IS. So we have a shorter tenure here. And we see that most of these tenures, these transfers are driven by rotation norms and political economy, and not so much on performance, which I'm going to provide detail later. Yes, Dean. Yes. They are definitely agents, and we don't have information on them. Yeah. And it is possible they facilitate processing of applications faster by asking for bribe. Yeah, but we do not. We do know one thing, that these offices do not face citizens directly. So these applications are submitted at a service kiosk, which are one arm length away from these offices. So there's some differentiation there, but we cannot remove the possibility that people are bribing to get these services. So we have a total about more than 100 services across 5 departments, more than 10 million these time-stamped applications. We can split staff time and manager time using this time information. Total about transfer records for about 1,000 managers across 800 different offices. We focus on lateral transfers rather than promotions, but results are very robust to that too. We basically collapse the data to manager week level for AKM and movers design, and manager service week level for the RCT, because the RCT basically is a service level where we change the deadline for different services. Yes.
Of the incentives that is based on office performance versus other kinds of metrics.
So yeah. So I think in this government system, even though these managers have to care about the service delivery on time, it is very unlikely that making very faster service, is going to affect their promotion. Promotions usually are based on number of years of experience, and at a very a regular schedule in the bureaucracy in India. So they do have to care. They have to respond to higher ups. If there are a lot of delays, they have to do more paperwork. They will, the district magistrate may basically call them in a regular meetings, but it is unlikely to affect their promotions immediately. Yeah. Yes.
A lot of skepticism that managers would affect the public sector because of the very blunt instruments and restricted procedures, and she finds these really early retirements that they kind of induce productivity. So, what can managers do to say?
We do not have data on that, like if they can punish the staff or incentivize the staff to better, like what is going on within office between manager and staff. We do not see much on that. So that is one. But you're right, Alexandra's paper was they have this mechanism where managers can encourage staff who are close to retirement and encourage specifically the non-productive staff to retire quickly so that they can recruit new people who are more productive into the team. Yeah, but we do not see much data on that. Yeah. I mean, my personal opinion on this is that managers who are transient, they have a limited, limited means to affect an office where there is a union and staff who are much more permanent. You have local people who live there and who have been permanently there for a long time. If you're coming to that position for 10 months or 12 months, you're not going to basically jolt the pot too much. Yeah. Yes. We include controls on that, and that does not change our result. But you're right. So some urban versus rural differences and all. So this part I think we need to do a little bit more on that. Yeah. Yes, Seema.
Related. The way you're talking about the office effects, it's about the staff and they're entrenched. And I guess I'm just wondering if there's just variation in whether offices are understaffed. So the applications per staff member, is that going to load onto the office effects?
We use vacancy rate as a control in our regressions. Yeah, so we do have information on that. Yeah.
But you're assuming that the staff allocation, even if there's a vacancy, is efficient. Yeah, it'd be nice to show us that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, there's just that there's modulo vacancies that they've allocated the right number of staff for the volume of work.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have it right now, but yeah, we have data on that. Yes. Backlogs, yeah. Yeah. So we have a large enough window. You can see when I present results that it doesn't appear that manager moving to a new office, his productivity or the office productivity goes down because there was a lot of backlog. We see pretty flat, effect there. Yeah. I will get back to you when I present the movers design result. Okay. So our key outcome measure is the log of processing days, how much time these applications are being processed, first by the office as a total, but also we break it down by manager and staff. Like average is about 7 days, and these are like processing days like legally meaningful because they basically, if managers, like there's a stipulated deadline for this. They're also high frequency. We see these services being provided by these offices weekly basis, like a lot of applications. And this is also, as I earlier mentioned, that citizen salient, that citizens care about getting these services on time. On average, we have about 47 weeks manager stays in a given tenure, and about 100 applications per week being processed. About 11 days it takes to process, and like if you just take the average, not geometric mean, and most of this is basically taken by the staff and relatively less time. There are two ways to think about is that managers have less amount of work to do. They just have to verify and then approve it. But also the other way is that managers have more incentive to make sure that these applications are being processed on time. That's why they take less time. Yes.
Discretion do citizens have about which office they can go to? So for example, if I know this office is really bad, they're really slow, I'll avoid it. Or do they have to go to their jurisdiction?
No, I think for some services, they can get it from any office. But for some services, they have to stay in local office, because think about it, like if it's a resident certificate, you apply in a district which is far from your district, that is going to be rejected because of whatever, the bureaucrat can write whatever comment there because they are not able to verify directly. They can submit to different kiosk anywhere for most of services, but the kiosk will transfer you to the concerned local office. And also it is very costly for you to go to other location just to get a service when you already have an office in the sub-district in there. Yes. Sorry, I didn't understand. You are saying that it's a kind of discrete, like in a sense that like you get one application at a time, or you get a lot? I see. Yeah. So in a way that if staff is not working properly, they will send incorrect applications to the manager, and then manager will basically take more time on this, right? We do. I mean, I think the evidence what we see rather is like when managers move, they're also like the staff is also changing for them, right? Like I have a staff in one office, but I move to a new office, I will have a new set of staff, right? We do not see such like clear evidence on that, but I think we need to probably do more to understand what kind of corrections were done. Send back rates do not respond, so that is another way. Like if the if there are a lot of incorrections like done, and the manager will send it back to, so we can definitely see the manager sending back to staff. But for the purpose of regression, we are aggregating it. But if manager has to send it back to citizens, we can see that there's no impact on that.
Like you're saying, they converge to the office. If manager's time is going up, like that could just be.
Yes, because yeah. Thank you. Okay, so here's our approach about this AKM variance decomposition, which is like, as you probably already know, that like it is in the labor econ, it's a primary method for understanding why wages are different when comparing like employee component and the firm component. We bring it to this data on government efficiency. So we have basically log of the number of process days taken by manager I in a week T, and we decompose a manager fixed effect and location fixed effect, and include a set of controls which can basically basically explain like any local factors in that geography as well as staff vacancy, etc. There are two main issues with the AKM variance decomposition. First is this, the key assumption is that the error term in this equation that has to be orthogonal to the whole transfer history of managers. So that is a relatively strong assumption. So we are aware of that. We show some evidence on that, like managers do not start like in the data, like managers who are being transferred, it's not like their performance is getting worse or getting better. And the second problem with this is limited mobility bias, that we do not observe each manager in each office. So so that is because of that, the plug-in variance components are going to be upward bias, and there are methods used in the literature. We follow that. So here is one issue with this, like if we don't have this for AKM estimation, the largest connected component is important because these effects, manager and office effects are jointly identified within this connected component. So we basically end up using the largest connected component, which has about 1,500 managers across 600 offices. And there are like two offices where we do not see manager transferring from one type of department to other department, and these two offices like remain isolated. We also check for robustness with other approaches where a multiple connected component with a smaller threshold and a department-specific largest component. So here's the main result with AKM decomposition. We see that the office variance is about 0.6, and that is about 5 times of manager variance, manager fixed effect variance. So in total, office explains about 60% of total variance. In contrast, manager component explains about 12% of total variance. And manager and office effects are essentially uncorrelated once we correct for the limited mobility bias. If we if you see the scatter plot here, so it does not provide some evidence that like managers are being selecting like which offices to go to, etc. We also see that managers have relatively, like even managers' own time on processing this application, they are affected by office fixed effect in the sense that office share is about 0.66. It is more than what you will expect for the total, but it's still like it's a like manager has some control on their time, but not as much as one would expect.
Wasn't his question about the within your sample, like how is this a balanced panel? Presumably not. And it'd be helpful to see the exits from the data set, like was that correlated with the
exit of officers or managers or staff?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know as much as Dan does, but that like
Okay.
that they're no longer in this cadre.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, my inspiration, which is coming from the police, is that the main motivation for at least police officers is the fear of punishment to something really bad.
Mm-hmm.
And this seems like kind of a mid-tier type job for these state government officials. I could be wrong about that. Surely there's some worse position out there that maybe the ones who really, really annoy the local MLA or are incredibly incompetent get transferred to. Let's call it the archives department or something like that.
Right.
So how many are going to archives? And potentially there's some much better job, like in charge of the local transportation department, where the really most competent ones or the best connected ones are going to. So that type of entry and exit,
Yeah.
the punishment and reward positions would be interesting.
I think we need to look more into it, and if we can present some results on like correlation between these two factors, right? Yeah. Yes.
Yeah, so I totally buy, why you need the next component in order to the identification, but it seems like you're going to a very local average treatment if I take the argument further and say I'm only going to now look for large connected component. Can you justify that transition a little bit?
So I mean, this is not a choice in the sense that if you want to do like this AKM decomposition, like basically these effects will be jointly identified only for within connected components, right? So I think the solution to this would be we can compare some of this performance from the broader sample, the full sample, and from this component, this largest connected component. We do have basically data on, like we do compare in the paper, I don't have on slides, but we do have like how this performance as well as some of the characteristics are different from this sample, this sample versus the full sample, and we do not see much difference there. We have multiple connected component results, yeah. So we use that. Yeah, maybe I can talk later if yeah, about this. Yeah, please go ahead. No, we check for robustness with just in labels as well, and that doesn't make that difference. Yeah. Okay, good point. I don't really remember, but it's possible. Yeah, we can check that and put that. Yeah, that's true.
Within the revenue department, let's see that from one page, see
Okay, one more thing we do with this AKM result, like we decompose these variants of like this office fixed effect further into between districts, within districts and within tehsil. And we find that like the most of this sits within district, within sub-district. So basically think about within a sub-district, there are multiple type of offices providing services, and this variance is primarily coming from like a between office variation within sub-district. So that confirms our point that it is not so much because of the location, like a district versus this district versus that district, is that more because of the office specific things which are going on even within a sub-district. We look into the sorting. So as I promised earlier, the correlation between alpha and psi, like the manager and staff fixed effect, is negative before we correct for limited mobility bias. And once we correct for this using this fixed, like getting this fixed effect from separate regression, where we have, because we have this outcome for staff time and the manager time, this correlation becomes positive. So even then, like even negative or positive, the amount, the magnitude is very small, so that does not provide any evidence in favor of positive or negative sorting. So on, yes. Like you mean here, right? The within sub districts. I mean, yeah, I don't remember. Like I think we did with urban rural, and there was not much difference in urban rural, but we probably need to do more and put the result here too. Yeah. But when you think about tehsil will usually have a little more semi-urban area, and the rest of this is going to be like, yeah. And most of these offices are in like, in the center of the tehsil, right? Like where you have the headquarter of the tehsil. So in that sense, you are not going to see variation between super rural and super urban. And these offices are also being located in selected areas where like you can get more higher population density, and that's it. So on mover design, we have the same outcome, and here our kind of a treatment variable is basically difference in productivity at the destination office with the original location with the manager is coming from, and in this equation, like we have like the time and manager fixed effect. So the main interpretation here we should care about is on this theta. If theta in the like right after the transfer, if that is 1, what would mean is that the office productivity, despite the transfer, it does not change, and it converges basically to destination office. And if it is 0, it means that manager is able to carry some of his or her managerial ability to the new office and is able to bring change there. So key assumption, the same, like this transfer timing should be orthogonal. And we allow for this like a one-time shock. Like if you transfer to a new office, your productivity is going to go down. It doesn't really matter too much if we include it or not include, but we take care of that, and we don't see much pretend. I think it will be obvious with the main result, as you can see here, that before a manager is transferred, his performance does not like vary too much. It's not like good performing manager. Like if there was a dip there before transfer, one can argue that managers are selected based on the good performance, or vice versa. And once they are transferred, the productivity jumps to the destination office right away. We see the same for office staff time as well as managers' own time on these applications. And both basically tell us the same story, that office staff time, of course, doesn't change. That is the predominant, like the main factor explaining the total time. But also managers' own time is kind of converging towards what the destination office productivity is. And that basically confirms that like they are constant, which are office specific, which the new manager is not able to overcome. Results are robust, and like with the wider windows, that provides like more assurance that like that this is not a one-time shock and due to backlogs, etc. We also see, I think the fourth bullet here is more interesting, that we see symmetric effect when moved from high productive office to low productive office, see immediate drop in manager productivity and vice versa. So that like further adds to this point that managers are not able to bring that change one would expect, that new manager is coming, a new high quality manager is coming, and they would be able to change. We don't see that. And the third part of the paper about the RCT, so we basically permanently shortened deadline for randomly selected this high volume services. We basically fixed somewhere between 60th to 75th percentile in the pre-treatment processing time. So on average, we reduced the deadline for these services by about 3 days, roughly 16% of the pre-RCT deadline. We have a relatively small services because we were focusing on the like high frequency services, so 30 services total, 15 treated and 15 control. And we because we have a like large pre-period data, so we can use definitive here. We don't see any main effect of the deadline change, and one would argue that if your office was already doing very well, so we see large variance, like the top 10 percentile offices were able to process an application in less than half of the time as the bottom 10 percentile offices. So if your office in the top 10 percentile, if anything, you would probably take a break and see that like you're already doing so much well and the deadline has changed, it does not really affect you. So on average, we don't see much effect, like not significant effect. But once we bifurcate it by low productive office and high productive office, we do see that the low productive office are getting affected because of this deadline change. Yes. It's spillover, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So so you can think about this like if there are like multiple services the managers are providing, in the treated services, their deadline has changed, then you will probably be slow on the control services, right? What we rather see in the data is that managers are becoming, like the offices are becoming faster. The low performing offices are being faster on the control services as well. So in that sense, like it's
time variation is causal.
Yeah. So here is one cut of this result when we basically look at the low office productivity depending on like whether it's a high quality manager and low quality manager, defining that whether the manager and office quality is one standard deviation above the mean or below the mean. We see that the most of the effect is coming from the low offices, like they are reducing their time taken by 3 days, but this effect does not vary by whether they have a low manager or a high manager. So that further assures that that like manager quality does not matter so much. Most of this is coming from the staff time, as you can see here. Manager time here responds a little bit. Managers do respond to this deadline change, but overall, this effect does not really change by whether we have a high quality or low quality manager. On the other hand, if you look at that, like if you are in a high office, managers here, high office in the second row as well as last row, managers do reduce their time taken even further in response to deadline, but staff actually swing on the other side. They are starting to take more time because the new deadline is still like providing a lot of room to even shirk a little bit. So when staff realized that they were doing much better here, even despite this new deadline already, they started taking even more time than compared to before. Here is event study results with that, like how treatment effect varies in low versus high quality offices, and I think the results are very persistent after first few weeks. On the quality, as I mentioned earlier, like we observe the sendbacks, like where staff and managers can send the application back to citizens, and that will reset the counter, so it will not show up in their delay rate. So that was a big concern for the government as well when we were collaborating with them, and we do not see much effect on sendback. So it's not the perfect quality measure, we know that, but it's at least provides some evidence that like they are not trying to manipulate the system in some other ways to just be fast, to just being seen faster on the dashboard. So on spillovers point, Seema mentioned, so we see that 74% of manager process both treated and control services. We initially have negative spillover, that will be concerned because then we will be in the RCT results. We see positive spillover, which basically gives us bias in the right direction, in the sense that it would become even more difficult to see treatment effect. And rather we see that managers, I think one way to think about is that like if they change the process for certain services in their office, when this deadline, this external shock asks them to like become faster, that will transfer to other services as well within the same office. Yeah, so just to wrap it up, with this analysis, we are able to see that like how much this office share explains this variation across in government performance across departments. And our results, like when we compare with these two existing papers in using Italian social security data, Alexandra Fenizias, he finds like about 76% is quite comparable. And with Russian data, Best et al., they find about 55%. Our results also, like because we have the staff performance too, so they kind of we are able to unpack at the local level, like how manager and staff both are contributing to the productivity. And like overall, it is consistent with this long-held belief that street level discretion for this frontier bureaucrats or like frontier staff, they do not really change much because of transient supervisors. They cannot monitor permanent teams. They are also cost. Like if you want to change the norm in the new office, you may have to pay in different ways. You have to put more effort, and you have to make enemies. And the organizational norms, they persist over time, and the managers are not able to change much. So just to conclude. So we find that office effects dominate service delivery variation. In service delivery variation, we see that office effects are 5 times of the manager effects, and they explain more than half of the total variance. Productivity converges immediately to the destination office when a manager is transferred. So unlike the private sector, we do not see in the government sector such a high effect of managers able to turn around things in these local offices. When I talked to an Indian administrative service officer about this result one time, and like his one sentence application was that in government sector, CEO is just as good as the company. So CEO cannot really change the company alone, and his like that person is not going to turn around as one would expect. Immobile support staff who do not get transferred so frequently, we pinpoint that as a specific location, specific factor. There can be other factors too: resources, computers, stationery, or norms or culture. We don't have much to say on that, but our data does allow us to say more about the staff. These mandates, which basically tighten the deadline, where we see that the low-performing offices do respond to these top-down mandates, but their response is orthogonal to the manager quality. So policy implication, I think a lot of incentives are there for the top bureaucrats in bureaucracies, and a lot of policies are focused. Like if the government also tries to transfer the manager, that is the first order thing, first thing they would do if they have to solve any problem. That works very well, as earlier research by many people have documented that episodes, or when there's a episodic or mission mode, these bureaucrats are able to be more productive. But in routine tasks, we see that office level intervention may be more relevant, which can support staff capacity management practices, or change the technology or local culture in some way. Thank you.
Back at 1 o'clock. Yeah. Yeah.
We somehow were under the impression that, yeah.
It's all good.
It's on there, right?
Yep, it's let me show you.
Just to double check it's.
Yeah.
Yes, that's
Yeah,
perfect.
okay.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Hello? Okay, I think we're ready to start again. Okay, so the next speaker is Mahunan Yadomithi from Dartmouth. You have 15 minutes. Welcome.
Thank you very much. Thank you to the organizer for adding my paper to the program. So I will give you a high level motivation of this project. So several years ago, when I was in lower secondary in Ivory Coast, in the neighborhood, most kids, we were playing together, but mostly all of us, our parents had little to no education. And in the neighborhood, there were a few friends whose parents were kind of educated, but we're all going to the same school. We all had, I would say, all the same books and so on. And whenever we are playing, these few friends whose parents had some education would just stop at a specific time and be like, we need to go home. And we'll get mad because they are ruining the whole fun that we were having, right? So fast forward, when I look back, I realized that these few friends did really well when it comes to education. But at least as far as I remember, we're all going to the same school, we all had the same books and so on. So that got me really thinking about the large and persistent gap that we see in terms of performance when it across socioeconomic status. And we mostly view those differences through the lens of differences in resources, financial resources, parent direct instructional input that they can provide to their children and so on. But looking at what happened with my friends, there is another question that I started thinking about, which is it possible that some households are just better in terms of translating the educational investment into learning, which does has nothing to do with maybe financial resources or the ability of the parents to read to their kids and things like that. So what this project tried to do is to argue that when we think about parents, yes, parents play this financial role, and sometimes this direct role of supporting the children education by helping the children read and so on. But on top of that, parents manage a critical input that's play an important role in human capital formation, and that critical input is children time and effort. And think of these as things that those who are here who are parents already do, right? You have a clear routine at home. You know when to stop, tell your children to stop watching TVs and things like that. And that's exactly the input that I want to focus on in this paper. So the question here is can activating this overlooked role, basically just managing children time and effort, can activating this with parents who have little to no education, is that something that can improve their children educational outcome? And the way I proceed to answer this question is to work with 8th grade student and their parents in rural southern Benin. And first thing that I will show you today is that I document a large gap between what parents perceive as being their role in the children's education and the actual action that they take toward that. And then I design a low-cost phone-based intervention that try to make parents' managerial role salient and provide concrete and feasible recommendation to these parents and support parents through the implementation of these managerial practices. And then I estimate the impact of that intervention on parental practices, student effort, learning, and dropout a year after the intervention. So here is a preview of the result. So first, I will show you that parents, endorse this managerial role that I'm talking about, overwhelmingly parents endorse that role, but when it comes to actual, action toward those roles, most parents do not take any action. And second, I will show you that the intervention that I designed help narrow this role action gap. And third, parents become better informed about their children's academic standing, while the intervention did not provide any, academic standing information to these parents. And also absenteeism, student absenteeism also falls. And then I will show you that the intervention improves student test score, GPA, and grade completion. And grade completion is very critical in this environment because on average, 30% of students need to repeat the grade where they are. And for some subgroup, it's up to 70% grade repetition. And finally, a year after the intervention, I go back and collect data on dropout, and I find that dropout decreases for girls and for students whose parents are illiterate. So this project makes a few contributions to the literature. We've seen a lot of projects today on, managers and so on, and we have, a literature that shows that, differences in management practices affect, productivity within firms. But if you think about it, households are also like organizations. I would say, the oldest organization maybe, on earth, where, every household have, some resources that they need to turn into some output. So I bring that idea to the, this idea of management to the household setting and view these parents, as managers, And in doing so, this paper introduces parental managerial capital as an overlooked input in human capital, formation. And not only that, this paper also suggests that those differences that we see in terms of learning gap or achievement gap between, across socio-economic status could also be driven by the fact that households are different in their ability to manage, their children's time and effort. And the second contribution that I make is in this big literature on information friction in education. There's been a lot of work that focuses on providing parents with, academics, information about the children academic standing to parents, or how the child is behaving at school and things like that. And if you take a step back, these information that we focus on providing to parents are information that are actually readily available. You just need some time to talk to your child to get those information. So that's a kind of the stance that this paper is taking, which is maybe the fact that parents do not have that information is because parents are not even playing the managerial role in their children's education. And by empowering parents to play that role, they end up getting information as a product of just being engaged in their children's education. And the second contribution in this literature is basically bringing drawing our attention on the fact that we focus a lot on providing this information about children academic performance to parents, but maybe we need to also look into parents' ability to really play a role in their children's education, because there have been some work that showed that, for instance, when you provide performance information to parents, they might reduce investment in their children. And by the way, I'm happy that maybe I wasn't part of some of those interventions, because maybe my parents would have reduced investment in me and I wouldn't be here today, right? So those are the few contributions that the paper make. So this is the outline of what I'll be showing you. We discuss the context, the research design, timeline, and then present the data that I collect and some baseline motivating fact. And then I will discuss the intervention and conclude with the result. So why should we can we think about parental management being critical? So this is a setting where student in 8th grade takes 6 subjects, and each of these subjects are very important in defining, in computing your GPA and also making grade completion decision. But these tests happen throughout the academic year, and these are settings for those who work on education. We know that when these children go to school, most of the learning happen outside school. You go, you get the material, and you need to review all the material that you got from school. So if you go, once you're outside the school and you are, at home, if you do not really spend time with the material, there's no way you will learn, anything and be able to do, well. And that's exactly when parents are important, to create an environment conducive to learning. And interestingly, there is no parent-school communication. I would say very limited parent-school communication. If your child is not doing well or they didn't show up to school, nobody will inform you, nobody will call you. The child can leave the house and say, I'm going to school, but not go to school. You won't even know about it. And these parents, have little to no education. So there is no scope for them to even say they will provide direct, instructional support or even hire a private tutor to help the parent. So if any margin, exists for this parent to really, play a role, it can be along the dimension of, creating an environment where children could really learn. So that's a little bit the context. So here is the study design. So I randomly selected 40 schools from this region of Benin. And then I randomly allocate these schools into what I call intervention schools and peer control schools. And everything that I will be, most of the results that I'll be showing you today will come from the intervention school. So within the intervention school, what we did, is to invite parents to a meeting at the school. And then we enroll around 55% of them. The other 45%, a large majority was not contacted, but there were also a couple that we contacted and couldn't make it for various reasons. So once parents came to the meeting and took part in the baseline survey data, we then, within each classroom, we then create literacy strata, because I collected information on parental literacy during the baseline. And then within each classroom, we created literacy strata and then randomly assign parents into treatment and control within each of those classrooms. So my treatment and my control will all be students that are in the same classroom. They have the same teachers, same peers, everything. The only difference will be that the treated will receive, the parents will receive this information intervention, and the control won't receive it. Yes, question?
So of course, parents are busy and chasing after kids and how they're spending their time. It's a friggin' pain. So is this I mean, how should we think about this intervention? Is there a cost that's easily measurable, or is it pretty costless? Is there just getting them to use their time more efficiently, or,
So we'll get to that. So if I go back to the example I gave at the beginning of, my friends growing up, every time they will leave the game and ruin the fun that we were having, their parents were not around. But the parents had a structure that the children knew that at 7 p.m. or at whatever p.m. I need to go home to be sitting and studying. And in this setting, which is rural area, the parents, they go to work or, whatever, and they come back, they're at home. So these, as you will see in the intervention, these are not things that the father need to be there necessarily for some of these things to be going on. It's, I will show you in a couple of slides that it's really light touch in terms of, what it requires parents to do. But there's also some component of the intervention in terms of the action that parent can take. Some of them are more costly. So in the intervention, you will see I have 3 types of action that we encourage parents to take, and those 3 types vary by how expensive, quote unquote, it is, to implement. Thank you. So in the period control school, what I do is there is no meeting, no calls, nothing. But basically, given that my treated and controls, the variation comes from within classroom, we might be, concerned about spillover on those control students. So this is the timeline of the study. The academic year starts from September to May, and is divided into 2. So the first semester is from September to February. And what happened is that these students take 2 tests per semester in all of the 6 subjects that I just mentioned. So right after the first test, we went and collected our baseline, our survey data. And a couple of days before the second test of the first semester, we started the intervention. And then the intervention continued until the end of the school year. So these different tests that happen after the intervention started are, where we expect, performance, any change in performance, that's where we expect, the channel for which we expect, to see any change in performance. So I will, briefly show you the different data that we collected and then introduce some key objects that are important in what I will be showing you. Yeah. So in terms of data, we collected, in the intervention school, we collected parent survey data at the baseline and also at the end line. And we also conducted student survey at the end line. Basically because some of the outcomes we'll be looking at are self-reported outcome from parents. So at the end line, we wanted to also see if when you ask the children directly, do you see the same pattern in the responses that you get? And then we collected also school administrative data. This subject that I showed you, these different tests that I showed you, we collect data on that, and we collect data on student absentees, student GPA, and grade completion. And then a year after the intervention, we went back and collect data on enrollment. In the pure control school, to be able to look at some spillover, what we do is to just collect data on annual GPA and grade completion. I didn't have enough money to collect detailed data in those schools, but I hope those two outcomes will be enough to convince you that the result we have is not coming from negative spillover. So this is what my sample look like. These are households with 6 members, on average. And as you can see here, the average years of schooling for the mother is around 2, and for the father is around 5. So the children are already more educated than them. The children are, in 8th grade. And half of the survey respondents were illiterate. We asked, gave them the basic literacy, a simple text to see if they can read it. And 97% of my sample have a mobile phone, a basic phone, and that's how we'll be providing the intervention. And the other 3% who do not have a mobile phone, there is someone in the household beside the father or the mother, with a mobile phone. So here, based on the different focus group that we conducted, we defined, 4 very specific domain where, that, school official and teacher and so on think, are very critical, domain where parents should be taking actions. And what we do is that for each of these domains, at the baseline, we try to see if parents believe that that's their responsibility to be doing that. So, and that's what we measure by role endorsement. So we ask parents whose responsibility it is, for instance, to ensure that students attend school regularly. So they can choose different, multiple, answers. As long as, one of the options that they select is parent themselves, then we define that as parent endorsing that role. So we do that for these 4 domains. So the first one is ensuring the child attends school. The second is checking the child, academic progress. And the third is ensuring that the child, when the child is at home, the child review, their lesson. And then the last one is ensuring that the child notebook is up to date. Why? Because if the notebook, some of these children go to school and they don't take note. If you don't take note, there's nothing you are going to review. And if you don't review, you can't do well in the test and you're going to repeat the grade. So that's the logic behind these 4 key domains that we have here. And then we collect data also on action implementation for each of these domains. After you have endorsed this domain and you said, okay, it's your responsibility to do it, the next thing is to look into it and see if you did take an action toward that. So with those 2, we can measure now what I call the role action gap. And the role action gap here basically is for every domain that you endorse, what are the, the domain where you did not take the corresponding action. And this is going to be a very important, object in the following. So let's take the case of those 4 domains. Here, what I'm basically showing you, I'm showing you, how, the role endorsement question and the implementation action question are kind of related. So here I'm now showing you the result of, the role and action gap. So when it comes to attendance, as we can see, for all of these, domain, we can see that more than 90% of parents endorse this as being something that they should be doing. But when it comes to the action, as you can see, we, except, checking the progress where we see a 63%, in terms of, 63% of parents taking action on that, all the other one, you will see very low, action implementation. So this clearly shows that there is a large, role action gap, being present here. Yes, question.
The action is the specific action action that you prescribe rather than some other one. I think with attendance to school, you could say, ask other parents to go visit instead of you, right? But you wouldn't count that.
No, we count that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Like, what's the domain of that? If I ask other kids that my child went to school, but that counts.
So yeah, so in the survey, what we did is that we clearly restrict, the kind of action that would count toward a specific domain. So for instance, for attendance, if you say that I asked my cousin to go and check, yes, we are not asking if you went and took the action. No. But if you say I asked other kids, we wouldn't count that because children themselves, they, yeah, exactly, exactly. Yes.
So
Sandeep.
How much of this is sort of institutional versus parental action? So I'm thinking of like if my kid doesn't go to school, I get a text message from the school, and I get an attendance report, and the report cards need to be sort of viewed and signed and sent back in the Thursday folder. Is that like how do you want us to think about?
That's not happening here. Yeah.
Yeah. So
definitely. So that's not happening here. Like, you can miss school for whatever days, your parents won't be informed. You can be doing very well and suddenly start doing very poorly. Your parents would never be informed. They would never be contacted and things like that, So it's quite fascinating. When I was going to school, my parents never told me, go and sit down and study. So it's, this is the kind of environment where we are working. Yeah.
To mention the weekly phone calls you said.
Yeah,
Is that what
that's how
they do? Like you ask whose responsibility to check attendance, and did you make sure the kid goes to school? Is that what you do? Is that the intervention?
No, that's not the intervention.
So what is the intervention?
So
What do you
here
tell the
we are,
parents?
I'm showing you the role action gap, because this is, a key object that we define, that we determine how we design the intervention, So that's what I'm doing here. I haven't, presented,
Okay.
my question wasn't that I assume that this is not happening here, but the question was more like, is this is this something that could be solved with a different kind of intervention where schools take on this responsibility rather than you calling up the parents or the parents? You see what I mean?
Yeah, that's definitely possible. Like any institution that can be set up to ensure that, parents understand, their managerial role and implement this role, any such institution will also do the work. But basically what the paper is trying to show is to draw our attention on the fact that we think about, financial support, we have intervention where we encourage parents to help their children read. Those are things that are not feasible to parents, to most parents, at least in these settings. And there is a dimension that's feasible to them, which is managing their children's time and effort. Yeah. But how we get there might, vary. So the next thing I do is that I take this role action gap and I try to, look at it from, based on different characteristics in the sample. And as you can see here, there's not much difference, based on the gender of the child, and not much difference based on baseline performance of the student. But we can see a big difference based on parental literacy. So the next thing that I will try to do now is going back to the first question that I received, which is that some of these actions that I'm mentioning here differ in terms of the implementation cost. So let's look at the four domain that I just presented, and we will see that we create three categories. The first is what we call conversation. The second is verification. The third is higher friction action. So for things such as just asking your child about the test score, this is something that goes into the first category, where we see that those are the low-hanging fruit that parents can implement. And then the second category are things that still happen within the household, but could be a little bit costly because these require some verification from the parents. And the most expensive, quote unquote, set of actions are things such as setting a study routine and visiting the school, for instance. These are actions where, parents need to coordinate, and sustain the effort that they are doing toward that, or even they need to leave the house and go to the school, So let's look at how the role action gap vary based on this different level of cost. And as you can see, the more, expensive, quote unquote, the actions are, the bigger the role action gap. So this support, what we've learned from the field, which is, these parents are not, yes, they endorse this role, but they are not taking action because first, it's very costly for some of them to even get started. And second, some of them do not really understand how important or critical these things are in the children, performance, although they endorse the role. And that's, what we will use to try to, that's what we have in the back of our mind when we are designing the intervention. So what's the intervention about? So it's these structured phone-based coaching sessions over 4 months. And we have standardized script that facilitators are needed to follow. And, the two friction that I just mentioned, are kind of in the back of our mind, when we were designing this. So we have a 3-step, approach. In the first step, we clarify the why, meaning, bringing this parent to really understand why are these things important. And if you don't do it, basically, nobody's gonna force your child to read or to do anything. They won't do well. The teacher won't be at home with you to, ask your child to sit down and read and things like that. So parents needed to be really convinced and understand that this is something that's on them, And then once we do that, we help them set, achievable goal. And achievable goal here is things related to, bringing parents to understand that it's not you per se that need to be there and ensuring that they are doing it, but have the structure. If there's a cousin, there's an uncle, just at 6 p.m. or whatever you choose, you want, to ensure that your child is seated, for instance, and reviewing. And in the second step, what we do is that we try to build accountability in a way that fit the household. And finally, we discuss setback and trouble should any challenge that these parents are facing. And as you can see here, with the characteristic of this parent here, we can do the typical phone-based text messages and things like that. These parents have little to no education, and on top of that, they face so many challenges when they try to do these little things. For instance, you tell them to go to the school, to encourage them to go to the school, they will go to the school, but then they will be like, I got there, I don't know who to talk to, and things like that. So they need a sounding board of, of someone that they can talk to when they are going through the challenge. So what are the actions that we encourage them to take? So again, the 3 categories. So when it comes to conversation, we encourage parents to just ask the child about how was your day at school today, basic. And also encourage them to ask about test scores, and then encourage the parent to ask about, upcoming, exam day. These are things that regardless of when you come home, you can do as a parent. And these are also things that I'm sure that most of us here who, have kids, we do that. And we maybe take it for granted. But if there is any good news at the end of this presentation, is that, the parents who are here who are doing that, you all deserve the best parent award, So the second category is verification. And basically, what we encourage parents to do here is to, check homework. And what we mean here by check homework, the parents can't read, can't know anything, but just asking your child, do you have homework? Do it and come and show me. But the kid show you, you don't know what they did, but at least you just, encourage them to do that. And for notebooks, we encourage parents to check, the children notebooks. And this might sound very funny, but when the children don't take note, what they do is that they leave empty pages. So these are things that parents, despite regardless of their literacy, they can catch if they can, scroll through the notebook and see if there are many empty pages, left in there. And then we also encourage parents to check on the child when the child is studying, to just ensure that, okay, you are seated, you are studying, you are indeed, doing that and not playing. And for the higher friction, actions, we encourage parents to set a study routine. Most of these households, the child will study whenever they want, or even if they want, they might not study, so we encourage parents to do that and to follow through. And we also encourage parents to adjust chores around exam date. And that's why it was important to initiate conversation to know the exam date, to start off with. And then we encourage parents to visit schools. And when they visit the school, there are 3 things they can do. One is to, check attendance to make sure that, okay, the child left the house. Is my child indeed at school? And the second is to engage in conversation with school official or any teacher, to ask about, the child. So this is a picture that shows you the kind of things that I'm talking about. For many people that might, you might not relate, but, this is the typical, household in, a developing country in a rural area. So basically here you see a picture where the mother is cooking, but she set a study routine, the child is seated and she has an eye on that child while, cooking. That's, is already enough, at least the way I think about it, here in my intervention. And if I go back to what I was saying about, my friends when we were growing up, if I go back, okay, question, yeah. Yeah. So if I go back to that, when my friends, would leave us and go and, study or whatever, we were always praying that our parents would never, know about what their parents were doing so that, they won't constrain us and things like that. So just getting parents to take this action, are things that can change something. Yes, Asima.
I might have missed this, but so is this with one parent or both of them? Because I guess I'm wondering if part of what this is doing is solving a free riding problem where if each person says they have 90%, it's their role, but no one did it. So
This is with one parent.
yeah, and so could part of what's going on is just like solving this coordination problem of who's actually going to do the action.
Yeah, so we don't set any constraint in terms of who will take the action. So, in a household, let's say it's a father who is the person who is receiving the intervention. The father can talk to, the mom that these are the things that, I'm learning now. Let's, create this routine. And if I'm not around, just ensure that, the kids, follow it. So that's a little bit, if I understand your question.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is that, your sort of theory of what this intervention did was it gave people the concrete steps to turn what was their role into actions.
Yeah.
And I'm, I guess an alternative is both parents thought this was their role. There was a free riding problem. And by intervening with one parent and having these conversations, they became the natural person who was responsible for doing it. So it was less about the content and more, it was coordination device.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I can't really tell you because we didn't collect data from both parents. But when we're collecting the data and asking if there is someone who check on the child progress, it's not that specific person in front of us. Like as a household, is it do you check your child, progress and things like that. So I think we might have captured some of that. We are not saying the specific person in front of us, did you take this action? If you know that your spouse took the action and things like that, you will still answer that, yes, we do that for our child. Yeah. But that's a very good question. So it's possible that that's going on. So here is, the take-up rate. So parents receive on average around 10 phone calls, and that's like a 88%, success rate. And this is balanced across, the, different characteristics in the sample. And this parent, the average length of the phone call is around 5.5 minutes. So in total, it's less than an hour in terms of conversation and discussion that we had with our parents. So let's look at the result. But what I run is, pretty straightforward, where, we regret the outcome on our treatment indicator and then control for baseline outcome whenever possible. And then I include the strata fixed effect that we had in there. And whenever the outcome that we are looking at is an outcome where we have repeated measure for, the student, in those cases, we cluster the standard error at the individual level. Okay, question.
Quickly, do you also collect that information for the siblings to see if there are spillovers on siblings?
No, so I didn't have that. That was something that was in mind, but I didn't have enough funding to collect detailed performance data on the siblings and things like that. Yeah. Yes.
I guess this is related to Mushfiq's question about costs. But it sounds to me like one of these contexts where you're providing some inputs and that could be complementary to my effort. So for this period, happy to go along to getting these calls and it helps me organize. But I'd be really curious to see what happens once you stop the intervention. Whether they learn and now they're, they saw it did have these positive impacts after the.
Yeah, that's a very good question. So I have some data on parents, the action that parents take a year after the intervention, and I see some persistence. And not only that, usually when, at least for typical performance information that we provide to parents, when parents learn that their children are not doing well, they tend to reduce investment and those children will drop out, which is the opposite that I find here. A year after the intervention, we will see that dropout decreases for parents, children whose parents are illiterate, and also for girls. So that kind of maybe suggests that there is some form of learning that happened during this process, and although some of these students are low performing parents now understand how they can support and they maintain their children in school. Yeah.
time. So I was wondering whether you have any data on activities that the parents cannot be monitored. Something where like, you know, you could be like learning something from the parents and the schedule that they set you versus you know, to be just, you know, that your parents gonna check on you, you will have to.
I'm not sure I really understand the question. Yeah. Could you please reframe the question?
They will and maybe tomorrow you know, start saying, okay, come on, today I want to study a bit more. But as a child who is always checked by their parents doesn't have to develop their own kind of ability to self-regulate. So I'm wondering what happens when we can see what does the child do kind of later on or in context where the parent cannot monitor them. So
Oh, I see. I do not have data on that. I do not have data on, you know, when, you know, parents, you know, start monitoring or, you know, taking this action, how do children, you know, actions adjust to that? I do not have data on that. But as you said, if, you know, children are children, you know, if you leave them alone, you know, the effort that we put in is minimal. And it's not because they did poorly today that tomorrow they will be like, I need to study hard. And that's why grade repetition, as we will see here, is high, you know. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's a very good question. So let's look at some of the results. So the very first result that we'll be looking at is how the intervention shrink the role action gap. And role endorsement was almost universal at the baseline. So at the end line, I don't collect data on that. I just collect, you know, action implementation, you know, information, and then I use that to look at how role action gap, you know, behave. So here, as we can see, if we focus on the four, you know, domain that I showed you earlier, as we can see here for conversation, the role action gap decreases by 9 percentage point, and for verification, 11 percentage point, and for higher friction, 6 percentage point. And as you can see in the control group, you know, based on how difficult, you know, the action is, the gap is still high, you know, in the control group. And overall, we can see that there is an 8, you know, percentage point decrease in the role, you know, action gap. So as I said, at the end line, we do not collect role endorsement data. We already have that from the baseline. So any change that we see here is coming from parent and, you know, taking actions. And that's what I try to show here. So for the four, you know, action that we, you know, that I showed you earlier, we can see that for conversational, you know, there's an increase of, you know, 11 percentage point, you know, for conversation and 12 percentage point for verification and 6 percentage point for higher, you know, friction. And when I put, you know, all these, you know, action together, you know, and look at the simple average of them, you can see that there's a 9 percentage point increase, you know, in the likelihood of parent, you know, taking these actions. And then in panel B, what I have here is showing you the full set of action that we actually encourage parent to take, you know, as part of the intervention, not just the 4 where we have role endorsement data. And as you can see, the trend is quite similar, you know, in terms of the result. Yeah, question.
Related to my previous question, here you're asking about that specific child. If they have 3, 4 children, is this asked for each child or just for the one? Just for the one?
Yeah, just for the one that we are following here. Yeah, thank you very much. So the next thing that I look at here is now the recommendation we give parents around chores, you know. So in column 1 here, what we are measuring is, has it happened that, you know, the child was asked not to do a chore that they usually do and take that time and go and study? That was basically the question. And we asked the question to both parents and student. And as you can see, that probability increase, you know, the probability that, you know, parents and students are being asked not to do a chore that they usually do and to go and study. And then if they're not doing it, there is someone else in the household doing it. So obviously we can see here that parents are doing more and also siblings are also chipping in, you know. Yes, question.
Just towards around
Exam time, yeah.
So it's kind of interesting, but this seems like a more kind of overall measure. So I'm just kind of curious how you think about kind of like this that kind of specific advice translating into this. Is it about just kind of the importance of education more generally?
Yeah, that's a very, very good question. So definitely, you know, it's possible here that parents, you know, learn, you know, maybe that, you know, chores might be conflicting with education, not only around exam time. And I have another project, that we go in the field that kind of really focus on this idea of, household chores dynamic within the household. So that's a very good question. So everything that I've shown you so far are self-reported. Yes.
Just as a follow-up to that, yeah, I guess like the way the intervention was framed was about, you want your child to be studying and you're just not being proactive or doing the right things. But it seems like people might have just heard education is important, right? And like, cause
But the children are already in school, right? So I feel like maybe if the children are in school and school is not free, they kind of know that it is important.
I guess it just has much more of a trade-off than the misallocate, like you're not on the production possibilities frontier and we're going to get you there versus there's some trade-offs and the behavior change was just shifting along that chore, do I want to have my child do chores or study? And
yeah.
So,
that's a very good question. That's a very, very good question. At least based on my personal experience and what I know from this setting, and as I said, my own parents are illiterate. It's not like they don't care about education or they don't know the value of education. They will invest like crazy amount of money in education, but once they do those financial investment, it's like this. Like they don't really, because they haven't been through the process, they don't really understand things that you and I take for granted. That's like a little bit the way, I understand the whole problem, So based on that, yeah.
Yeah, suppose like there's an intervention that taught parents that time investment of child studying is important for education. Like they were thinking about their financial investments, but not the child's time. And like you would get this kind of result from that. And that feels different to me than like you knew that studying was important, but you weren't doing you weren't kind of executing on that plan of how to get them to study as well. So anyway, it just feels different to me to like convince them that having kids study is more valuable than you thought. And
Yeah.
I don't know if that, like, I guess I don't know if that's a friendly amendment, like you're happy with that interpretation, that that's what parents got away from the intervention, or that feels like, no, that's not management skills. That's, changing their beliefs about things.
Beliefs. Yeah. That's a very good question. I will keep thinking about that and we can chat, after the talk. Yeah.
The siblings, I mean, if it was the value of education, then the siblings are also doing more chores. So it'd be useful to know if those siblings are also in school. And is this substitution across children? In which case it wouldn't be consistent with this interpretation.
Yeah. So definitely, I don't think parents, what we provide here as information is something that parents will see, oh, this is important for child 1 and this is not important for child 2. That's not how I see it. But unfortunately, I didn't have enough funding to collect, those detailed data of other, children within the household, their performance and all that. I didn't have, funding for that. So everything that I showed so far, everything that I showed so far were based on self-reported outcome. But if indeed parents are taking this action, I expected to see some changes, in some objective, measures. So in column 1 here, it's student absenteeism. And as we can see, student absenteeism, there is a negative impact there where student absenteeism decreases. And in column 2 and 3, what I try to measure there is information, parent knowledge about their children's academic standing. And in column 2, what we do is that we ask parents, what's your child GPA? But given their literacy level, most of them wouldn't have that information. That's why you see that very small sample size. In the third column, we rather ask parents whether you think your child GPA is in the pass or fail, category. And there, as you can see, we can see that parents' knowledge about their children's academic standing has improved, which goes back to what I was saying, which is that maybe this basic information that parents can get from their children and they do not have, is, comes from the fact that they are not, playing this role to start with, So now let's look at the impact on the student, performance. So in the first column, what I'm showing you here is grade completion. And as you can see, there's an increase of 4 percentage, point in grade completion. So around 32% of students here will repeat grade 8. And in the second column, I'll show you year-end GPA. We see a 0.11 standard deviation increase. And then given the timing of the intervention, as we can expect, in the first semester, we are not able to pick up something significant. In the second semester, we see that there is a 0.12, standard deviation increase. But when I compare first to second, I'm not able to reject, equality. So the next thing that I do is that, I look at the subject, because that's what, where the changes need to happen so that we see those changes that I just showed you in GPA and so on. So as we can see, they take 6 subjects, and where the subject where we see an impact are things such as physics, biology, and, borderline, history and geography. And I try to do pairwise comparison and all that, and these results are statistically different from the subject where we do not see any effect. And this test score that I showed you, I just showed you, the 3 tests that happened after the intervention started. So I try to also boil that down in terms of first semester and second semester. And as you can see, the overall pattern that I just showed you is present in the second semester, but not so much in the first semester. But interestingly, although the intervention started a few days before that only test of the first semester, we do see pick up something there in physics. Yes, David.
Yeah, I was wondering, did you try to break it down by gender of the kid, and does it, there are those the gender of the parents on the train?
Yeah, so I do that, and I do not see, in terms of performance, I do not see any difference by gender. But I did not interact that with the gender of the parent. But one of the results I look at when it comes to parents is to see the gender of who received the intervention. And you will see that when mothers receive the intervention, the effect is really big. But that's not really causal, because we didn't assign. Yeah,
Siblings are doing the task, if parents are constantly lagging the kid that previous, or is there any better?
So I do not have data on that. That's a very good question. And I think that's something that I need to collect for the next project on gender, on household chores. Yeah. I didn't record the phone conversation. Yeah. I didn't have, authorization to do that, But we receive anecdotal evidence where there was some kind of conflict between, like the father will give the instructions before going to work, come back, the mother wouldn't follow, those kind of, those instructions that the father, left before leaving, So next, what I do is try to ask myself, are performance gains larger when parents have more room to improve? And, the takeaway from, that result is that, we don't see really something going on based on, whether, when parents have more room to improve. So overall, what the results that we see are driven by, almost everyone, in the sample. So the next thing that I want to show you before I run out of time, yes.
We'll talk about sort of how much parents are doing this for their kids as a mechanism of like intergenerational persistence, right, of poverty or whatever. So I was trying to think about like whether your results say anything to that. Like if you could estimate that the cross-sectional relationship between parental education and or poverty level or something, and these kinds of activities in the cross-section, and then think about like an ID for when sort of changes that. Like we think something about sort of the degree to which this mechanism of like parental involvement is playing an important role in generation.
I think you just gave me an idea for another paper.
Okay.
That's a very interesting one. Yeah, I will look into that. Yeah, thank you very much for that idea. Yeah, maybe we'll be caught on that. So next, what I'm showing you here before I run out of time is to just look at some heterogeneity. So basically, I look at heterogeneity across 3 dimensions. The first is by student baseline performance. And as we can see, the grade completion result is mainly driven by students who are at the bottom quartile of performance. And exactly those are the students who are more likely to repeat, because in that subsample, 70% of them repeat the grade. So grade repetition here is very high stake. Grade completion is very high stake. And then when you look at those 2 other subgroups, we don't see much. And I do the same thing by parent literacy. And as we can see here, we don't see much going on, and same thing for student gender. So the next thing that I want to discuss in my few last minute is dropout a year after the intervention. So overall, we do not see anything going on. But when we look at heterogeneity by parent literacy and student gender, we can see that dropout decreases for students whose parents are illiterate and also for girls. So this goes back to the question of, whether there is some persistence or not, because this is a year after the intervention, So this may be potentially suggest that something is going on. And some other result that I'm not showing today is, result based on, the action that parents take, continue to take a year after the intervention. And there I do see that there is persistence. So to conclude, parents largely endorse responsibility, for their children, education, but often fail to implement the corresponding action. I design, this low-cost intervention, and the intervention is able to reduce that role action gap, and the intervention is also also help at improving student performance. So the takeaway, if anything, is that parental managerial capital is a consequential, malleable input into human capital formation. And I think the best way to finish a presentation that's talking about management practices is to make sure that I finish on time. So thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, so we go straight to the lightning round. So we're going to have three talks of 9 minutes each. No questions. The first one is by Duncan Webb.
Hi, everyone. Thanks so much. It's nice to be back at the NBER Summer Institute. So my name is Duncan Webb, and this is joint work with Karen McCaw and Julieta. And this is a project that tries to understand how does menstruation potentially act as a barrier to human capital development for adolescent girls in a low-income context in this setting, Madagascar. So menstruation is a very widespread phenomenon. I don't need to tell anyone that. And lots of people who menstruate can risk shame and harassment because of the taboo and the stigma that surrounds it as a topic. And we think that menstruation might act as a barrier to human capital development for teenage girls through a variety of channels. One cluster of channels I'm going to call conventional channels, which is stuff people have thought about in the context of menstruation before. Maybe it's the case that girls in low-income settings have poor access to menstrual products or don't know how to enact good hygiene practices, and therefore their health is worse, or potentially they are reluctant or not able to go to school, to attend school when they're menstruating. That's things people have thought about a bit more before. But we think there's also a set of what we're going to call psychosocial channels related to menstruation, because of the stigma and the taboo that surrounds it as a topic, that could lead to human capital development being more difficult for girls as well. If you think about girls being stressed, being more likely to be teased, a worse school environment at school, those could also inhibit learning, even when girls are attending school the same amount. And we think that the research on this topic leaves quite a lot of uncertainty about the effects of menstruation-related interventions. So typically, interventions have focused on distributing free sanitary products, but very little research has looked at the effect not only on attendance, but also directly on learning. And very little research has focused on the stigma and the taboo that surrounds menstruation and how that could affect it on its own girls' schooling. So our research questions in this context are going to be, can addressing menstruation-related barriers improve learning for girls in a low-income context? And if so, through what mechanisms? And so what we do in this paper is run an RCT in 140 schools in rural Madagascar, in which we're evaluating the effect of a multifaceted hygiene and menstruation-related intervention. That intervention is going to include both what we're going to call hard components, so giving people access to the materials they need to manage their menstruation, so by building latrines and wash basins and also distributing sanitary pads, but also soft components, by which I mean sensitization on hygiene and menstruation and trying to reduce the stigma that surrounds menstruation as well. And throughout this whole program, there's a very strong focus on the stigma aspect in particular. And so to preview where I'm going to go with the results, we find that this program leads to pretty substantial improvements in learning for adolescent girls in these schools. And interestingly enough, against our own priors and many other people's priors, that does not seem to be explained by girls going to school more, increased attendance, or better health. And instead, we find that the channels that do move are kind of psychosocial. So we find these very strong reductions in stigma, menstrual stigma, and we find possibly related reductions in stress for girls and improvements in the school climate as well. So we're doing a randomization at the school level, where 35 schools don't receive an intervention. Some schools receive what we're calling the base program, which is a combination of, as I said, the hard and soft components. So the soft components include teacher sensitization, where a subset of the teachers in each school are trained on a curriculum of hygiene and menstrual hygiene and reducing menstrual stigma, and then they're asked to sensitize the students in their class on a regular basis. There's also a kind of school-level mobilization involving teachers, students, and parents as well through a kind of hygiene committee and a school-level contest. And then there's the hard components as well. So we build latrines and wash basins in the schools, in the treatment schools, and distribute free reusable sanitary pads to girls in the schools as well. In some schools, we also layer on top of that base intervention the Young Girl Leaders intervention, which is basically selecting around 4 girls per school to act as ambassadors for menstrual hygiene and reducing menstrual stigma. They're selected to be what is in the literature called positive deviants, people willing to openly speak out against the norm of taboo around menstruation. And then they're trained and coached to sensitize their peers on this topic and to reduce the stigma on the topic as well. So what do we find? So I think there's no questions because it's very short, sorry. So what do we find? We find that, as I said before, this program, the base-only program, leads to pretty substantial improvements in learning for girls in these schools. So we carry out standardized learning tests combining math, literacy, and cognitive skills and find a roughly 0.2 standard deviation improvement for girls in the treatment schools. That also translates to, that intervention actually sits, that effect size, sits at the 75th percentile of learning programs evaluated in low and middle income countries. So we think that's pretty substantial. And it also translates to increased progression through grades from about 52% of girls to 63% of girls between the year 1 and year 2 of the program. It also translates to improvements in girls' official GPA from the school admin data. And interestingly enough, we don't find an equivalent improvement for boys' GPA, although that difference is not significantly detectable across gender. We also find no additional improvements in learning driven by the Young Girl Leaders program. There's plenty more in the paper on why we think that is. One possible explanation is that in primary schools in particular, it's very difficult to identify girls who are willing to openly go against an existing taboo, and there's some evidence of crowd out as well. So the program itself does not focus on academic performance. It does not focus on math or literacy, and yet we find these learning gains. So why do we think learning improved in the treatment school? So the obvious candidate, and as I said, what previous researchers focused on, is that girls are maybe healthier because they're enacting good hygiene practices and they have access to toilets and sanitary products. But we don't find any evidence of this kind of channel or any evidence of increased attendance as well. So we find no measurable impacts on enrollment or attendance or physical health. And there's some other suggestive evidence as well that these types of channels are not at play. For example, the grade progression, so moving from grade 1, between years 1 and 2, progressing through the grade, that happens before the infrastructure was even complete. And we also find that the learning even improves for girls that have not started MENEC yet in the sample, suggesting that it's other types of channels that are at play. So what do we find evidence of instead is a possibly interrelated set of psychosocial channels that could be explaining the learning improvements. The first is we find these very strong impacts on menstrual stigma, which we measure through a set of survey measures and also a battery of lab in the field measures, which we developed to try and understand the revealed preference behavior related to menstrual stigma. We also, and possibly relatedly, we then show that girls appear to be less stressed in treatment schools. So we measure their heart rate at end-line and find a reduction in the average heart rate, which we interpret as a biomarker of reduced stress. And then we find evidence of an overall improvement in the school environment, the psychosocial climate at school, where severe bullying is going down in treatment schools, and peer connections, so girls being friends and collaborating with other students, improves. there's one important adverse effect that is possibly related to that improvement in the school environment, which is that the base-only program actually raises pregnancy rates in the sample from 2 to 3.5%. But there's no equivalent increase in when the young girl leaders are present. So that seems to be an important benefit of the young girl leaders. And we think that's probably related to the fact that girls and boys seem to be more friends with each other, and you can see what happens next. We think these together could be, it could explain the contribute to the improvements in learning through, for example, better concentration at school if you're less stressed and less bullied, improved overall quality of time at school, and better motivation as well in schoolwork. So to conclude, we find this intervention focused on menstruation and menstrual hygiene leads to these large learning improvements in schools. We don't find evidence that that's driven by improved health or improved attendance, but instead by these psychosocial channels, so lower stress, better school climate, and reduced stigma around menstruation. And so we're in the process of trying to work with the Ministry and the World Bank to scale this up to the majority of secondary schools in Madagascar. And more broadly, we think that this indicates that menstruation and menstrual stigma could be an important barrier to girls' schooling, even in a low-income context like Madagascar. Thanks very much, and looking forward to chatting further.
Thank you. The next speaker is Matt Gordon.
Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I'm Matthew Gordon from the Paris School of Economics. Anna Pat, my co-authors in the back, and Monica Chandel is starting a new job in Manila soon. So I want to start with two stylized facts here. First of all, the average piece of garbage in a low and middle income country is going to be disposed of in an open dump. And that open dump is going to generate a whole bunch of really bad externalities. Let me just tell you about one of these in particular. So organic waste, when it decomposes, actually generates a whole bunch of heat. And in some cases, that heat can be so intense that it actually spontaneously combusts. And the resulting toxic fumes are not that pleasant, as you can imagine. We don't have really good data, though, however, to measure these externalities. Second fact, despite these poor management practices, we actually ship a whole bunch of waste from high-income countries to low and middle-income countries. Now, what happens to that waste when it arrives? Again, we don't really have very good data on that, despite the logic being what Larry Summers once described as impeccable. These questions have become increasingly policy relevant since 2018. When China disrupted international recycling markets by putting a complete import ban on all recycled materials. Prior to that, they accounted for about 50% of the world's traded waste imports. It went to zero within a few years after the ban, and you see corresponding increases in places like Indonesia, Malaysia, and Turkey around the same time. So what we're going to do in this paper is try to begin to collect the data to study the welfare consequences of this trade and of these practices. And we're going to do it in a kind of creative way, right? Because we're going to start out with data that we know is completely unrepresentative, right? Because we're going to crowdsource it. And we're going to use this seed data to train our machine learning model, which could be arbitrarily biased or inaccurate. So we're going to call it our trash model. And because of these reasons, we're not going to trust the model's predictions, but what we're going to do is we're going to use these models' predictions to inform an active learning strategy that at the end of the day is going to give us the first ever globally representative time series data on open dumps. We also go to a few smaller geographies where we're going to try to collect the universe of open dumps to get a little bit more precise information about those externalities. We're going to use this data to learn about where dumps are, how many people live close to them, how often they're on fire, and we're also going to use it to study the welfare consequences of this import shock. No spoilers, but we find that kind of imports of waste material generate really low economic value relative to the scale of the externalities that they generate. So to start out, we created this website, the Atlas of Plastic Waste. We partnered with an NGO that asked their membership to submit examples of open dumps around the world that they knew about. We used these example dumps along with some other data that we were able to find to train the first iteration of our machine learning model. And this model can recognize the spectral signature of dumps in satellite data. So on the left here, you see an open dump in Albania in high resolution imagery. And on the right, you see the brightly colored cluster of pixels corresponding to our model's predictions about, whether or not each point is a dump. So we do a pretty decent job of capturing the size and the extent of these dumps, but also changes over time. For example, in 2021, they capped this dump and built some football stadiums on top of it. Our model is no longer identifying there being a dump there. Still, we don't want to lean too heavily on our model's predictions for all the reasons that I've discussed. They could be, differentially biased or inaccurate across locations or over time. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to use these predictions to think about where should we go and check whether or not there is in fact a dump there. And the basic process is like this. We can give that high resolution imagery to an expert that can look at it and classify whether or not there is in fact a dump in the image. This is time consuming and tedious and expensive. And so we want to use this verification procedure kind of sparingly and strategically. And what we learn is that if you want to make our resulting estimates about the scale and prevalence of these dumps as precise as possible, what we want to do is oversample the areas where our model is most uncertain, right? And this allows us to rule out a whole lot of farmland and forests and places that look nothing like dumps, and oversample the more difficult to classify images. At the end of the day, this is going to give us like a globally representative data set that we can use, to study dumps, even if our machine learning models predictions were totally miscalibrated or even complete noise. The benefit that the model gets us is that if our model is good, then it'll increase the precision of our resulting estimates. So what do we learn? Around the world, dumps are concentrated at the 95th and 99th percentile of the population density distribution. But we actually see some interesting heterogeneity by income here, right? So in the yellow dots, you see that we don't find many open dumps in the Manhattans of the world, more in the New Jerseys of the world at kind of the 80th percentile. But in low and middle income countries, we find a whole bunch of dumps in the Jakartas and the Mumbais and the really dense cities of low and middle income countries. Using the China waistband as a natural experiment, we look at whether import shocks of waste lead to more open dumping. And we do find that countries that received more imports after the China waistband saw an increase in the extent and the prevalence of these dumps. And we also find that these dumps seem to be on fire a whole lot of the time. Maybe 15% of dumps have at least one fire in any given year. As you can imagine, these fires generate a lot of pretty noxious pollution. And we actually find an increase in pollution in Java in the areas closest to dumps in the years after the 2018 China waistband, which you can see in the red and the yellow lines showing elevated pollution after 2018. And we're going to model this change in pollution from those resulting imports flexibly as a function of distance to the dump and wind direction. This gives us these nice looking plume diagrams on the right-hand side. So you see this shows about a 5% increase in particulate matter in the places closest to the dump. And what we're going to do is we're going to use this to do a very kind of simple back of the envelope calculation. We overlay these plumes on all of the dumps in our Java sample, calculate how many people are affected by what level of particulate matter increase, apply a dose response function from the public health literature, and we calculate that about 4,400 additional deaths per year in Java resulted from the influx of imports caused by the China waistband. Now people are paying a positive price for these imports, so we can do a very kind of stylized calculation about what does the consumer surplus look like from this supply shock of imports. And when we compare that consumer surplus to the amount of deaths created, we find that the kind of economic value of these imports was about $12,600 per premature death, with a pretty wide error band, but no matter what, it's kind of orders of magnitude lower than standard estimates of the value of a statistical life. So in 8 minutes was about 1 minute for every year that we've worked on this project. There's a whole lot more in the paper, but I'm looking forward to discussing with you more during the break. Thank you.
Last presenter, Emanuele Colonnelli.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks to the organizer for putting our paper on the program. This is joint work with Tommaso at Columbia, Sean at Stanford GSB, and Marcio and Mariana at AFC, who is a partner, in a sense, on the project you will see. I'll talk about startups in Africa. Apologies for going fast. It's been a problem regardless of the 9 minutes. So high growth tech entrepreneurship or building startups have been very much the center of attention when it comes to the recent discussion of what matters for the future of growth in Africa. Policy interest is correspondingly rising very rapidly. So from government to development finance institutions to also private investors, we've been thinking quite a bit recently as to how to foster or what works and what doesn't for developing the startup ecosystem in this context. Problem is that as development economists, we have very little to say for this type of firms. Most of the work, as we know, that we've done has been mostly on micro firms. And when we looked at bigger firms, we typically look at more traditional sectors. And so what we do in this project is we try to take sort of like a first step in trying to shed some light with new facts on this type of like new firms that we know surprisingly little about. We're going to focus on finance for this project. This is the start of an agenda, I think, but hopefully it's a start that matters because it's very much central to the policy debate. What do we do essentially? We build new data, and today I'm going to give you the very descriptive facts about it. We work with two main broad sets of data that try to capture very much early stage startups as well as like more advanced startups. So the first set of data is what we call data on early stage startups. This comes from a survey, an experimental survey that we conducted with the IFC. The International Finance Corporation is the private sector arm of the World Bank, as many of you know. We did 2 rounds in 2023, 2025. We focus on young companies that are looking to grow fast, that have at least 2 full-time employees. We reach more than 4,000 of these entrepreneurs across 51 countries with a pretty good response rate for the type of companies we try to survey. Then we look at the more what we call established startups. These are startups who received venture financing of different sorts. But we basically build the near universe of VC deals, venture capital deals, that cover the typical global data we've used, as well as new data that is from the counterparts that have been sort of developing over the last few years. In Africa, we do a lot of manual work. And then we match this to LinkedIn, as well as to various websites. And through manual data collection, we try to capture the CV, the history of all the founders, as well as most of the employees of these firms. So this is the data infrastructure. This data infrastructure allows us to study both the demand and the supply, as we're going to call it for today. The demand is what do startups want? A lot of the policymakers are struggling over how to provide, let's say, financing to this type of firms. Do they want equity? Do they want debt? Do we develop local investor ecosystem? Do we try to increase the participation of foreign investors and the like? We take a first step in the absence of like causal evidence is to see what the real prevalence of what entrepreneurs want tells us. On the supply side, we're going to study where venture capital is going. Who's providing it? Who's getting it? Okay, so today I'm going to try to show you 2 facts, and then I'm going to say something with a simple framework that we use to give us a sense of whether these frictions we identify might potentially matter for the bigger picture. I'm not going to talk about summary stats today. This is just to give you a sense of like we have a lot of descriptives in the paper. This is what the concentration of activity looks like across the continent. It's very concentrated in a few urban hubs. In particular, think of it as 4 cities, Cairo, Lagos, Nairobi, and Cape Town, accounting for a disproportionate amount of activity, much more so than what GDP would predict. So first fact I want to leave you with. What do startups in Africa want? We're not going to just ask them. We're going to try to develop an experimental setting that's very simple to identify what startups care about and to sort of like how much they trade off different characteristics of a potential investment opportunity or investor. We do this in collaboration with AFC. We create this Connecting Africa's Entrepreneurs experiment, which is essentially a matchmaking experiment between firms and investors. And so the idea is quite simple. We basically apply a version, as you are very familiar with, of the resume audit study without deception, where instead of having, let's say, firms who evaluate job seeker CVs whose characteristics are randomized, we basically have entrepreneurs evaluating potential investment opportunities as well as investors under the promise that it would be matched to characteristics to investors or investment opportunities that match the preferences they display. Okay, so we're going to do this type of like designs only work when you have a strong incentive. We think the partner, the IFC, makes it such that this incentive is quite strong in this context. The IFC is essentially the most highly recognized investor in this setting for startups as well as like bigger funds. And the incentive of actually facilitating the matching between these companies as well as investors is something that we validated in various ways matters quite a bit for this type of companies for a number of reasons. Then once what we do is that we create a bunch of these random profiles. These are just 2 examples. Each entrepreneur will see about 10 to 15 of them, one at a time, sequentially. And basically, we randomize characteristics of the investor, of the investment opportunity. So you can see whether you're offering $100,000 in debt versus equity. You're seeing whether the money is coming from an investor from Italy, an investor from Nigeria, and so on and so forth. All of this is randomized. We apply all the best practices. But what we can see essentially is that these will then translate into a set of dummies or characteristics that entrepreneurs might care about. And then we regress on the left-hand side variable for the rating. How much do I want to match with this type of investor, investment opportunity, on a bunch of characteristics that might predict my preference for the given investor, investment opportunity. I'm going to summarize the findings in this one slide. These are point estimates, ordering from higher magnitude to lower magnitude. And what we see essentially is that there is a massive preference for equity financing. This was not how we selected a sample. We can discuss more during the break. But this is what comes up quite strongly. A strong preference for equity. Mostly people, entrepreneurs, care about deal terms. They don't really care about the identity of the investor. A lot of the discussion is about this foreign versus local type of investors. Entrepreneurs could not care less. We randomize issues such as mentorship and other type of non-financial support. They don't really care. And if anything, what we see is that there is a preference for local type of support. So what they want, and we do various tests to get deeper into this, is that this equity seems to represent something they want, which is flexible capital from investors who have a skin in the game, who are able to potentially support more actively. So this is finding number 1 on the demand side. Now let's look at the supply, meaning how is venture capital actually allocated across the continent? In this case, the data is global. So for Africa, we are even more careful to sort of like build a new data that is not just what's off the shelf, but for a lot of the other continents, other contexts around the world, this data is still also pretty good and can allow us to have some decent benchmark. So what we see, and it's going to be essentially one fact I want to leave you with, is that in Africa, when it comes to funded entrepreneurs, we see that Africa has very few funded startups, meaning relative to GDP. This is an exponential scale. We see the low amount of funding to startups in Africa relative to GDP, much lower in terms of volume, and much lower when it comes to how much of the funding comes from local investors. So essentially, another way of saying this is that most of the funding in Africa comes from foreign investors. You can cut this in many different ways. Here I say foreign, we're talking about outside of Africa, but most of the funding for this type of companies is coming from foreign investor, much more so than what it seems to be in contexts that are other emerging markets as well as other developed markets. And you can do it by countries as well. You can see a very, very strong relationship, inverse relationship with GDP. In addition to the capital being mostly foreign, thanks to the LinkedIn data as well as like the human capital data we construct, we can see who the capital goes to. And what we see is that most of the capital is going to essentially foreign entrepreneurs. We define foreign mostly with where they studied and where they worked. And so what we see is that like about 2/3 of entrepreneurs who receive venture financing have either studied or have worked abroad. We even spend a lot of time looking at pictures on LinkedIn and so on and so forth. About half of the capital goes to white entrepreneurs. We don't have, of course, nationality. We cannot observe that. This is bigger than what you see in other emerging markets as well as other developed markets. We do this for employees as well, and you see a similar pictures. While, for example, in context, let's say like India, you have still quite a few foreign entrepreneurs, but mostly local labor. In Africa, you have mostly foreign entrepreneurs as well as foreign labor. So a very foreign ecosystem. And so in the last part of the paper, we try to think a bit more about what this means for both the size as well as the composition of the sector. We do this with a very simple model where we think about what the potential drivers of foreignness might be. So we think about the role of preferences, the potential for differential returns of different types of entrepreneurs. Is a model in which entrepreneurs and investors are matching from different types. We have connections playing a strong role, and then we have entry and as well as capital wedges capturing various margins that are left out. We discipline this both with the experiment that, for example, rules out a lot of preferences for differential type of capital, as well as multiple other tests in the paper. For example, what we see is that a lot of the capital is modulated by investors from a certain region, investing specifically with entrepreneurs that studied or worked in those specific regions. So connections matter a lot. Then we recover the wedges, and we can do simple exercise of counterfactual, where we try to say, what happens if, let's say, entrepreneurs from Africa have the same connections to investors from the US, similar to what entrepreneurs who study in the US would have, and so on and so forth. But mostly this tells us where to look. In this paper, essentially, we're trying to build some of these new facts. The story we try to paint with this first paper is to say that startups want equity capital. Most of the equity is provided by foreign investors. Mostly this flows to foreign connected type of entrepreneurs. Capital and access friction seem to generate this foreign dominance, and this also matters for not just the composition, but also the size of the startup sector. That's pretty much it. Thanks again for the time.
We have now break until 2:50.
2:50. Thank you. You're our man?
Apparently.
You're our man.
I'm ringing the bell. So that's. So we have one last session, great papers. Okay, all yours.
Okay, well, excellent. Thanks so much for including the paper on the program. This is joint work with Jonathan DeQuitt, who's at Queen Mary in London, Benedetta Lerva, who works for the World Bank is here, and Stefano Tripodi, who is working in the private sector now. So what's the kind of background for our interest here? So the broad background is that, oops, why does this not? Okay. So the broad background is this observation that Africa hasn't really seen much of a green revolution yet. So if you look at different measures of output, agricultural yields across the world, you see that they have increased in much of the developing world, often by multifold, while they have more or less stagnated in Africa. And together with that comes the observation that many of these other developing regions in the world have started to adopt modern inputs such as fertilizers and seeds, And again, that hasn't happened much in Africa. And so, of course, people have been thinking a lot about this. There are kind of entire research agendas and programs dedicated to understanding this, both in terms of how the Green Revolution unfolded in the rest of the developing world and the kind of constraints that farmers face, especially in Africa, to adopt modern inputs, right? And there's been a lot of work on trying to understand the role of credit constraints, insurance constraints, behavioral constraints, information constraints, and so on and so forth. And so what we're trying to do is trying to understand in that setting and in the face of all these constraints, how is the market for these inputs actually functioning? Okay. And so what we'll do in particular is three things. So first thing is to ask how well are fertilizer markets functioning in the status quo. And so what we'll find is that there's a group of people who actually has high returns to fertilizer that could be induced to adopt these inputs by a relatively modest subsidy. We're trying to calculate the optimal subsidy and find that to be 30%. Now, I don't want to necessarily stick my hat out for that exact number. You'll see that these things are estimated with a fair amount of uncertainty, but that's our best guess. Now, if you think about alternative subsidies, in particular the full subsidy, so handing out fertilizer for free, we find that that would not generate average profits that would justify such a program. For sure, the average profit impacts of that are well below the market price. Now, I think this kind of connects to, of course, the large literature. Sort of some of the closest connection is the long standing debate about whether we should subsidize these kind of inputs. There is also a fair amount of work trying to estimate what are the average impacts of these inputs, with, I would say, mixed findings. Then I think there is the kind of important work by Tafni Tsuri highlighting that really we should be thinking about these inputs having very heterogeneous returns. And that's going to be key for what we are doing. And there's another paper by Mahmoud who's interested in a very similar question, I think, and uses a different methodology, also finds different conclusions, but it's a great paper that's closely connected to what we're doing here. So that's the first part. Then the second part is the question whether we can actually address these distortions that generate this motive for the subsidy at the source. And so what we'll be doing is we'll go after one particular distortion, liquidity constraints, and we'll be relaxing those by handing out cash transfers. And we'll find that these cash transfers actually increase adoption, they increase profits, and importantly, that we find that after cash transfers are handed out, the optimal subsidy now drops to zero. Right? And so we find that, that also connects to a large literature. Some of the closest connections are with the work of Carlin in Ghana and Beeman and co-authors in Mali. I think methodologically it's very closely connected to the work of Suan and Josh. You'll hear more about related work right after this. And then, in the kind of broader scheme of things, we feel this is related to these old ideas by Lipsey and Lancaster on the theory of the second best. So their, idea is that in the presence of distortions in some markets, really all first best conditions might no longer be optimal. But, of course, when you remove these distortions, then the optimality of this first order conditions is being restored. And then in the last part, what we are trying to do, and that's probably a bit more speculative, is to ask, well, what would a policymaker do here? If a policymaker can either try to correct the distortions with a subsidy or can try to address the distortions at the source by, whichever way, what would the policymaker want to do? And, the conventional wisdom, of course, in economics is that you should address the distortion at the source. But the problem is that many of these distortions exist for good reasons, and addressing them is actually costly. And so we'll be thinking a little bit about that trade-off and what the optimal solution might be. And it turns out that the answer will depend on the government's opportunity cost of funds. Particularly, we find that governments which have a very high opportunity cost of funds might find it optimal not to address distortions at the source, but live with them and try to correct them with a subsidy. Okay, so I'll talk about a very simple theory, truly very, very simple, that I think you can think about ways of making it more complex. It's a little harder to think of ways of making it more simple. But you'll see it is exactly motivating our experimental design. It highlights a number of population moments that our experimental design is trying to allow us to estimate. We'll talk about that estimation then. I'll talk about the setting and related issues, and then talk about the results. And in the very end, hopefully get to talk about this question of what the government would want to choose amongst these different options. Okay, so here's the simple theory. Think of an investment good that yields a heterogeneous return theta I. Okay, so that's the increase in profits that you experience by adopting this investment good. And so the question is, how do we ensure that that investment good ends up in the right hands? Okay, so it will be useful to think of that, to think about that question, to consider the space of theta I and Wi, where Wi is the individual willingness to pay. Now, without distortions, of course, we would think that the willingness to pay of anybody, any of the users, corresponds to the return, the theta I. So these are all on the 45-degree line. Now, that gives us, these dots are just some examples. Really, there's a distribution of willingness to pay. Now, if you're charging a price, the price does what it's, the market does what it's supposed to do. It's going to select the people with a high willingness to pay, and those just happen to correspond to the people with a high return. Right? Now, notice one thing in this graph, the way this graph works. The market really always does selection by willingness to pay. So that's a selection in horizontal direction. The first best would be a selection in the vertical dimension. Okay, so here the price is the market price. C is, we think of the market price corresponding to the social opportunity cost of producing this good. So there are no distortions on the supply side of this input. And so the first best selection would be one in the vertical direction. And here those, of course, coincide. Okay, so what are distortions doing here? You can think of many distortions, but all of these distortions we feel can be thought of as inducing a shift in these dots, primarily actually shift in the horizontal direction, right? So in the presence of liquidity constraints, somebody who has a high return might have a depressed willingness to pay, for example. The same would be true for insurance constraints. Information constraints might work either way, behavioral constraints likewise, but these dots are shifting around. Now, in this world, if you're charging a price, you're selecting out a couple of people who have a willingness to pay just below the price, and that's a mix of people. That's a mix of some people who truly have a really high return, and some people who have a low return, right? So now you can think about introducing a subsidy. Now, when you're thinking about introducing a subsidy, it's important to think about what is the return of the people that are induced to buy. But because the market will only select on willingness to pay, you cannot distinguish between these dots, of course. And so the only thing that's really relevant is what's the average return of these people. Okay, so that's what we are plotting here. So this is the average return conditional on the willingness to pay. And so you can think about what is the surplus that would be generated by different prices. So at any price P prime, so we denote with P as the market price and P prime any other potential price, you know, the surplus is just the integral over all the willingness to pay levels from that P prime up to infinity. And at each willingness to pay level, it's the average profit that's generated minus the social opportunity cost of producing this, and then weighted by how many people are at that willingness to pay level. Yeah, Andrew.
Also affect theta. Say you have other capital inputs other than, say, fertilizer, and therefore, you know, your willingness to pay would capture that ability to return, right? In that case, this is the style. Obviously, I'm making the model more complicated. Just dismiss that, but right? But it's because you've excluded that possibility that you want to focus on the horizontal line.
Yes, so you could actually perfectly think about shifts here that are not just in the horizontal dimension, and the same argument would go through. So I think that is a generalization that would be kind of relatively easy and straightforward here. And in fact, we are kind of implicitly making that in a second. I'll show you. Okay, so now the other question you can ask is, you know, how do we maximize surplus here? Well, we maximize, what's the price that maximizes surplus, right? And so in this graph, you can see that that's this particular price P S star, at which further subsidy, so a lower price, would induce people who actually have an average return below the opportunity cost of funds. So we wouldn't want to do that. Now, the surplus that's being generated here by choosing this subsidy level would be that that dashed area up there. Okay, so what do we learn from that? Well, what's important for us is that once you know the average return conditional on the willingness to pay, and once you know the distribution of willingness to pay, those two objects highlighted down there, you can figure out what the optimal subsidy will be. And in particular, you can also figure out what would be the surplus that would be generated if you actually reduce the price all the way down to zero. So that's the answering the question, what would happen if we hand this out for free? Okay. Now, how does this change if we relax some of these constraints? So in this paper, you know, we are going after one constraint, liquidity constraints, and we'll index these different worlds by L, L0 being liquidity constraints have not been relaxed, L1 being liquidity constraints have been relaxed, okay? And so the one is the orange world, the other one will be the blue world. Okay, so what's happening if we relax liquidity constraints? Generally, we would think that some of these dots would shift to the right. And so the distribution of willingness to pay also shifts to the right. Importantly for us, the conditional returns function, so the average return of the average of theta conditional on W, will also change. That is this blue line here, and you know that will happen no matter whether only the W's change or also the thetas change. And so the important thing is that now the in this new scenario, the optimal subsidy might look very different, and that's a consequence of the surplus now being different at different P's and will be indexed by L. Yeah, sorry.
I'm asking this because you're talking about optimalities of subsidy and other policies. So why are we thinking about a liquidity constraint rather than a credit constraint? So why is credit not the optimal response rather than just a transfer?
So the answer is probably a little sad. So the answer is that we felt that that's something we can experimentally address. So we will actually hand out cash to people. We will not offer credit. And the reason why we didn't do that is because we were worried that we are not very good at running a bank. So we were worried that we would offer the credit, we couldn't enforce repayment, and then we don't really know what we did there. Is that credit or is that cash anyway?
I see, that makes sense. So basically from your paper, it could be a liquidity constraint, but it could be that it's a credit constraint that could have been addressed.
Absolutely. And in the end as well, I think the only thing I will be talking about is policies that relax liquidity constraints by handing out cash. That, of course, is by now a real option in the policy mix of a policymaker. But you could of course, think of alternative and maybe better ways of relaxing liquidity constraints. And they might have different benefits and different costs. Yeah. Okay. So what we'll be doing is we'll try to create this blue world, and then in this blue world, see first of all how adoption changes. So that's just how many, what's the kind of the density of individuals above the market price in the blue world relative to the orange world. What's the direct profit impact of giving out the cash? So it might have a direct impact on farm profits. And how does the optimal subsidy change? Now, to answer all of these questions, again, the thing that we really need is this conditional return function in the blue world and the distribution of willingness to pay in the blue world, along with the same objects in the more distorted orange world. Okay, and so that's what we are trying to get at with our experimental design. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the blue line could be really, in many ways, anything. It could change in really quite complicated ways. So we don't have a prediction on that yet. Exactly. That would be a leading reason for that. Yeah, exactly. Yes, exactly. So we will not be able to talk about negatives. We only consider positive subsidies. But you'll see why we can't think of negative subsidies. Okay. So how do we get at these population moments? So what we do is we run a standard Becker-de-Groot-Marshall mechanism implemented through a multiple price list, where individuals are asked for each potential price whether they would want to purchase a bundle of fertilizer, in our case, at that price, yes or no. We'll figure out what's the maximum at which they would purchase that. That's how we elicit their willingness to pay. Of course, this is an incentive-compatible way to elicit their willingness to pay. And then we draw a random price. In fact, in our case, that has been predetermined. So we implement this through this scratch card design, where we go with the scratch card to people and tell people, look, the price has already been determined. Imagine it's 0, imagine it's 20,000, imagine it's 40,000. What would your choice be? We feel that sort of reduces a little bit the complexity of the procedure in there from their perspective. So then what is the price distribution from which we are drawing these prices? Well, it's this heavily bimodal price distribution. The reason is the following. Well, individuals who draw a high price will not get the fertilizer. Individuals who draw a low price will get it. In our case, most of the people who draw a low price actually get it for free. And the reason why we chose this bimodal distribution is because it ensures that roughly 50% of the participants get the fertilizer and 50 don't at each willingness to pay level, even when the willingness to pay kind of moves to the extremes. And that increases our power to then estimate the profit impacts of getting the fertilizer conditional on the willingness to pay, right? So taken together, what this allows us is first the distribution of willingness to pay, and then at each willingness to pay level, roughly half of the individuals get the fertilizer, the other half doesn't get the fertilizer, and that's how we estimate the returns conditional on the willingness to pay in this orange world. How do we create? I should say this is this is a version of what Shasang, Padro Miguel, Snowberg call a selective trial in their 2012 AER paper. There are other people who have used this. So there's a paper that has been around for a long time by Barry, Fisher, and Guiterres, selling a health product that does something, at least has many elements of this. And the work by Suana and Josh is also using something like this. Though I think, the way you use the data is maybe a bit different from what we're doing. So how do we create then the blue world? Well, we proceed this whole thing with a lottery where individuals either get a low consolidation price of 5,000 Ugandan shillings or win 200,000 shillings which corresponds to the market price of the fertilizer bundle that we are offering through the BDM. Okay. What do we do with that data? We'll basically run a regression with a bunch of fixed effects for each one of these willingness to pay levels, as well as all of those interacted with getting the fertilizer for free, yes or no. And then we include village fixed effects as well as the baseline farm size as controls throughout. We'll actually exclude individuals who drew a price that is lower than their willingness to pay, but bigger than 0. That's a random subsample conditional on willingness to pay. It's innocuous to drop those, but that gives a very clear interpretation of the findings as giving fertilizer for free. If we had much more power, much bigger sample size, it might actually be very interesting to keep them and look at the impact of paying different prices. Okay, so those are these individual levels, the individual returns conditional on the willingness to pay. We'll also aggregate them for a couple of reasons. So first of all, if we look at the average effect of fertilizer amongst people who are induced at different prices, we'll take the weighted sum of all these beta hats. And similarly, we can look at the direct impact of the lottery on farm outcomes by taking the difference of the alpha hats in the blue world and the orange world suitably weighted, right? So basically, we're exploiting that some people get the lottery and then some people don't get the fertilizer at random. And so that allows us to estimate the pure impact of the lottery on farm profits. Okay, the setting, where do we do this? We do this in eastern Uganda, around Tororo, in 3 districts. This is, of course, very close to the area where the work by Duflo, Kramer, and Robinson was done on the returns to fertilizer. So they work with the same type of fertilizers, just on the other side of the border, basically in Kenya. We are selling to farmers a fertilizer, a bundle of 2 fertilizer, and planting fertilizer, top dressing fertilizer, that is meant to be suitable for 1 acre, and the market price of which is 200,000 Ugandan shilling. We did this in the first agricultural season, which is the main agricultural season in this area, of 2017 and 2018. Of course, that's a while ago, and please don't ask. But I was happy, Dilip, to see that your data is even older. But yeah, anyway, so what we do there is in the first season, we sampled 51 villages. In the second season, 102 villages, stratified by population density, conducted a census of the households, selected eligible households by finding households that engaged in commercial farming, cultivated maize, self-reported cultivating 2 to 6 acres of land, and had a mobile money account. None of this was really very restrictive. And then we selected 408 farmers in the first season and 816 farmers in the second season. Okay, within the season, what we did is first the census, then a baseline survey. Then the willingness to pay is elicitation, shortly after which the fertilizer was actually delivered, five days later. Then during the season, we did a phone survey to elicit labor supply responses of the farmers. And then towards the end of the season, we tried to measure the yield responses in 2 different ways. First, we did a crop survey before the harvest, and then we did a follow-up survey after the harvest. And we are, I can maybe talk later about how we are trying to combine that data to get as precise a measure of yields as we can. It's still going to be noisy. We also went to the markets and collected prices on agricultural outputs to value those yields. And then we conducted another phone survey in the following season to look at the long run responses. Yeah. I know.
You're giving them a fixed amount of fertilizer. Are they allowed to adjust to the plot size, or do they use it in multiple plots, or like how do you get those things to map up correctly?
Yeah, so most of these farmers cultivate at least 1 acre of land. What farmers do, some farmers do, is that they store fertilizer, which they didn't use in the first season. There's a kind of surprisingly small resale market. So some people also sell some of it, but that's a very small proportion. And but we measured that, and when we look at profits, we any kind of revenue that they generate from reselling some of the fertilizer will be counted towards their farm revenue and profit. Yeah, I mean, we told them that this is suitable for 1 acre, and we gave them instructions how to use it, right? So which quantity to use per hole, basically. Our sense is that it's not going to be enough for the typical total maize area that these farmers have, and farmers will have used it for as long as it lasted, for the holes that last, for long as it lasted, and then not beyond that. But we could look more into that. We are interested in total revenue, total farm revenue. Yeah. Okay. So let me show you the results. So first of all, in terms of what the average, what is actually the distribution of willingness to pay that we are eliciting, and so the distribution of the willingness to pay in the status quo world looks like this. And in particular, what we find is that, of course, most people have a very low willingness to pay. On average, the willingness to pay is roughly 56,000 Ugandan shillings. There's a small fraction of individuals who has a willingness to pay equal to the market price, which was the maximum they could state in our elicitation procedure. It's 4.2%. And that corresponds pretty closely to what we actually find in the baseline survey in terms of fertilizer use. So 4.2% had used the DAP fertilizer in the previous season, 1.5% had used CAN in the previous season. So that gives us some level of comfort that this willingness to pay elicitation procedure had worked reasonably well. Yeah, that's right. No. How does this change in the blue world once liquidity constraints are relaxed? Well, there's a noticeable shift of that distribution to the right. In particular, also the number of the fraction of individuals who have a willingness to pay equal to the market price increases from 4.2 to 6.6%. Right? Okay, now the average willingness to pay goes up to 72,000 Ugandan shillings in this case. Okay, so that's on the willingness to pay. Now, let me start with kind of the average profit impacts of the fertilizer. Yeah, sorry, yeah.
But I interpret this as like relaxation in liquidity constraints to buy where he wants, or relaxation in the liquidity constraints that you would use to buy fertilizer. And I ask in part because it's not an enormous difference, but if you look at like cash transfer trials we give directly, they don't find very big impacts of fertilizer adoption. So I'm trying to think like, should we think about labeling as part of cash transfer interpretation?
Yeah. So we try to avoid that. We try to make clear that they can make the money any way they want. Our findings in terms of the kind of profit impacts actually are pretty similar to the other kind of studies, the work of Udry and courses in Ghana and Beeman and courses in Mali. Now, of course, you could also, in those cases, ask whether there was some labeling effect, and so it's an experimental demand effect or whatever you call it, but at least it's not off from that. Yeah, I mean, but is there some of that? I can't confidently say that that's not the case. Yeah, sure, we could do that. It's a good idea. Okay, so what do we find in terms of the average impact of getting fertilizer on revenues? So first of all, revenues go up by roughly 140,000 Ugandan shilling. Okay, so that is, of course, a substantial and highly significant increase in revenues. So fertilizer works. That is kind of maybe unsurprising. It's also substantially below 200,000 Ugandan shilling, right? It's not exceeding the price of fertilizer in the market. So surely it doesn't make sense to hand this out for free. Now, this is especially the case if you think of the profit impact. So this is just the revenue impact. Together with that revenue impact comes an increase in the cost. So there's an increase in non-labor input costs, a very small one, but basically zero here, but there are some changes in behavior, but especially there's a change in the labor cost. So individuals who get the fertilizer hire more labor. They also provide more household labor on the farm. We value that household labor at 60% of the market wage, but the findings here are not, really particularly relying on any particular value that you choose there. So the total costs on the farm actually go up by roughly 75,000 Ugandan shilling, meaning that profits only increase by 65,000 shilling. Yeah.
And maybe next year, next 200 and be worth it.
Yeah, that's a great question. So actually, we're doing sort of some work along those lines right now. We also see in this experiment that there's an uptake of fertilizer usage in the following season. So which is consistent with this idea that maybe some of the individuals here experience high returns and notice that they have high returns and started adopting fertilizer. Yeah.
If I could follow up on that. Yeah, I guess what I was going to ask about was to what extent might these estimates on impacts be understated for a couple of reasons I was thinking about. The one was what you just mentioned, increased adoption in future seasons, right? Mm-hmm. Which it seems like you're not taking into account here. And then secondly, a different issue, potential positive spillovers onto the control group, which may lead, again, these to be underestimates.
Yeah, I think the third thing is actually that the fertilizer might have longer lasting effects on the soil. So that also adds to that. So yeah, that I agree with that. So all of those would change the calculation. Yeah, we should think about that. Okay. So find roughly kind of similar impacts in the blue worlds. Sorry, slightly smaller profit impacts. In fact, you can think of that through the lens of the model. But in the interest of time, let's maybe move on. The one thing I want to highlight is that the average profit impact here is 65,000 Ugandan shillings. The average willingness to pay in the orange world was 56,000 Ugandan shillings. Right, so that's not wildly off. So this would certainly not lead us to reject the idea that they have a rough idea of what the profit impacts are, at least on average, that they're right. Okay, so how does this compare to the work by Duflo, Kramer, and Robinson? They find slightly higher impacts. Now, they don't take into account the labor costs when they look at the profit impacts. There are also a bunch of other reasons why our estimates might be different. First of all, they were conducted in different seasons. They are pricing things differently than we do too. So there are a number of reasons to think why their estimates are slightly higher than, or so, well, are higher than ours. Okay, so now let me look at the impact of the lottery. So just giving people the lottery also increases revenue and profit. So farm revenue goes up by roughly 80,000 in response to getting a lottery of 200,000. And here the increase in cost is much more modest relative to that revenue increase, so that you see a profit impact of 50,000. Okay, so giving people just the lottery itself increases farm profits. Now that again is roughly in the ballpark of what others found. As I said before, it's in fact pretty much between those studies in terms of the direct impact on farm profits of giving farmers cash. Okay, so now let's get to the returns conditional on the willingness to pay. So these are estimated with substantial noise, as I said. But the one thing to notice is that in the orange world, so where liquidity constraints have not been relaxed, there are very substantial returns amongst the farmers who have a willingness to pay of 140, 160, 180,000 Ugandan shillings, so close to the market price. Right? And so that's really what's driving this idea that it might be a good idea to subsidize fertilizer. And so in particular, if you think of different price levels, so if the induced price is anything from 0 to 120, you can ask, well, what's the average increase in profits amongst people who are induced? And that is the to buy, and that's the orange curve on top. How many people are induced to buy? That's given in the graph below. And you can think about what's the optimal subsidy that maximizes surplus. And that, in our case, happens to be a subsidy that gets the price down to 140,000 Ugandan shillings. So that's a 30% subsidy. Now, in the blue world, you can see that no subsidy here has any positive impact on surplus. Now, if you introduce such a subsidy, actually, we would find that the adoption rate goes up from 4.2% to, I think, 11.1%, so roughly 7% increase. And we don't find this in the unconstrained scenario. Okay, so in the kind of remaining 10 minutes, let me quickly talk about this idea of this question of what the policymaker might want to do when choosing between these different options. Yeah.
Just one question about the market price of fertilizer. So if the global price of the three input chemicals falls, do we expect to see much pass-through? Is it likely that the market price of fertilizer will fall? I'm trying to figure out like how contingent is this pattern of results on the prevailing price of the input?
Yeah, I think that's a great question. I think you can ask the same question on the output price, right? So I think relating to the earlier presentation, I think it's not implausible that input prices are higher in those places relative to, say, what an American farmer faces. Output prices might be lower, and that makes it less attractive to adopt these technologies. And if we would find solutions to both of those problems, we would likely see an increased adoption of these inputs. I think that's probably right. Yeah. Okay. So let me think about the optimal policy. Now, coming back to Mushfiq's earlier question here, we will think of a very simple scenario where the government chooses between those two options. Either choose a subsidy of any level or hand out cash transfers, because those are the only two options we can say something about here. And that it's not, of course, true that those are the only options that a policymaker effectively has. Now, what we'll think about is a world where the policymaker either introduces the different levels of subsidy levels or it gives a cash transfer of the size that we were giving out to a fraction D of all households. Okay, and so then we're trying to figure out what is the welfare maximizing combination of the D, the share of people who get a cash transfer, and the subsidy. And you can see how, changing the D basically creates a mixture of the blue and the orange world, and as a consequence, the optimal subsidy will change as well. Okay, and so what do we find? So what we find is that at a high opportunity cost of funds, the government will not want to do either of those things, and just leave adoption at the current 4.2%. If opportunity costs are falling somewhat, the first thing the government might want to do is to have a very small subsidy, 10% subsidy, right? That has a very high return. It increases for every dollar that the government spends, $2.18 of surplus, increases adoption from 4.2 to 6.6%. And it's not a particularly costly, in terms of total budget, costly program that the government runs, but it realizes these high returns that people with a willingness to pay of 180,000 had. Okay. Now, if the opportunity cost of funds falls further, then the government would want to have a bigger subsidy and also induce the people who had a willingness to pay of 160 and 140,000 to adopt fertilizer. And so that would increase the adoption to 11.1%. And now the return for every dollar spent for the government is 2.01 in terms of surplus that's being generated. Now, only when the opportunity cost of funds falls below 1.2 roughly, the government would actually want to switch and instead roll out a program where cash is handed out to individuals, to everybody, in fact. And the moment you do that, of course, you don't want to have the subsidy any longer. You can see that that's a much, much bigger program. It creates more total surplus, but per dollar spent, it only creates an additional surplus of 1.25%. So, I don't want to overinterpret this, but I think this might be one explanation for why a lot of governments in developing countries adopt these kind of subsidy schemes over other programs. They are, of course, big schemes relative to their GDP often, but in relative to these other programs here, it's much smaller still. Rachel, you had a question? So all of but those things plus the increase in farm profits, all of that, yeah. Okay, and so now, of course, if you choose to go for this 30% subsidy, that leads to a relatively high adoption rate of 11.1%. And it's true that some of that adoption might be individuals who actually don't have very high returns, right? So it is truly a second best policy. It doesn't achieve necessarily the first best at all, but it might be the very best thing that the government can do in the face of those distortions. Yeah, sorry, Ben.
Sometimes we have thought about placing these subsidies as kind of inframarginal schemes where basically every household, every farmer gets a fixed amount of like free fertilizer or something, which is obviously going to be worse given the selection you've documented, but that's kind of would be another nice counterfactual to that.
Okay, yeah, great. We should do that. Yeah, yeah.
So it seems like you're, basically everything you're doing here is about tying your hands to simply thinking about there being only these two policy levers, the price and the cash transfer. And, in that context, it sounds like you're basically agnostic about what the underlying distortions or market failures are that are operating. I mean, you listed a number, and I think you're sort of trying to not pin yourself down to, and you're not attempting to try to sort of reveal what the underlying market failures are. But I guess it feels like in the bigger picture, having some insight into what the underlying market failure is could, point to potentially, more attractive set of policy levers. Like, Mushfiq mentioned credit. It also could be that there's imperfect information going on, say, on the returns to fertilizer. So I guess what are your thoughts about? I feel like it feels a little bit premature to me to say, okay, here's the menu of policies that policymakers should think about when we haven't really revealed what the underlying market failures are and whether there are other policies out there that might, be more desirable if they're directly affecting the relevant market failures.
I couldn't agree more. I was trying to caution this sufficiently in the beginning. But let me just highlight that again. Like, this is what you find when you restrict yourself to those two policies. If I were a policymaker, I would definitely ask those questions about what else could be done and what. Yeah. And but I think the general point here is that addressing those distortions often will be costly too, right? And so it creates this trade-off between addressing the distortion at the source or dealing with the distortion by changing the market price, basically. And I think that's always a trade-off you would need to consider.
So I really like this idea that sort of with this particular combination of credit constraints and heterogeneity of return subsidies, you're going to get to exactly the right people. That's really interesting kind of result.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would sign that statement, but okay. No, exactly. It's not exactly the right. It's just the best thing you can do, right? It's the subsidy. What the subsidy does is it does potentially induce people to buy who truly have a low return. But it's the best thing you can do if in this graph you can only select on the unwillingness to pay. And that's what you restrict yourself to with a market mechanism.
Your unwillingness to sign my statement depends on there being a lot of heterogeneity.
So we are actually trying. No, not here. I can tell you, we're trying to do this right now. We're teaching farmers how to run experiments on their own farms, and so from those we can get individual level return estimates, right? And so we can look at heterogeneity and individual level returns. But yeah, it will take a time to come back with those findings. And we haven't done that here.
I guess it was in a different country, suggesting that credit constraints were less important than missing insurance. So, it's different by order of magnitude. So, would that be something that you also consider?
I mean, first of all, I also wouldn't sign that statement. My reading of that paper is that credit is pretty important too. As is our insurance constraints. But I also agree that in this, of course, we are going after one of these distortions. And, I think what we find is that once you go after that distortion, you don't want to have a subsidy again any longer. You could potentially, if you went after some other distortion, who knows what happens? And we could have, of course, done that. We didn't do that. In conclusion, we're sorry. I hope we delivered on what I promised. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you all for staying for the very last session. I'll try to make it worth your while. This paper is joint with Josh Dean, who's here with us as well. We're studying green subsidies in the presence of demand distortions. Thanks also to the organizers for putting this together with the previous paper. I think they fit very nicely together.
So this is a paper about development economics and environmental economics. Pagoo tells us that we should correct externalities, positive or negative externalities at the margin. So the optimal policy would be, for example, to tax some amount that was equal to the marginal externality cost, or if it was a benefit, to offer a marginal subsidy on this, right? Things like a gasoline tax aim to do this. This corrects different margins. For example, when you think about a gasoline tax, if you drive a lot, there's selection. People who drive a lot would save a lot more by buying a more fuel-efficient vehicle. And you might also be encouraged to drive less. So that's a treatment effect, right? So what's nice about these marginal pricing instruments is they correct all of these different margins. And this has inspired many programs across the world that subsidize the clean technology usage. And so some examples of this for marginal cost subsidies, right? That's things like charging your electric vehicle or using your electric cookware. Right? That's distinct from a fixed cost subsidy that I'll go into. But if you own, for example, an electric vehicle, you might have an electricity price that is subsidized to encourage you to use that electric vehicle as well. Volvo has started paying for this as well. And we're seeing this in Africa as well. So Kenya has an electric vehicle tariff. Uganda has a cooking tariff. And Kenya is currently debating whether they should have an electricity tariff specifically for people using electricity to cook as well. Right, so these are marginal pricing schemes. That's distinct from a fixed cost subsidy where we're subsidizing just the technology itself. So let's say some reduction in the price of buying the technology. Again, we're seeing this with electric vehicles, with heat pumps, and then we're seeing it in Africa as well. Again, Kenya is currently considering having a tax waiver for importing electric stoves. And anytime you have many times offset schemes also operate as fixed cost subsidies, where there's transfers for every, let's say, improved stove that was sold. So we're interested in these types of subsidy schemes in the presence of market distortions, which everyone in this room knows are really prevalent in low and middle income countries. What this is going to mean is that we're going to simplify this. We're going to characterize a market distortion as some gamma times your efficient willingness to pay. So normally we think of your efficient willingness to pay as your total private welfare gain from the technology. And we're going to say that what we observe is some willingness to pay that is lower than that level. And this could be caused, for example, by inattention to the benefits. It could be caused by present bias, or it could be caused by credit constraints. That's going to be the one that we'll focus on in this paper. And we're going to hold this fixed. We're not going to study whether you might want to solve or address those credit constraints. We're saying because of informality, imperfect property rights, institutional constraints, et cetera, these are ingrained. And we're trying to understand how to correct environmental externalities in the presence of these types of distortions. You could characterize distortions in different ways. We're just going to study this relatively straightforward linear multiplier here. And so we're, again, in theory of the second best, right? Pagoovian marginal pricing may not be the optimal policy here. And so the first finding of this paper is going to be a theoretical contribution that these demand distortions can actually increase the efficacy of fixed cost subsidies. And there's going to be two channels, and I'll keep going back to these two channels throughout the talk today. So first, if private benefits and social benefits are positively correlated, so if you drive a lot, you're spending a lot of money on gasoline, you're also emitting a lot, so those are going to be positively correlated, then distortions that reduce adoption will increase the positive externality that's generated from the marginal adopter. All right, so that's a selection mechanism, that's the first one. The second is that demand distortions can often increase demand elasticity. And that's going to lower your subsidy expenditure that's required for incentivizing one additional adoption. And so then the question is, these are regarding fixed cost subsidies. So we know that marginal cost subsidies also have advantages, right? These selection and treatment effects. And so are these benefits of fixed cost subsidies sufficient to overcome those shortcomings? And the answer in our context, and we're going to argue in many contexts, is going to be yes, that the demand distortions that are present here are going to increase not just the efficacy of fixed cost subsidies relative to marginal cost subsidies, but actually in absolute terms, it's going to make every subsidy dollar more efficient in terms of how many tons of CO2 you can reduce. So I'll go through the theory for this in just a second, But I'll just mention that we're going to study this in the context of cook stoves, just to give some background. Billions of people cook with biomass every day. This is usually wood or charcoal. And just to give you a sense of the magnitude, for most households, this is their most polluting device. An average Kenyan household in our sample, when they cook all of their meals with charcoal or most of their meals, they emit about 4 or 5 tons of CO2 per year doing so. The average American household that drives an average gasoline vehicle, an average number of miles, also emits between 4 and 5 tons of CO2. Right, so this is the equivalent of billions of gasoline vehicles driving around, and so we also think this particular sector is of importance in and of itself. Okay, so we're going to enroll households who are currently using a Kenyan charcoal stove, a jiko, and we'll offer them the opportunity to buy an induction stove, and that comes with 3 pots that you can use on that stove. So we'll have 2,000 households in the sample. We'll randomize 3 things. So marginal cost subsidies, so the cost of actually using the electric stove. You have to pay the electricity company for those units. We're going to subsidize those units. We're going to randomize fixed cost subsidies for the actual price of the stove, either 10% or 75% off of the standard price of $82. And then we're going to randomize the demand distortion that we're interested in, which is credit constraints. So we're going to randomize whether you're paying that upfront cost either with a loan or upfront. And then we'll have high-frequency measurement of both charcoal stove usage as well as induction stove usage, as well as in-person follow-up surveys. And that the 2-minute frequency temperature monitor, you can actually see that on the picture here on the left. There's a little temperature sensor that one of our field officers installed on one of their respondent cook stoves. Okay, so I'll start just by presenting reduced form impacts. So adoption of the induction stove reduces your total energy spending by about $9 a month. There was a reduction of about $10 in charcoal spending, a little bit of an increase in electricity spending, and then some changes in wood and LPG spending as well. That's about $184 discounted over the 1.9-year average lifespan of the stove. When you convert all of the charcoal, electricity, gas emissions that are generated from all those different fuels, when you take the total, we estimate a reduction of about 2.5 tons of CO2 for every 12 months that the improved stove is in use. That is more than the best estimates about when a US household switches from a gasoline vehicle to an electric vehicle, the annual reduction that achieves. The demand distortion is significant here. In the control group, where people are paying without a loan, willingness to pay is $20. With a loan, average willingness to pay is $35. So if we think the private benefit here is $184, then the willingness to pay here, the observed willingness to pay is basically that number multiplied by the distortion that we observe. So the distortion is 0.11 for people without a loan, so they're only willing to pay basically 11% of the total benefit. With a loan, that willingness to pay increases to 19% of the benefit. Okay, we find that the marginal cost subsidies have no impacts on either willingness to pay or usage. This is despite us making them very salient, handing out a lot of information, flyers about how much it would cost to cook, et cetera. I'll show those in just a second. So how do the demand distortions affect the efficacy of the fixed cost subsidies that we offer? So I mentioned the 2 channels. The first is that the demand distortion changes who the marginal adopter is. So we see that marginal adopters in the group that is more distorted, that is paying in cash, they generate larger private savings, $200 instead of $154. And they also generate a larger total emission reduction, 5 tons of CO2 instead of 4.2 tons of CO2. Right, so that's the first channel, is that in this more distorted world, you're incentivizing higher users, people with higher private and social benefits, to adopt. The second channel is that because the demand distortion increases demand elasticity, it requires less subsidy spending to incentivize each additional adoption. And so there's more abatement per adoption, and it's a lower cost per adoption. So when you combine these numbers, we can either express this as a welfare gain per dollar of government subsidy spending. So that increases by 78%. And this is including both the environmental benefit as well as the private fuel savings and the cost of the stove. Or you can think about what is the subsidy spending required to abate 1 ton of CO2. And that goes down from $22 to $13 in the more distorted group by 40%. So one question that you might ask is, what would happen if we fully eliminated the demand distortion, right? Even the group where there's less of a demand distortion that has increased their willingness to pay, they're still only willing to pay 19% of the total value. And so we're going to estimate the model to try and extrapolate beyond that. So we're going to use two-step generalized method of moments to estimate 5 parameters by matching to 7 moments. And we're going to use the random variation from the experiment to estimate this. And so at the 10% level, with the first bullet here, which is basically what Kenya is at the baseline, the cost to reduce emissions is $13 per ton of CO2. If we run the counterfactual where people are actually willing to pay what they would save, the cost per ton goes up to 137. So it increases by more than a factor of 10. So what does this mean for environmental policy more broadly? So across the world, governments and private sector, philanthropists, investors, companies, offset markets, combined are financing more than $1 trillion in carbon mitigation every year. There's lots of concerns about adverse selection and moral hazard that are undermining the efficiency of this market. And so what we should do is estimate the marginal abatement supply curve and identify the lowest places, the cheapest places where globally we should be abating. And so our point with this paper is to say that it's possible and likely that many of those lowest cost opportunities are going to be in locations in lower middle income countries where demand distortions are larger. So just as an example, we're focusing on capital markets where we know that there are significant credit constraints at play. So just as an example, for when we think about electric vehicles, let's say, in the US, and this is gasoline vehicles, 80% of new cars are sold on credit with an average APR of 6%. And if you calculate the subsidy cost to abate 1 ton of CO2 for that, it's $1,300. In Kenya, even with the digital collateral, so this is a remote shutoff, all of these things for the induction stoves that we sell, if you wanted to buy that with credit in a shop, you would have to pay an APR of 224%. And so what we would argue is the 10 times multiplier factor here is part of the explanation for why this cost is so much lower than this first cost. Of course, it's partly also a difference in technologies, but that's why we use the random variation to kind of disentangle that. Okay, any questions at this point?
Sorry, quick question. Why is the lifespan only 1.9 years? Am I missing something?
It's a good question. I think it's partly behavioral. I think partly we don't know, and actually we have food diaries, so we know exactly, many people who buy the induction stoves will continue cooking some of their meals with charcoal. So you might cook your rice or something else with one stove and then something else with the induction stove. And at one point you might decide not to, or it might break, or you might decide to cook your meals with a different stove. We're not sure. We're still trying to figure this out. The 1.9 is from historical data from stove sales going back at least 3 years or something. So we're looking at when people are still using those stoves. Okay, great. Again, I'm going to present a simplified version of the model that's in the paper. We're going to assume that everybody has inelastic energy services, right? So you cook a certain number of meals every day, or you drive a certain number of miles every day. We're going to assume that that's perfectly inelastic. And you can satisfy that either with a dirty or a greener version of that technology. You're going to get some private fuel savings. That's the difference in price per unit. And you're going to generate some externality. That's the difference in the emissions. So your demand for the green technology is whatever your private savings are multiplied by the gamma that we're interested in here. Market demand is just going to say for any given subsidized price, P minus S1, what fraction of the market or what number of people have a willingness to pay that is above that price. And then there's a question, yeah, Brady.
Seems like people might have preferences.
Yes, in the paper we have a preference parameter, and I'll mention that in just a second. I'm just presenting the simplified version just to be able to show a simple graph before I do that. Yeah. I thought you had your hand up. Yeah.
Compared to what it's more innovation. Or if people are like downplaying that, like that benefit.
Yeah, so it could be an intention. People are just not realizing the cost difference. It could be that people really prefer some of their foods to be cooked on charcoal, that the taste is very different. And so we're actually currently running an SMS experiment to try to see which of those it is. We're still waiting on the data for that. Yeah. Great. Okay, so we can align people by their willingness to pay, right? So if you drive a lot, you would save a lot of money from a greener technology. So you would have a high willingness to pay, a high private marginal benefit. And so anybody with private benefits above the market price would adopt in this context. All right, we're assuming a linear distortion here. So in a distorted market, that demand curve would rotate inward. Right? You're just multiplying the willingness to pay for the green technology by, and we're assuming here a homogeneous distortion. I can talk about heterogeneous distortions in a second. Yeah. So credit constraint. So you're earning $100 in fuel savings over the next 2 years, but you don't have access to those future savings. And so today you're only willing to pay $10.
And it's, again, critically more.
What?
Well, not obvious a credit constraint would look like that. Like a credit constraint might be like, you know, I can pay up to $10, whatever, fine, but more than 10 I have to borrow, so you can't.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, this attack.
It's absolutely true that the distortion could look a lot of different ways. I think we're just picking the linear version just to show the intuition. The model is much more flexible. And I think the question also is empirically, what do we observe? And so we'll be able to test that with the RCT. Yeah.
And what's an example of a tiny distortion looks like?
Oh, I mean, if you have an interest rate, you're so 100% times whatever your private benefit is. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Okay, so willingness to pay is dampened, but crucially, among people who do adopt, the externality is still proportional to your private benefit, right? So the externality curves are going to be the same for these populations. And so if we look here at this market price, who is the marginal adopter? On the left, it's given by this fee, and on the right, it's somebody with a larger externality because it's somebody with a larger private benefit as well. And so now we can think what would happen if you introduce a fixed cost subsidy here, right? In the efficient, in the market where gamma equals 1, this would be the total positive externality generated by the fixed cost subsidy. On the right, this would be the total externality generated, right? So in a distorted market, the marginal adopters have a larger marginal positive externality. They also have a larger consumer surplus. We'll have a measure of efficiency as well. And also because the demand curve here is more on the right is more elastic, this results in less expenditure. And so we're going to think of subsidy efficiency as the total surplus generated per dollar of subsidy spending. And we'll have a few different versions of that, but it's that ratio that you can visually see here is going to be higher when the demand curve is distorted than when it is not. So in the full model, we'll allow for a fixed cost subsidy as well as a marginal cost subsidy, as well as a marginal cost tax. And then we'll have, as I mentioned just now, an individual preference parameter. How easy is it to switch? How much do you like it, et cetera. We also allow for people to perceive the private benefit. So this is coming back to the earlier point that people might be inattentive to the price of cooking, let's say. I'm not going to get to that today. We'll allow agents to make 2 decisions. First, do you buy the technology or not? And second, what fraction of your total, let's say cooking or your total driving, do you do with the dirty technology, and what fraction do you do with the green technology? So we allow mixing in this sense. And then we have some standard bounds that are pretty standard in the literature to be able to derive some of our key results. So you can start with a social planner whose objective is just to maximize total welfare. Without any distortion, you get the standard Pigouvian result where you want to set your marginal price equal to the externality. With the distortion, you want to introduce a fixed cost subsidy, right? And you want to keep the marginal pricing still the same. This is a relatively straightforward result. We think the more interesting result is a constrained principle. So first of all, the constrained principle is not going to have the authority to tax, right? They can just either subsidize the price or subsidize usage. We think there's a wide list of reasons for this, right? Taxing charcoal in Kenya is infeasible because the sector is largely informal. It is infeasible because politically that is infeasible. There are institutional constraints to this. Political considerations, let's say even Canada passed a carbon tax and then reversed that because of political considerations. And then also a lot of financing towards clean energy is from the private sector, right? Or offsets programs or UNFCCC or things like this, where they do not have the authority to tax, they're only subsidizing through one of these two channels. So their objective is just going to be to maximize the value that's generated by the set of adopters. And we're here characterizing adopters by that preference parameter alpha, subject to some budget constraint of the total amount that you're spending on fixed cost subsidies and marginal cost subsidies. And we allow for two different principles. I think different people, depending on if you're a public economist or an environmental economist, you'll be interested in different things. Right, a social principle will value the private fuel savings for the recipients and also value the cost of making the stoves. An environmental principle, say somebody who's trying to buy offsets, is just interested in the environmental gain. So we're just going to derive our results for both of those depending on which of these you're more interested in. I'm not going to go through all the math in detail. I just want to show the intuition here that a fixed cost subsidy only affects the extensive margin, but you still have to account for those extensive new adopters also now incurring marginal cost subsidy expenditures. Right? And so that's going to be the first order condition here. You also have inframarginal cost. When you increase your subsidy, you're paying that also to people who are already adopting the stove. Right? It gets more complicated for the marginal cost subsidy because there, this could affect both the adoption decision as well as the usage decision. Thankfully, we can simplify this to kind of the main key takeaways. The first is that there's going to be a direct effect of the distortion on the optimal fixed cost subsidy. And then second is that there's going to be some reoptimization where the distortion will also affect the optimal marginal cost subsidy. And that will then affect the optimal fixed cost subsidy because you have this budget constraints. And so you're directly trading these off. So I'm just going to go through the main results and then I'll move on to the RCT. So what we find in the model is that a demand distortion increases the subsidy efficacy of any given fixed cost subsidy. Right? And subsidy efficacy is the welfare gain per dollar of subsidy expenditure. If the principal can re-optimize between marginal and fixed subsidies, then whether the effect of the demand distortion is positive or negative will depend on other parameters. But we can characterize this and we can argue that even when you allow this, in many cases, demand distortions will increase the subsidy efficacy even when you allow for that type of reoptimization. All right. So that was the theory section. Let me tell you a little bit about the RCT design. So we're working in Nakuru County, a couple of hours northwest of Nairobi. About 2/3 of households here have an existing electricity connection, and about 2/3 cook with charcoal or wood, and that's pretty representative of Kenya as a whole. We had some eligibility requirements, so people had to use a traditional charcoal stove as their primary cooking technology, which many people in the area did. We required spending of at least $4 per week on charcoal. Just as an indication, this is about 5 to 10% of household income. And the second bullet here, if you are a household of at least 2 people cooking most of your food on charcoal, you would probably have met this requirement. And then we also require that they have a prepay electricity meter. This is also 99% of households in this region would have that. That just enables us to make the electricity transfers. So we're going to randomly assign fixed cost subsidies. We have some mass that is distributed at different points just for incentive compatibility, but most of the mass is going to be at a price of either $20 or $73. That's 75% and 10% off of the main price of 82. The payment structure is we're going to randomize people to either have to pay that price up front, or they would pay $12 as a down payment, and then they would pay the rest over a 90-day loan period. And then we have a marginal cost subsidy that we pay on the electricity that is used by the induction stove. So we get data remotely from the induction stove that reports how many kilowatt hours are being used. We can transfer those subsidies. And our subsidy program, in that sense, we're sending tokens via SMS. And that's actually very similar to how Kenya Power has implemented subsidy programs. So in that sense, we're relatively policy relevant. And these three are fully cross-randomized. I mentioned that we tried to draw a lot of attention to the marginal price subsidies. So this is an example of somebody who is getting a subsidy. So it tells them normally how much would it cost to cook a certain meal on an induction stove. Let's say ugali would cost 5 shillings, rice would cost 10 shillings. And then it'll say for the next 6 months, which is the duration of the subsidy program, it would cost you, let's say, only 3 shillings to cook rice because you are in this subsidy program. Right, the actual text here, the numbers would be adjusted depending on what treatment group you're in. We had a 15% holdout group where they didn't get any price data at all. It just said, you know, you can cook all of these meals on the induction stove. And we had an identical flyer for the charcoal stove as well. So people could compare how much does it usually cost me, you know, how much charcoal do I need to buy to cook rice versus how much does it cost me to, in electricity costs, to cook rice on an induction stove. Okay, so we implemented this from August to March. We had an enrollment survey, a main survey where we did the BDM elicitation. Thank you to Conrad, so I don't have to explain BDM again. And then we immediately performed the stove transaction for people who won the BDM, conducted an end-line survey, and then downloaded the stove usage data later on. And so we have that charcoal stove temperature measurement for that entire period. We have ongoing high-frequency induction stove usage measurement, and then the subsidies went on for a 6-month period. Okay, so in terms of the main visit, we start by collecting everybody's Kenya Power meter number. We didn't want to have differential attrition on that by treatment group. We then informed people about what treatments they were in. We then implemented the BDM mechanism, which you now all are experts on at this point. 98% of people who won the BDM actually purchased the stove and paid the price, and so we're happy with that. And then people who did buy the stove, they then received a demo on how to boil water on the stove, how to use the timer, the clock, the lock function, et cetera. And they were also added to a customer service WhatsApp group, where if they had questions, they could ask their local customer service agent. Okay, so let me start by just presenting the impacts of adoption. So this is from the temperature sensors that were attached to the charcoal stove. And we've just used a basic algorithm to convert that into how many minutes per day or how many hours per day were you cooking. And so we see a clear and immediate and pretty stable drop in how much you use your charcoal stove from before to after the main visit among people who adopted the stove relative to who didn't. This is just the OLS, but of course we'll present the IV treatment effect, and that's about a 30-minute reduction per day. People are still using their charcoal stoves, again, to cook things like rice or ugali, where they might prefer the taste over the induction stove. In terms of energy expenditures, charcoal goes down by $10. Electricity goes up by about $2, and so the total reduction in energy spending is about $9. And again, that's about $184 over the lifetime of the stove, which is about 112% ROI. And again, this is from the IV regression. Yeah.
So how frequent were power outages?
We collected the data, and I have not had a chance to look at it yet. I've been on parental leave. That's my excuse.
Single burner, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you might want to cook 2 things at the same time. Like, it's possible that if you gave 2 burners, they would just not use a charcoal stove at all, right?
Yes, this is absolutely true. So it's certainly true that you might want to. So another thing that we haven't looked at yet is how often do people cook, let's say, simultaneously in your total daily cooking time. Now you can cook more efficiently. So that's something.
Like charcoal, I just think.
Yeah, exactly. And because we have high frequency, so we deployed sensors that measure power outages and voltage fluctuations as well, because there's a lot of that. And so we can actually see when there was an outage, did you then at that exact moment switch to your charcoal stove, or did you do that later on? And we can do those types of exercises. Maybe too much for this paper, but I think there's a lot to be written about the cooking transition in general, where questions like that I think are going to be important. Yeah, great. Okay, so we can then convert these expenditures using local market prices to kilograms, et cetera, of actual energy usage. So this is in tons of CO2. We see a reduction of 2.5 tons of CO2 of charcoal and an increase of 0.02 tons of CO2 of electricity. Partly this is because Kenya's grid is about 90% renewable. It's largely hydro and geothermal and a little bit of wind. But actually, even when you use the US emissions grid average, it's like, let's say that triples, then it's 0.06 instead of 0.02, right? So it's just because induction stoves are so much more efficient at converting electricity to heat, and power plants are so much more efficient than charcoal stoves, that there's this huge difference in how much they emit. And so, Yes, exactly. Yeah.
If it's renewable wood, it doesn't matter.
Yes, so we assume that 30%, so we assume based on a very large spatial model that has done this for the whole world, that 30% of the wood being used, that is used in urban areas in Kenya, comes from wood that is, that's the non-renewable fraction. So we only assume that and we have a whole methodology section about how to use all of those, but we're trying to use the best available here. Yeah. Okay, so we can then convert this to subsidy expenditures required per ton of CO2 abated. So here we're doing all of this among the control group, right, which is kind of representative of what Kenya would be, what this would be like if you were to implement this in Kenya. And so subsidies cost $65 in subsidy expenditure per additional adoption. Each additional adoption induces $5 tons of CO2 abatement per adoption. And so if you put those numbers together, that's $13 in subsidy spending for every ton of CO2 that's abated. You might also be interested in the resource cost, right? That's kind of more of an efficiency measure. There's a stove cost of $82, but then the fuel savings of $200. So every ton of CO2 abated actually saves $24 in resources. So this is kind of the McKinsey curve. For those of you who remember that, this is the negative part. You're actually saving money for every ton of CO2 that you're abating. And we can also think about a welfare gain. So this is observable welfare gain. So of course, there could be other attributes that people are liking or disliking, but at least from what's observable, when we factor this in, every dollar of subsidy spending generates either $1.8 of welfare if you only value the private benefits, or this would be $2.8 if you also value the cash transfer. And if you assume a social cost of carbon of $120 per ton, then that gets you $11 of social welfare gain for every $1 of subsidy spending. So the second main impact finding is that credit distortions in this market lower willingness to pay, or access to credit almost doubles willingness to pay from $20 up to $35. We see no difference in willingness to pay depending or by the marginal treatment subsidy, the marginal cost subsidy, excuse me. All right, so we're separating here the credit treatment group and the credit control group by whether they got the usage subsidy, and we see no differences even among those groups. And we can rule out that people value $1 of marginal cost subsidy by more than 16 cents. Our point estimate is basically 0. On the intensive margin, we also see that people are very inelastic. So this is from the induction stoves themselves. They report power usage on an ongoing basis, and we see no differences both for the 25% and the 75%. And again, we're still trying to figure out whether this is an intention story or a preferences story. Okay, so now we can start to think about the two channels, right? Where we have the theory about, yeah.
It's just like, if I buy this stove, it's just a fixed like production or not. So it depends on
Yeah, it's basically a it's kind of like a cash transfer. It's kind of making the stove cheaper, but people are not actually internalizing that in their willingness to pay. But it is just it's just a inframarginal transfer.
Well, that's right.
Yeah. But people don't realize it. It doesn't change their willingness to pay. So it doesn't change the adoption rate in that sense. Yeah. Okay. So recall that.
Can I just follow up on that? Like, so
yeah.
People don't realize it. I thought it was just about the credit constraint, like that it was a flow over time. So even if you realized it, but you're saying that they must not have realized the NPV of those savings?
So this is the response to the electricity subsidy that we provided. Sorry?
Yeah.
And so it's very possible that that response is different from how people are making decisions when they're faced with their regular. So I don't know. It's certainly true that people are responding also to the actual differences in like how much money are they saving, right? So they're aware of the savings in some sense because they have some willingness to pay for these savings. But at the same time, they're not responding here. It could just be the way that we're presenting it, or the fact that maybe they don't believe it, or they're, yeah.
Yeah, that's my question, which is you sort of inferred that they must not know about these.
This would differ by credit treatment status. Then if we're offering credit, you should see a response. then for people where we've relaxed the credit constraint, you should see a response, but we don't see that here either.
Yeah, but you do
Yeah.
have that many marginal people, like on the first stage on the take up between those is not huge, right? Or with credit and non-credit?
That's the result.
The credit and non-credit is the blue versus the gray. So those have a large difference, but within the credit group, even within the credit group, even among people whose credit constraints have been relaxed, we don't see a difference in willingness to pay by whether you're in the usage subsidy treatment or control group.
Yeah, I guess I'm just saying the credit relaxation, like, didn't relax credit sufficiently for everyone. That's all I'm
Yeah,
saying.
no, that's totally possible. If you had offered more of a loan, then it might have mattered. Yep. Yep. Okay. So we're interested in understanding whether the marginal adopters that are induced by a subsidy in a world where people have larger demand distortions are different, right? And so what's nice here is that marginal adopters, we're going to define that as people having willingness to pay between $20 and $73. And that's also going to match to the compliers in the instrumental variables regression that we ran earlier. And so here we see that people who bought the stove by paying upfront and who had a willingness to pay in that, who are marginal to the subsidy, use the stoves more than marginal adopters who bought the stove with a loan. Right? So that's the first piece of evidence that they have larger usage or larger private benefits potentially. We can run that in a regression. Here I'm showing both the treatment effects individually, that's the even columns, and then also the difference between them, that's the odd columns. So we see that people who bought the stove, who are marginal to the subsidy, with credit have less of a reduction than people who are more constrained. They have a larger reduction here, right? And that's the case for charcoal specifically, as well as in terms of total abatement. And so here we're seeing on the far right column that people who are more constrained have a reduction of 2.6 tons of CO2, whereas people whose constraints were somewhat relaxed have a reduction of 2.2 tons of CO2. And that difference is statistically significant at the 10% level. So to summarize those results, we see that people who are more distorted, whose demand is more distorted, have a larger private benefit as well as a larger marginal externality. The second channel is on subsidy expenditures to induce additional adoptions. Yeah. People who are paying up front. Yeah, because they do not have access to the loan. Those people have larger private benefits and are also generating a larger positive externality. And then in terms of subsidy expenditure, what matters is the demand elasticity, right? And we're seeing that that's different as well, that there's a demand elasticity of negative 2.3 among the group that is more distorted, and the demand elasticity of negative 0.9 for people who have access to a loan. All right, so the distortion here also increases demand elasticity, and that's going to lower the cost of inducing additional adoptions. Right, you can see that very clearly here. You can look at, for the two demand curves that we estimate, what are the expenditures, inframarginal payments to inframarginal buyers, right? People that were already buying the technology, inframarginal payments to marginal buyers. So you could have given them a lower subsidy, but we're giving them all the same subsidy. And then marginal payments to marginal buyers, those are the ones that are actually inducing a change here. Okay, so again, the group that had a larger demand distortion, those are people who are paying up front. They have a larger demand elasticity. This causes fewer of the subsidy expenditures to go to inframarginal participants, and this lowers the subsidy expenditure that's required to incentivize one additional marginal adoption. So this makes it cheaper to incentivize adoptions. And so if we combine those two results, the first channel is that the marginal adopter, when people are more distorted, has larger benefits, they have lower costs, and we combine those and we get those final numbers that we saw earlier, right? Where they generate a large, in these more distorted markets, these subsidy dollars generate a larger welfare gain, and it costs less in subsidy expenditure to abate 1 ton of CO2. Of course, we could ask, what if the distortion was even lower, right? Kind of per Seema's point, we only increased the gamma here to 0.19. It could be 0.5, it could be higher. And so this is when we estimate the model to try and say something about this. And so we assume there's some distribution of private benefit with these two omegas. There's some distribution of social benefit that has some correlation with the private benefit, and we have the omega-3 here to set that correlation. That could be very correlated or not very correlated, and I'll show some results on that as well. We allow for a heterogeneous demand wedge here, right? Again, that's going to be set by omega-4 and 5, and those are the 5 parameters that we have. And then we compute everybody's willingness to pay as their private benefit times their assigned demand wedge. We then target those 7 moments to estimate those 5 parameters. And so for 6 of them, we're going to match them to both the control group and the treatment group based on the gammas that they have. Right. Here I'm presenting the model fit with the empirical moments. We see relatively close fit here. I can show this also for other kind of functional form assumptions here, and the fit is relatively similar. It's not very sensitive to those choices. And so once we have this model, we can then say what would happen if the average distortion was, let's say, 0.5, 0.75, or 1. And so these are the results here. So columns 2 and 3 are what we observe in our experiment. And so we see here again that the observed and simulated costs and welfare gains are similar. And if we extrapolate this up, let's say when people are fully willing to pay their private benefit, so when gamma is equal to 1, the welfare gain per subsidy dollar drops down to 1, and the subsidy cost to abate 1 ton of CO2 increases by more than 10 to $137. Right? And so that tenfold increase, you can think of that as what is the efficiency gain of spending green technology subsidies in countries where there are larger demand distortions versus when people are willing to pay more of the private benefit. So here I'm only varying the demand distortion. We can also think about the correlation between private and social benefits. And this goes actually a little bit, yeah.
Credit margins versus subsidy margin.
Yeah.
So on the one hand, you're basically saying if I don't fix the credit margin, then the marginal people are really, it's really, well, if I subsidize directly are really awesome, right? But on the other hand, what else do you do to do the policy calculation of like, should we given, but of course, there's also elasticity of people I get from the credit distortion itself.
So you're thinking, what if there was a policy instrument to target the credit distortion?
You're saying the cross partial, I think, of d squared subsidy, depending whether it's credit or not.
Yeah.
That doesn't tell me the policy question I'm interested in, which is like, if I have a given dollar and I'm the government, should I do a direct price subsidy, or should I, subsidize the interest rate on those?
Yeah, so you can ask the question of what if you spend subsidy dollars on interest rates? So we can do that calculation. And when you factor in default rates, even with the digital collateral technology that they're using here, when you allow for default rates, that means you then need to increase your interest rate to compensate for that. But when you increase your interest rate, that increases your default rate. And actually, if you do that calculation, we don't find any interest rate where you can. So in terms of subsidizing the interest rate, you could think about like $1 of credit subsidy. Actually, you still incur the economic cost, right? Which are the cost of actually providing the credit, the moral hazard, the adverse selection, and so actually the subsidy becomes more efficient. I'm not explaining it very clearly. We have thought about this point, and yeah.
Like theoretical exercise here of subsidizing the credit, but there's no feasible policy that looks like subsidizing the credit because of this issue you point out about sort of as you subsidize the credit default rate.
Yeah, exactly. Because the interest rate that they were charging was 200%, and so for every dollar, you might as well just subsidize the dollar itself as opposed to, yeah. Yeah.
So does that mean if there was a functioning credit market, it would always be more efficient to subsidize the interest rate? Like you kind of had a non-existence of a market story, and so does that mean if the market existed, it would always dominate?
I think it's an absolutely interesting question. So these results hinge on the current state of credit markets in low and middle income countries. When we're just saying if you're interested in environmental policy, given what capital markets look like now, these are the results. It's certainly possible that these results would change, or like there's, yeah.
Well, I think maybe it's thinking about this. Suppose we didn't have a world where Those are in a different, that this point you make about how much the default rates are going to change due to average sectional hazard is could be different in different places.
Yeah.
So suppose we had a world where that was not a big issue.
Yeah.
Those curves are pretty small, so I could just subsidize the.
Yeah.
So I think you can tell us something about, at least from this perspective of sort of, compare the first derivatives of subsidize the interest rate versus subsidize the price, as opposed to just comparing kind of the second.
Yeah, I think that's right. Yeah, I think that's right. And I think you can think of the interest rate here, the 224%, as being kind of a sufficient statistic for thinking about what is the efficacy of your policy across different. So if you have another location where you have a 50% interest rate or 100%, what does that do to the optimal policy? I think that's, yeah. No, we should think about this more. That's useful. Yeah. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you. I think it's my method to do this. I just buy solar panels for house. So, but I think this is in the beginning of the assumptions, but you have this orthogonality, essentially. The willingness to pay and fixed cost. And I guess from behavioral economics and so on, we know a number of cases where people's willingness to pay for a usage of a good is changes with the price they paid through learning or signaling things like cost fallacy and so on. I guess I'm curious if you thought through what this would do to the results.
Yeah, so we can look at people who have a willingness to pay above the high price and say among people who paid the high price versus people who paid the low price, do they use it differentially? I think the sample of people with such high willingness to pay is very low. And so I think when we looked at that, it was just largely noisy. But in prior work, when we did this for our previous paper, we didn't see any heterogeneity in charcoal usage. I think it's just a very inelastic object as well. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
So I'll come back to that point about the marginal subsidy for electricity. It's also possible that people are just locked in the new kind of show and it's costly for them to go back to any other show or the other way, but to be like, once people have booked what they want, they don't have any reason to keep it on, like, which is kind of different from vehicles. Like you can still ride a little bit more on like the public one. So it might be interesting to see like what is the like kind of elasticity you see for LPG or charcoal is different deal altogether. It's way costlier, but something else and then see like whether it makes sense or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, we have some reductions in LPG and wood usage, but we can definitely look at that. Yeah. Okay, so I just want to emphasize here that throughout the talk today, I've talked about a positive correlation between private and social benefits. You can also imagine there being a negative correlation, which generates adverse selection here. And so then this would flip the effect of the distortion, where then the marginal externality that's generated would actually be larger when there is no distortion than when there is. Right? And so this first result, the first channel depends on that correlation. The second channel doesn't. And actually in this setting, the second channel dominates. So actually, regardless of what the distortion was, or sorry, regardless of what the correlation is here, it would always be the case that the larger distortion lowers the subsidy cost. Okay, with the final kind of minute that I have, let me just say something briefly about the policy implications here. So if you're only interested in the cooking sector, we think this is an important result in and of itself. There's large changes in Asia of people switching away from biomass, but not so in Africa. But you can still think, even for other technologies, where might we find the lowest point on the abatement cost curve, right? And we can use the model to think through some of these different parameters to think how that might drive, in which types of contexts might you see that the demand distortions lower the cost of the subsidy, right? And we think that these results can explain partly why in many low and middle income countries we're seeing lower subsidy costs than some of these more expensive subsidy costs that we're seeing from, let's say, the Inflation Reduction Act and other subsidy expenditures. All right, so I think my time is almost up. Thanks so much for the comments and questions. I look forward to talking more.
Thank you, everyone. We're all done for this year's edition. So thank you to all of the wonderful presenters, the audience for their engagement, the committee again for the work to prepare it, and I look forward to seeing you next year. Oh yeah, this year.